If you are not watching part 1, 2, and 3, then go to I button and watch this now. Start Chapter 76, Shimatsuki Village 03. Chapter size, 2,644 words. Third-person POV Village Shimatsuki, East Blue. The crackling of purple flames still danced in the crew's memory when Nami, with her piercing gaze and dissatisfied tone, directed her question to Luffy. Luffy, do you have anything to do with that ship catching fire at the dock this afternoon? Her words were like sharp arrows, and anticipation hung in the air as everyone awaited the captain's response, even though they already knew the answer. Luffy, in turn, wasted no time in his typical irreverence. A playful smile lit up his face as he teased Nami, well aware that his antics wouldn't go unnoticed. Is my woman very curious? Luffy's banter echoed, eliciting some complicit smiles among the crew members. Even in the seriousness of the situation, it was hard for everyone not to be infected by Luffy's unique way of interacting with Nami, despite his sometimes explosive behavior. Stop joking and answer me. Nami wasn't willing to relent, keeping her gaze fixed on Luffy. The truth was implicit, but she sought to hear it from his mouth. Well, I met some interesting people, so I found even more interesting things. Luffy's smile was an unspoken confession, a clear indication that he was, indeed, behind the chaos at the dock. There was no denial, just a subtle revelation of his actions. Does Luffy always stir up trouble when he's alone? Nojiko, with her playful spirit, threw the question with a hint of amusement. Yes. The enthusiastic chorus of the crew resounded in response, revealing that, even with his craziness, everyone was accustomed to and, in a way, even expected their captain's antics. Night fell on the small town, and the crew found themselves on a secluded beach. The Black Pearl was positioned in the center of the sand, ready to serve as overnight shelter for the team. Everyone gathered around, ready to share a meal and discuss the day's events. What would these interesting things be? Curiosity shone in Yamato's eyes as she inquired about the recent happenings. Nothing much, just some information hunters and a possible order to catch us from a king of this sea. Luffy's response was given calmly, revealing that, despite the seriousness of the situation, he wasn't overly concerned about potential threats. Really? Are they strong? Zoro's expression indicated his interest in a possible challenge. I don't know, but I highly doubt it. If you want to fight tomorrow, feel free. Luffy offered, and Zoro nodded enthusiastically, ready to face any challenge that arose. Tomorrow, Kuina-sama will give her answer, Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi expressed her concern, aware of the possibility that Kuina might decide to part ways the next day. Yes, we'll get Kuina's answer, deal with our pursuers, and set sail after all that. Luffy affirmed, outlining the crew's future plans. While Kuina chose to spend time with her father, Master Kushiru, after so many years, uncertainty loomed over her decision regarding the crew. Do you think she'll accept or stay? Rage's question revealed anxiety about Kuina's choice. I don't know, but regardless of what she chooses, I hope she becomes strong in the future. Luffy's statement echoed, finding agreement among those present. Respect for the girl's choice was evident, regardless of the path she decided to follow. Expectation hung over Luffy regarding Kuina's decision. Although he was optimistic that she might join the crew, there was an awareness that other options were in play. The night unfolded with lively conversations between Luffy and the rest of the crew, covering various topics before retiring to their cabins on the Black Pearl. The atmosphere was light, but the tension regarding Kuina's response persisted in the air. Upon waking up the next day, Luffy found himself surrounded by his women, ready to start a day that, unlike the previous one, would be dedicated to heavy training. Rest was left behind, replaced by preparation for future challenges. As they devoted themselves to morning training and had lunch in the middle of the day, a boat appeared on the horizon, displaying the flag of a specific kingdom. Apprehension grew in the crew as they spotted the luxurious ship with the Goa Kingdom flag approaching. Confusion set in when Hugo expressed his perplexity, questioning the identity of the newcomers. Who are? Hugo murmured, echoing everyone's uncertainty. This isn't the Goa Kingdom, Usopp exclaimed, using a magnifying glass to observe the symbol on the approaching ship's sail. It seems so. Luffy, do you know why they're coming our way? Lamy inquired, seeking clarification alongside Luffy. Simple, they're the ones hunting us. A member among us, to be more specific. Luffy's revelation was delivered with a calmness that surprised some members of the crew. And who would that be, Captain? Beepo asked with curiosity. Our mermaid. What? The princess. Hachi was alarmed. Me. Shirahoshi exclaimed, covering her mouth. Sharky. Megalo protested quickly. There's nothing to worry about. I doubt there are people who can pose a challenge to us in this sea, so relax. Luffy tried to reassure the crew, but the tension persisted. Why are they after me, Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi questioned, seeking answers. Damn humans. Hachi expressed his discontent beside her. As much as I dislike your prejudice, Hachi, you're right about these specific people. But you can't speak for an entire race. Lamy added, bringing a broader perspective. She's right, Hachi and Shirahoshi. People are greedy by nature. You'll have to learn from this. We'll see a lot of it on this journey. Luffy spoke calmly, anticipating the arrival of the boat on the beach. As Zoro wanted to fight, he quickly prepared after Luffy increased his recovery due to the training before the ship arrived. The atmosphere on the beach was tense as the group of 14 people, the Straw Hats, remained clustered next to the imposing Black Pearl, which rested in the middle of the sand. With the arrival of the official ship from the Goa Kingdom, all eyes turned to the vessel. 3 imposing men, clad in elaborate armor, disembarked from the ship. A second group, made up of more common knights, carried a plank and descended from the boat more slowly. The first 3 men advanced toward the Straw Hat crew with an arrogant posture, standing out as the main forces of the royal group. Every step they took in the sand made it clear that they were confident in their authority. The sound of waves breaking in the background seemed to accompany the tense advance of the situation. Luffy, leading his crew, remained unshaken, his piercing gaze taking in every detail of the newcomers. So, you're the feared Straw Hats? You don't seem that impressive, taunted one of the newcomers, his voice dripping with disdain. But look, Commander, they have beautiful women, added another man beside him, wielding a massive sword with disdain. It's true. We're here to capture the mermaid, but who says we can't enjoy other prey along the way? Hee, taunted the third. As they spoke, they adjusted their helmets, partially obscuring their faces in the dim light. Men around 35 years old, their features remained obscured, but a hostile atmosphere surrounded the group. The women in Luffy's group stared at the newcomers with contempt, the tension in the air indicating that they were ready to act at any moment. Luffy, standing at the forefront of his crew, cast a curious glance at the newcomers. You want our mermaid, don't you? Tell me, what gives you the courage to think you can just pass through us and take her like that? Luffy asked, his expression reflecting curiosity in the face of these men, considering his crew was the most dangerous in these waters. We are in the service of His Royal Majesty, Sterry, the first of his name, declared the man who seemed to be the commander, his voice echoing with an air of authority. We are the Royal Knights. We are here to fulfill the orders of our king, asserted the others, while the gleam of their armor shone in the sunlight. Sterry is Sabo's brother. Luffy pondered and spoke to the men in front of him. What made your king interested in our group? I heard the request came from someone above him. Luffy questioned, keeping his arms crossed. Yes, our king is recognized by higher forces, and as representatives of that request, we are here to fulfill his orders, explained the commander, while a group of 20 knights, armed with swords and shields, lined up behind the leaders, ready for battle. Do you know who we are? Why so much courage? Luffy persisted in his quest for answers. Just a pirate crew with a captain valued at 50 million. I've captured a pirate with 120 million in the Grand Line before King Sterry recruited me. Don't overestimate yourself, little pirate, challenged the commander, eliciting an amused smile from Luffy. Zoro, Hugo, Lamy, and Beepo, take care of them, ordered Luffy, turning to watch the spectacle from a distance. The stage was set for a confrontation in the radiant sunlight. Most of the crew followed Luffy, while the remaining four stood firm before the group. "Commander, it seems like they're underestimating us," observed a soldier at his side. "True, but there's no need to get too worked up. We just eliminate these four and get the others," he said with simplicity. I expected something like, "Hand over the mermaid and we'll spare you." But it looks like I was wrong with all that cliché. It's good to see things different from the usual. Ha 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 ha. Luffy laughed casually, settling in to watch the fight from some rocks on the beach. "Luffy-sama, will they be okay?" Shirahoshi asked, visibly concerned. "Don't be so scared. They'll handle it easily, so relax." Luffy reassured the mermaid's concerns confidently. The fight began as soon as Luffy uttered those carefree words, and everyone watched as the Royal Knights and the Straw Hat members engaged in battle. "Chains!" exclaimed Nojiko beside Luffy. The one who called himself the commander seemed to possess a devil fruit that allowed him to release chains from his body. "How interesting, this reminds me of the Uzumakis," commented Luffy. "Who?" asked Reiji beside him. "Forget about it." Luffy preferred to quickly change the subject. The chains flew quickly toward the four Mugiwara members. There were 4 chains, moving at high speed, curving through the air. Zoro countered with his sword but managed to repel with some difficulty. Lami activated her room and switched places with a rock. Bippo was caught by a chain and yelled as he was thrown. Hugo was also captured but held his ground with the strength of his imposing body. "They seem to have abilities," remarked one of the enemies, closely examining the Mugiwara's actions. "That ability where the woman switched places seems dangerous." "Shambles," exclaimed Lami, raising a finger in a characteristic gesture. Bippo and Hugo, who were being held by chains, were swapped for rocks the next moment. "Thanks." "Thank you, Lami." Both expressed gratitude, returning to the same initial position where the two groups faced each other again. "This is more challenging than we thought, but our orders are clear from His Majesty. We must fight with all our might," declared the commander. From his body, 10 chains emerged. Another knight from the trio had his body covered in metal, while the third wielded a massive sword, drawing it from the sheath. 2 devil fruits, how interesting. I wonder if there were these original knights to protect Sabo's brother in the Goa Kingdom. Luffy murmured internally, watching the fight unfold in total chaos in that area. Bippo faced a tide of 20 knights, executing kicks in the air and launching Rankyaku to repel his opponents. Hugo exchanged punches with the man covered in iron, but despite his strength, he was at a disadvantage against the user of the strange fruit. Zoro engaged in an intense sword exchange with the swordsman, trying to incorporate Zoro into his movements. Meanwhile, Lami seemed to be having fun in her blue space against the opponent, dodging the chains and occasionally using Zoro. Although his Zoro wasn't perfect, Luffy had trained them for a week, counting on the group bonus from the system, totaling 2 weeks, and if we add the effect of the devil fruit multiplication, Luffy provided 6 weeks of training in the time of 1. They quickly began to develop the techniques, and even though they were still at an initial level, it was only a matter of time until they completely mastered the abilities. The first to emerge victorious was Zoro, using his Zoro to cut down the enemy, who fell dead shortly afterward. "Sor Turin!" shouted the alarmed soldiers, but they were quickly hit by Bippo's kicks. Using kung fu style, he kicked blades into the air through Rankyaku.
"Damn.
"End this quickly, Sor." "Lynx." "Yes, Commander," replied the man fighting against Hugo, clad in iron. "You should be paying attention to our fight." The commander heard the female voice escaping from his chains, but was interrupted by the sound of a cut. His chains were cut in front of him. "Impossible," he exclaimed, surprised. Why impossible?" "It was very simple," Lami said with her sword in hand, revealing an air of nonchalance. She didn't even exert effort against this pirate and decided to end the fight right there. The man felt his arm being severed from his body, his expression changing to immediate shock.
"What?"
Before he could fully react to the dismemberment of his arm, his neck met a sharp line from Lami's weapon, and his head was removed in a precise motion, without the aid of the Opop no Mi. A jet of blood immediately spurted, marking the abrupt end of his life. Commander,
Soar.
Lynx was visibly frightened by his leader's quick defeat. The supreme knights of the Goa Kingdom, those who took pride in following their king, were being massacred, and he was the only one remaining alive. Even with his strength, he couldn't overcome Hugo's iron fruit and seemed quite battered. However, he showed no signs of giving up the fight. I have to get out of here. He decided to run, being the sole survivor. He never imagined finding monsters here, as this crew had only 90 million as a whole, and the captain hadn't even fought, finding all of this amusing from the start, like a show. Giving Hugo a punch and making him fly after a clash, he started running to the opposite side, but soon felt his legs being separated from his body. Lami, who had finished her fight and was watching the man, used her cut while he was still within her attack zone. My legs. The man was scared, even though Lami had only removed his legs from his body without actually cutting them. The psychological blow to the man was strong. After all, who would want to see their legs being separated in front of their eyes? Because they were made of iron, the man exclaimed in horror. As if I couldn't cut iron. Lami taunted as she approached, her gaze meeting Luffy's. Luffy just nodded, and Lami used her sword to cut the man, ending any attempt at negotiation.
Wait.
I can give you anything. Before he could finish, his iron head was removed from his neck, resulting in a spurt of blood and the abrupt end of his words and life. Chapter 77, Shimotsuki Village 04. Chapter size, 2014 words. Third-person POV Shimotsuki Village, East Blue. Captain. It seems I lost that fight. Hugo looked embarrassed as he got up from the ground after the battle concluded. Luffy approached and placed his hand on the big man's shoulder. Don't be too down, that's normal for everyone. People are always weak at the beginning, and you faced a tough Akuma no Mi user. Just don't give up and focus on training to become even stronger. I saw you trying to use Tekai, but it failed. I won't blame you since you started training ahead of most. Your body hasn't adapted yet, Luffy said calmly to his companion. Yes, thank you for those words, Captain. Hugo muttered, thinking about the next training session and his strengthening with the idea of getting stronger and developing this technique. Anyway, it looks like Bippo didn't kill all of them. Good job, Bippo. Luffy said, observing 8 of those 30 knights still alive but heavily injured on the beach. I thought Bippo was kind, but he eliminated 22 people, and I must say he developed his technique with talent, even though he failed a few times in the fight. Luffy thought, surprised. Thanks, Captain. Bippo exclaimed, a bit embarrassed. I'll clean up this mess, tie up all the knights still alive, Luffy said as he walked towards the dead. They had interesting Akuma no Mi, but I'll have to spend money to get them from the shop after they've been killed. It's not worth it. Although the chain's Akuma no Mi is even more interesting than the one that Marine Woman uses. I think her name is Rina. Luffy debated whether to take this Akuma no Mi that reminded him of the Uzumaki's power. 500 million. Luffy opened the shop and looked at its price. He instinctively looked at Nojiko, who could eat that fruit in a corner of the beach. No, it's not worth it. I have a better fruit for her when we get to Alabasta. Luffy reasoned and set aside the idea. He began to set fire to the bodies to clean the beach, making them all cremate along with their armor, which had no chance to resist the heat of Luffy's flames. Returning to his companions, he noticed they were all looking at the still-standing enemy ship. I like that ship. It's quite luxurious, Reiji said, looking at the Goa Kingdom ship. The luxurious ship of the Goa Kingdom was a true floating masterpiece. With an impressive length, it rose majestically above the blue waters of the East Blue, leaving everyone who saw it marveling at its magnificence. The ship's hull was of pure and shining white, glistening in the sun like a precious pearl. The bow was adorned with intricately carved hardwood, intricate details depicting scenes from the kingdom's history, showcasing past glories and the heroes who served it. The sails were immaculately white and seemed capable of capturing the very essence of the wind. They were giant, like the wings of an angel, giving the ship impressive speed and a sense of freedom as it cut through the waters. The deck was made of hand-polished wood, smooth as silk, and adorned with expensive carpets and high-quality wicker chairs. Large glass windows, carefully cleaned and polished, adorned the sides of the ship, allowing a panoramic view of the ocean and sky. Crystal chandeliers hanging from the dining hall's ceiling radiated a soft and shimmering light, creating an atmosphere of refinement and sophistication. The ship's interior was equally splendid. The rooms were spacious and decorated with fine furniture, silk curtains, and valuable artworks. The dining hall was adorned with marble tables and chairs upholstered in luxurious fabrics, where guests could enjoy sumptuous banquets and opulent parties. On the upper deck, there was a sparkling pool, surrounded by wooden loungers and umbrellas, providing an oasis of tranquility and relaxation. The onboard spa offered beauty treatments and massages for privileged guests who wished to relax even further. In summary, the luxurious ship of the Goa Kingdom was a symbol of wealth and power. Its splendor and elegance made it a refuge for the privileged, offering an unparalleled travel experience amid the splendor of the waters of the East Blue. Probably the ship used by the king himself. Lami commented with the same reasoning as the captain. Great! We have a beautiful ship now, and we'll keep it to sell as soon as possible. I'm sure it'll be worth a few $100 million, Luffy commented, but he was surprised when he approached these two, and they spoke one after the other without starting a fight. Is the Goa Kingdom trying to capture me, Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi asked with a bit of concern. Yes, but don't worry, we'll pay them a visit after we sail from here. We're going to attack a king? Usopp shouted in surprise. No, we're going to attack a kingdom, Luffy said calmly. Captain, can you repeat that? I think I heard it wrong, Hugo said.
What?
I said we're going to attack the Goa Kingdom. Luffy spoke again. Luffy, you can't be serious, can you? Nojiko said, with wide eyes.
Ha ha ha.
It seems you don't know me. I said we're going to attack a kingdom, and that's what we're going to do. Luffy said. Wait a minute. You're not from this kingdom? Zoro opened his eyes when he remembered the time he and his captain met. Luffy mentioned that he was born and raised in Goa. Yes, but that doesn't stop me from attacking their king when he decided to target us. Luffy spoke calmly. So, are we really going to attack the Goa Kingdom? Yes. Since this is an order from a captain, I will follow him. Yes, I trust you, Luffy. Yes, I agree with Luffy. If they want to be our enemies, we should respond to that. They, who were initially surprised that Luffy planned to attack a kingdom, ended up agreeing, as Luffy always said that his goal is to conquer the seas, and what is a kingdom compared to that, especially one that decided to make them their enemies by trying to capture Shirahoshi. Yes, but let's first train for the rest of the day. I intend to see Kuina's response by the end of the day, and we'll set sail shortly after, Luffy announced. With everyone agreeing to that, there were 8 prisoners placed in a small cage, and everyone went to train in the next moment, with some even more determined after the fight against the knights. During the rest of the afternoon, the team trained for 2 more sessions until just before the sun began to set in the west. It was at this moment that Kuina appeared on the beach, surprising everyone. We were already going after you, Nojiko said with a smile. Hello, everyone. As you can see, this is my answer, Kuina said as she approached with a backpack on her back and her sword at her waist. She had accepted to travel with them after spending a few days with her father. Her path with the sword asked her to follow them on the journey. That's great. Then welcome to the crew, Luffy announced with a laugh. System, crew. Kuina has joined as a member of your crew. That's great. Luffy celebrated internally. Haha. Welcome to the Straw Hat Pirates, Ka. I hope you know what you're getting into, because it won't be an easy journey, Luffy announced with a big smile. I know very well what I'm getting into, she scoffed as she approached them. Kuina approached and was greeted with a wide variety of smiles. And greetings from everyone, congratulating her on officially joining the group. Luffy, my father would like to talk to you, and even Zoro before we leave, Kuina said after the meeting. It was understandable. Luffy knew that the man wanted to talk to him about his daughter, and Zoro, being his apprentice, wanting to exchange some last words of farewell or advice. The captain picked up the black pearl on the beach and threw it into the sea before setting sail. I would say I could go ahead, but Zoro might get lost, so let's go together, Luffy said, laughing, earning a grimace from the swordsman, and the duo set off towards the dojo. Arriving at the location, Luffy was greeted by Kushiro with a small smile in front of the place with some students. I want to talk to your captain first, Zoro. Can you accompany me, Monkey D. Luffy? Sure. Luffy followed the man, who led him to a hill with a tomb a little distant from the dojo. This was the old tomb of his daughter. The sun was setting at that moment, creating a strange atmosphere, but Luffy broke the silence between the two as soon as he arrived at the location. Did you open it? Luffy asked, surprised, looking at the excavated spot. It was Kuina's idea. She really wanted to see what was inside, he said calmly. And there was nothing, right? Luffy already imagined the answer since Kuina had been resurrected and the original bones should have disappeared from there. No, I'm sure the body should be here, and it was never violated all these years. Luffy looked in silence, and the man sighed. I must thank you for bringing my girl back. Even though it's so unbelievable, she's here again, and I know it's her, he said. Luffy didn't know what to say. He had stated his motivations for this many times. I tried to convince her to stay here, you know? He said with a small smile. She said she had an unpayable debt to you, but I said I would pay for it myself and advised her to have a safe life. Yet here she is, he continued. But she refused. She said she connected with you, that she really wanted to travel the sea and develop her swordsmanship in your pirate group and pursue her dream. I failed my daughter once. I don't intend to do it a second time. So I can only ask you to take care of her and help her with her dream. That will be done, uncle, Luffy said after his brief silence and smiled. You brought her back, so you have the right to take care of her from now on. She's already a member of my crew. Even if the world has to burn, I'll save anyone from my crew, Luffy announced. You even handed over the old and legendary lost sword, Tensa Zangetsu. Despite the curse, the sword is a great treasure and can easily be a substitute for Wado Ikamanji, he said. She needs a good sword to pursue her dream. He shrugged. Thank you. You're a better man than I am, and even a better father in the future. Well, I hope so. Luffy couldn't help but reflect on those words. The two's conversation turned to some general topics in the next 10 minutes. Luffy took the opportunity to get some tips for training his swordsmanship, which is still at a very low level. After that, they descended the hill, and Kuina's father talked to Zoro alone. Luffy didn't want to risk leaving ahead, so he waited for Zoro to return with him to the ship. As soon as Zoro returned, they set sail after bidding farewell once again to Master Kushiro. Returning to the ship, Luffy used his wings to go to the ship in the water, holding onto Zoro's shirt collar, much to the swordsman's discontent with the treatment. So, are we leaving? Nami asked. Yes, heading straight for Goa. Is it really your home, Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi asked curiously, recalling Zoro's words. Yes, before embarking on this journey, I had never left the country, Luffy said, looking nostalgically at the horizon. I won't fail to visit some dear people to me in that place, Luffy murmured. As night fell, the Black Pearl began to sail, heading in the opposite direction of Logetown, delving even deeper into the East Blue. Chapter 78, Plundering the Goa Kingdom 1. Chapter size, 2,763 words. Third-person POV Shimatsuki Village, East Blue. As the evening descended, when the sun poured its golden rays over the horizon, illuminating the vast ocean in a magical way, the kingdom of Goa majestically came into view. Nestled on the coast of a lush and vibrant island in the East Blue, this kingdom, rich in history and opulence, seemed like a piece of paradise in that picturesque sea. The towering towers of the royal castle rose, taking on the pastel hues of the setting sky, causing its walls to shimmer like precious stones. The royal garden, filled with vibrant flowers and exotic plants, emitted a sweet fragrance befitting its reputation as the most dazzling in all the seas. The city of Goa stretched at the foot of the castle, with its narrow cobblestone streets and buildings that blended ancient and modern architecture. The inhabitants, dressed in elegant and vibrant clothes, looked like living art canvases as they paraded through the bustling streets. As night approached, magical lanterns lit up, bathing the city in a soft, golden glow. The music and laughter of a distant celebration could be heard, floating through the air like an invitation for anyone who wished to join in the celebration of life. However, behind this dazzling facade and its aura of prosperity, the kingdom of Goa hid dark secrets and deep inequalities. A king with cruel ambitions and a desire for power at any cost, prepared to extend his claws over a precious treasure that would change the fate of all under the wrath of a powerful pirate in these waters. At the top of a hill, commanding a splendid view of the city, stood the majestic Goa Palace, an architectural masterpiece that loomed over the humble houses of the city like an imposing guardian. Its walls were adorned with sparkling white stones, extracted from the quarries of the surrounding mountains, giving the palace an almost celestial appearance under the setting sun. Massive columns, adorned with sculptures of mythological creatures, supported the grand entrance porch, a portal that whispered of grandeur and authority. Inside the palace, the corridors were lined with rare marbles and luxurious tapestries that told the story of centuries of reign. Crystal chandeliers hung from high ceilings, casting a golden glow on every step of those who dared to enter the royal precinct. At every corner, statues of past kings, sporting gleaming crowns and ornate robes, looked with an air of relentless judges, silent witnesses to the legacy of royalty. In the center of the grand audience hall, a massive ebony throne, studded with rare jewels, dominated the space. An imposing man who always had an arrogant face rested on this throne. His gaze was not as cold and determined as usual, a constant reminder of his power. Dressed in royal silk and velvet, he personified the pride and authority of a king who ruled with an iron fist. This man, known as King Sterry, was the monarch of the Kingdom of Goa and was determined to maintain his position at any cost. His gaze fixed on the city spread out before him. He was not prepared to face a challenge that was coming to him from the sea and could shake the foundations of his kingdom and test his ambition to the limit. His expression was a mix of impatience and irritation, while his fingers incessantly tapped on the throne's arm. "No news of them. It's been 4 long and agonizing days," he roared, making the sound echo in the ornate walls of the hall. The courtiers and advisors, kneeling before the throne, trembled with the intensity of his anger. "Your Majesty," began the castle steward, a middle-aged man with a worried expression, "we lost contact with all of them as soon as they set out in pursuit of the target." King Sterry clenched his fists, his nails scraping against the jewel-studded arms of the throne. "Cursed. After all the hard work and fortune I invested in obtaining the devil fruits, they simply vanished before me?" The steward tried to calm the king, despite his own unease. "Your Majesty, I believe it is too early to conclude such a thing. They are loyal to you and the kingdom, and their strength is unparalleled in this sea. There is no one who can challenge the power you entrusted to them." Sterry pondered for a moment, his brows furrowed. "You might be right," he finally admitted, the fury slowly giving way to a more contemplative expression. "They would never betray me or let a bunch of pirates prevail over them." "Yes, my king," the steward agreed. "It's possible they encountered some communication mishap. They are skilled and loyal. I'm sure they will return soon with news of success." King Sterry nodded, appearing, for a moment, calmer and more reflective. However, the shadow of concern still hung over him, knowing that future events could shape the destiny of his kingdom irrevocably. Suddenly, everyone in the audience chamber was startled by the familiar "pero, pero, pero" echoing from a corner of the room. It was the characteristic sound of den den mushi, the snails used as phones in this vast and intriguing world. "Finally, are they in contact because they have the mermaid?" Sterry exclaimed, his voice laden with expectation, while his gaze fixed on the den den mushi. His hand reached eagerly towards the device, as if wanting to grasp the news with his own hands. The persistent sound of pero 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 continued filling the room with an aura of anticipation. The courtiers and advisors present could barely contain their emotions, whispering to each other with looks of expectation. Then, the sound of the den mushi was abruptly interrupted by an audible thud. Catcha! Silence fell over the room, and everyone prepared to hear the awaited news. Are you the king of the Goa Kingdom? The unfamiliar voice sounded from the other end of the connection, defiant and undisturbed. The room quickly plunged into a strange and ominous atmosphere, with the attentive eyes of the courtiers fixed on King Sterry. The monarch's hopes, which had been raised with the possibility of good news, were shaken by this unexpected response. His fingers clenched tightly on the ebony throne as he struggled to contain the tension that seized him, leaving him tense and filled with countless questions. Who are you, cursed one? Sterry roared at the unknown, his voice echoing through the luxurious hall, shattering all his expectations of favorable news. His face twisted in an expression of fury and challenge. I am Monkey D. Luffy, the captain of the mermaid you are trying to capture, Luffy responded calmly, challenging the Goa King with his fearless voice. You damn pirate and insolent. Hand over that mermaid for your own good. Sterry vociferated, his voice laden with authority. What are you threatening me based on? If you think a bunch of knights can stop us, you're deeply mistaken, Luffy retorted, maintaining his calm as he defied the Goa King. I am the king of Goa. Do not insult me, pirate. Sterry insisted, his unyielding arrogance despite Luffy's challenging presence. What happened to the Lord Commander and the others? Sterry questioned again, his expression revealing genuine concern for his knights whom he had spent a fortune cultivating. They are all dead. Luffy's response came like a sharp blade, cutting through the tense air of the room. You wretch, I will hunt you down, Sterry declared with determination, his voice turning into thunder that echoed through the hall. Don't worry, I'll save you some time. I'm coming to your kingdom right now. The pirate responded with a sinister promise, leaving a heavy silence hanging over the room as the darkness of uncertainty loomed over the future. Catcha, as soon as the snail device was disconnected, a momentary silence fell over the palace's audience chamber. Sterry, like the courtiers and advisors, held his breath, aware that a storm was approaching. It was at that exact moment that the clear sound of the city bells began to echo through the palace corridors, breaking the silence with palpable urgency. Sterry felt a shiver run down his spine as the bells, located in the church towers, in the squares, and at various points in the city, rang with a rapid and frenetic cadence. It seemed as if the bells themselves had been awakened by a signal of imminent danger right after Luffy ended the conversation. The sound of the bells spread through the streets of Goa City, interrupting the daily activities of the people. Sterry watched from one of the palace windows, surprised and apprehensive, as residents near the church towers looked up, like him, perplexed by the sudden cacophony. The tolling of the bells acted as a citywide alert in Goa. Inhabitants rushed to their homes, shops were hastily closed, and soldiers prepared to face the approaching danger. Sterry felt the weight of duty and responsibility as the king of Goa, with the city on the brink of confronting an unknown and threatening challenge. What is this? Sterry shouted, his voice echoing through the hall, his eyes widening in surprise and alarm. Your Majesty! A knight hurriedly entered the room, his expression palpably panicked. A pirate ship is approaching the kingdom. It's the dreadful Straw Hats. King Sterry swallowed hard, the news hitting him like a lightning bolt. What? Are they really here to threaten me? His voice trembled with anxiety and fear, while his fists clenched tightly on the throne. Arrest them. Do not let them approach the palace at any cost. Sterry was hysterical at that moment, his words coming out with a tone of desperate command. He knew that the imminent threat from the Straw Hat Pirates jeopardized not only his kingdom but also his own power and safety. The soldiers and knights present in the room quickly moved, obeying their king's order. Commotion and tension filled the air as everyone prepared for the pirates' imminent invasion. The palace was now at the epicenter of an impending crisis, and Sterry's determination was the only thing keeping him steadfast on the throne as danger approached. Meanwhile, aboard the pirate ship approaching the island, The Straw Hats observed the kingdom of Goa with surprising indifference. "Is this your kingdom? It's not bad," Nami commented casually, casting an interested glance over the unfolding landscape. It was her first time here, just like everyone else. The picturesque houses and buildings spread across the city, adorned with elegant architecture and vibrant colors. "I never lived there. I lived with bandits in those mountains over there." Luffy pointed to the other side, indicating the mountains surrounding the kingdom, reminiscing about his childhood days in the nearby forests. "I see. This kingdom seems quite beautiful," Usopp observed, remaining calm next to his scope. "When I was younger, I used to steal in that city with my brothers." Luffy smiled nostalgically, his eyes recalling the mischief of his youth. "You have brothers, Luffy-sama?" Shirahoshi asked curiously. "I have 3 of them, even if some aren't blood-related," Luffy commented, thinking of his childhood and his fellow troublemakers. 3? I only knew Ace," Yamato murmured, surprised by the revelation. "Anyway, it seems like we're causing quite a stir," Zoro interrupted, not hiding his excitement as he watched the city become a frenzy of activity as they approached. In the city, the bells echoed through the air, a shrill and urgent sound cutting through the panic taking hold of the streets. The clamor of the bells reverberated in every corner like a desperate call to the population. People ran in all directions, their expressions of fear and uncertainty reflected in the deserted streets. Shops were hastily closed, merchants abandoned their stalls, and children were pulled indoors by worried parents. The kingdom of Goa was in a state of turmoil, and the sense of alarm hung in the air like a dark cloud. While the inhabitants panicked, the Straw Hats remained calm, their expressions maintaining the indifference of experienced pirates. To them, the city's commotion was just confirmation that their plan was working. They knew that the Kingdom of Goa would be the next target of their plunder, and the population's anxiety would only ease their way. At the port, a crowd of soldiers gathered, preparing to face the imminent threat. Armor glistened in the sun, and spears were raised in preparation for battle. Panic was spreading like an uncontrolled fire, and the fate of the Kingdom of Goa hung by a thread as they awaited the arrival of the pirates. "Looks like they want to greet us," Luffy commanded with a mischievous smile. "Let's return the favor." Usopp and Shirahoshi, aim for that port. The duo quickly headed for the shooting cabins inside the ship, ready to cause more chaos. "You really don't miss a chance to cause chaos, do you?" Nojiko commented, observing Luffy's tranquility. "What can I say, we're pirates." Luffy shrugged, wearing a carefree expression as the cannons of his ship prepared to fire. On the deck of the majestic Black Pearl, Usopp and Shirahoshi moved with determination as they headed towards the shooting cabin. The ship, with its aura of pirate power and an intimidating appearance, hovered over the sea with an imposing presence. Inside the shooting cabin, the atmosphere was high-tech. Control panels gleamed with indicator lights, and a series of joysticks allowed precise control of the cannons. The cannons themselves were a wonder of pirate engineering, equipped with advanced systems that allowed for aim adjustment and automatic loading of cannonballs. Usopp, with his fearless face and eyes shining with excitement, led the way. He skillfully took one of the joysticks, moving it effortlessly to align the cannon's aim ahead. His eyes were fixed on the horizon, where the port of the Kingdom of Goa awaited. With innate skill, he ensured that the aim was perfectly aligned with the target. Shirahoshi, with her gentle yet powerful presence, followed Usopp as if swimming through the air to her own cabin. She observed the control panel with curiosity, fascinated by the technology about to be used. With her delicate touch, she pressed one of the buttons, preparing the cannon for the shot. Her gentle touch was a contrast to the machine's complex mechanics, but it made it clear that she was ready to unleash the action. With a slight nod, Usopp initiated the procedure. The cannon adjusted automatically, moving smoothly thanks to the joystick. With a mechanical hum, the cannonballs were automatically loaded into the artillery. It was evident that the Straw Hats' pirate technology was ready to wreak havoc. As the Black Pearl advanced toward the panicked port of the Kingdom of Goa, Usopp and Shirahoshi used the advanced technology of the cannons to launch an explosive greeting that would shake the foundations of the kingdom and signal the imminent arrival of the Straw Hats. Boom, boom. The first shots echoed through the front of the Black Pearl. The explosions were deafening, shaking the deck forcefully and sending clouds of smoke and debris into the sky. The advanced cannons, with their precise technology, hit the soldiers of the Kingdom of Goa directly positioned in the port. The explosions were surrounded by a bright flash and the thunder of impact. The soldiers, unprepared for the quick and fierce retaliation of the Straw Hats, were thrown to the ground, screaming in agony. "These two are good at shooting," Lami commented as she watched the destruction caused by the cannons. "Keep it up. We'll invade the kingdom as soon as we're done with this group of soldiers," Luffy announced, his voice filled with determination. He didn't hide his intentions to plunder the Kingdom of Goa, making it clear that there would be no mercy. "Are we going to kill innocent people?" Reiju asked, slightly alarmed by the brutality of the action. Luffy quickly corrected, "Don't jump to that kind of conclusion. We don't need to kill to steal, just beat them if they don't want to hand over the treasures." His voice indicated that there was a code of conduct among the Straw Hats, even when they were about to pillage the kingdom. While the port was in flames, the Black Pearl continued to approach with its destructive arsenal, leaving a trail of chaos and destruction in its wake, preparing for its imminent invasion. Chapter 79, Plundering the Goa Kingdom 2. Chapter size, 1758 words. Third-person POV Goa Kingdom, East Blue. As the sun set on the horizon, casting a spectacle of golden and reddish hues across the sea, the port of the Goa Kingdom was shrouded in a fog of smoke and chaos. The Black Pearl, the proud pirate ship of the Straw Hats, had unleashed a devastating bombardment that had turned the once peaceful port into a scene of destruction. The cannons of the Black Pearl roared like beasts, launching salvos of explosive projectiles that erupted in flames and smoke. Once untouched buildings were reduced to rubble, while anchored ships were ablaze, their structures burning in a terrifying display. The imposing arrival of the Black Pearl had instilled panic, and local residents and soldiers were in full retreat. The port, once a site of tranquil commerce, was now ablaze and in chaos, with the sea waters reflecting the destruction the pirate ship had unleashed. The deafening noise of the cannons was replaced by the crackling of flames and the screams of people running for cover. The scene bore witness to the brutality of the imminent invasion by the Straw Hats, as the Black Pearl remained anchored in the center of the chaos, ready for the next phase of its attack. With the smoke and chaos of the port bombardment as a backdrop, Luffy disembarked from the Black Pearl alongside Yamato, Nami, Lami, Reiju, and Zoro. The ship's deck was warm beneath their feet, and the atmosphere was electrically charged with anticipation. Luffy quickly glanced over his team. Trusting that the comrades left behind on the ship were dealing with the kingdom's forces in the port, he knew he could rely on their skills, allowing the group to advance to the next phase of the operation. Shirahoshi, with her gentle eyes and kind personality, approached the captain with a determined expression. "Let me go too, Luffy-sama," she requested with a touch of anxiety in her voice. Luffy nodded, understanding the need to keep her protected. "All right, but stay with me the whole time," he ordered, ensuring that Shirahoshi was under his direct protection as they faced the Goa Kingdom and its defiant king. The group of 7 advanced through the tumultuous streets of the Goa Kingdom. Shirahoshi, determined to see the city, rode on Luffy's back. Her kind and concerned gaze mixed with determination as she observed the destruction caused by the port bombardment. Luffy led the way, his determined expression as he headed toward the city center, where the imposing castle of the king stood. The rest of the group followed, staying alert as they watched the panic unfold around them. People in the streets were in a state of panic, their voices exuding fear and uncertainty. The nobles walking the streets of the Goa Kingdom were dressed in extravagant and ostentatious attire, an effort to display their status and wealth. Their clothing reflected the opulence that the reign of Goa represented, as Luffy recalled from his memories. Nobles always wore clothes made of fine and luxurious fabrics, often adorned with expensive jewels and elaborate details. Many of them flaunted flowing cloaks that trailed to the ground, with gold and silver embroideries shining in the light of the setting sun. Previously, these nobles paraded through these streets, their pomp and display of wealth starkly contrasting with the chaotic situation that the invasion of the Straw Hats had created. Now, they seemed like frightened rabbits, their expensive clothes not enough to mask the restlessness and fear hanging in the air. As the group passed by, words of disdain and hostility were thrown their way. Accursed pirates! Go away, you scum! Do you have any idea what you're doing? Robbing a kingdom? Luffy commanded, recognizing that confronting the hostile crowd directly was unnecessary. Nami assumed a defensive stance at this point, gracefully channeling her wind powers. She created a swirl of gray and green wind in her hand. This cyclone of air was unleashed over the tumultuous crowd, acting as an effective hurricane that pushed away the hostile protesters. The wind, under Nami's controlled force, swept through the streets, lifting the protesters off the ground and tossing them away, unable to resist the fury of the storm. Ah! Help! Screams and pleas echoed as people were uprooted from the ground. Although the impact was powerful, most would survive the fall. The wind explosion not only startled the hostile noble protesters, but also the rest of the population, who watched the display of power with astonishment and fear. Witnessing wind manipulated by a devil fruit, people began running in shock and horror, fearing the presence of the dreaded pirates. With the path temporarily cleared, the Straw Hats continued their journey towards the castle of the King of Goa. After dispersing the hostile crowd, the path to the royal palace became notably easier. On the horizon, the grandiose Goa castle began to emerge, imposing and majestic, contrasting with the turmoil unfolding in the city's streets. When they finally spotted the castle's entrance, they were surprised to see a massive wall separating the castle from the city. This obstacle only confirmed the careful and defensive nature of the Goa kings. Lami commented, "Kings are quite cautious, aren't they?" Luffy nodded. "True, but nothing we can't handle." At that moment, one of the 200 guards stationed in front of the castle stood out, shouting accusations against the intruders. "Pirates, do you have any idea what you're doing?" Luffy sighed, recognizing the cliché of the situation. He glanced at his companions, assessing the determination in their eyes. "Do you want to end this?" Luffy asked. "Of course," Zoro replied, drawing his sword from his waist with a determined expression. "That's easy," Lami commented, eager to join the action and prove her skill. Reiju, with a shrewd smile, suggested, "You can stay with the captain. We can handle them without you." Lami raised an eyebrow, surprised by the proposal. "Huh. I thought you would be the one to step aside." Reiju chuckled softly. "How about a competition? This will prove I'm better than you." Lami accepted the challenge, facing Reiju with determination. "So, who takes down more? Let's see if you're really useful, my rival." Reiju and Lami quickly advanced toward the 200 soldiers positioned in front of them. Both women were determined to showcase their skills and prove who was the better fighter. Reiju demonstrated her unique agility by launching a series of devastating kicks executed with grace and precision. Her movements were a dance of destruction as she neutralized opponents with her agile and powerful legs. Lami, on the other hand, brandished her sword and invoked the powers of her devil fruit, the Op no Mi. With a single movement, she altered the space around her and delivered swift, precise strikes, cutting through the space in front of her and creating invisible blades that affected the soldiers. Her combination of fencing skills and spatial manipulation made her a formidable opponent. The competition between the two was fierce, with Reiju showcasing her prowess with lethal kicks similar to Sanji's fighting style, while Lami exerted her mastery over the Op no Mi and her sword skills. Each sought to outdo the other, and the count of fallen soldiers remained balanced as the fight continued. "Ichiwai, wait for me," Zoro exclaimed with a touch of anger in his voice, frustrated at being left out and eager to show his own skill. Reiju and Lami continued their intense competition, demonstrating their abilities with each bold move. The scene around them was filled with incapacitated soldiers, many still trying to recover from Reiju's powerful kicks and Lami's precise attacks. Spectators, including the other Straw Hat members, watched in admiration as the two women fought, driven by their fierce rivalry. Shirahoshi, watching the scenes on Luffy's back, exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Lami-sama and Reiju-sama are so competitive." Luffy, still somewhat perplexed by the intensity of the competition between the two, commented, "Something like that." Yamato, beside Luffy, asked, "What do we do now?" Luffy responded with determination, "Let's see the king. They're already dealing with all the enemies." Nami, excited about the prospect of looting the royal palace, commented eagerly, "Let's go. I can't wait to check out the treasures in that palace." As they advanced along the path dotted with incapacitated soldiers, it became evident that the competition between Lami and Reiju had wreaked considerable havoc on the palace guard. The ground was littered with fallen men, primarily due to the rivalry between the two women, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Luffy entered the palace with calm confidence, moving through the corridors now populated by knocked-out soldiers. The interior of the palace seemed like an extension of his home, filled with grandeur and opulence. Shirahoshi, noting the resemblance between royal palaces and her home in the deep sea, commented with a touch of surprise, "It looks like my home." Nami, following closely, pondered the repetitive nature of royal palaces. "I believe all kings have castles that resemble each other." Yamato, however, found a notable difference between the royal castle and the residence of her adoptive father, Kaido. In a murmur, she expressed her opinion, "Doesn't look anything like the old man's castle." Bastard. Shirahoshi's curiosity was piqued, and she asked with interest, "I still wonder who this old bastard is that Yamato always talks about." Luffy, avoiding going into details on the matter, changed the subject and directed his attention to a large door rising before them. It was evident that this door led to the audience chamber of the King of Goa. Before the imposing door, Luffy focused his energy, and purple flames began to dance around his hand. His fist turned into a blazing torrent of amethyst flames, enveloping it in a threatening aura. With a determined look, Luffy muttered to himself, "It's time to face this bastard king." The purple flames flickered, illuminating the dark corridor as Luffy pushed open the palace doors, ready for the confrontation that would change the Kingdom of Goa. Chapter 80. Plundering the Goa Kingdom 3. Chapter size, 2,574 words. Third-person POV Kingdom of Goa, East Blue. In the heart of the Goa Palace, the majestic throne room stood imposingly, waiting to house a strong and powerful monarch who would lead his subjects with unwavering authority. However, instead, a frightened young king occupied the throne, shouting orders incessantly. "What do these pirates think they're doing, invading my kingdom? This is an outrage. Guards, protect my treasure at all costs. No matter what happens, do not let them get close to it. My own well-being is at stake here. These soldiers are expendable. They are here to protect me, after all. You soldiers are useless. Why aren't you doing anything to stop these pirates? These damn pirates. They have no respect for royalty. They're about to destroy my kingdom. Go! And these pirates. Don't let them reach the palace." "Your Grace, the pirates are already here," said a soldier, trying to keep calm. "Useless. You can't let them reach the throne. And my life is more important. You must protect it." The king was visibly terrified, his pale face reflecting the fear consuming him with every word that escaped his mouth. The soldier's words had caused his courage to crumble, and he trembled on his throne. "Please, sir, we must find a way out of this situation," pleaded a noble, bowing before the king. "They're about to enter the palace. We must consider surrender." Another noble, even more distressed, joined in the plea. "King, please, think of our lives and the safety of the kingdom. Don't let your pride lead us to destruction." He was about to respond to his subjects, but the brief, tense moment that had previously dominated the throne room was abruptly shattered, giving way to something much more terrifying. A deafening roar echoed through the chambers, making the chandeliers sway and the tapestries flutter, as if the very room were writhing in fear. The massive door guarding the entrance to the throne room was being brutally attacked. At the epicenter of this chaos was Monkey D. Luffy, the imposing figure leading the invasion of the Kingdom of Goa. His face, now stern and mature, radiated fierce determination, and the amethyst flames enveloping his left fist intensified with each passing second. With a powerful strike, Luffy shattered the door in an explosion of wood and iron. Fragments flew through the air, filling the room with a cloud of dust, as if destiny itself were being challenged. Now, the throne room was vulnerable, and the impending confrontation was about to begin. Luffy was determined to face the King of Goa and claim what he believed was rightfully his. Boom. The door exploded with undeniable violence, shattering into pieces that scattered through the air. Smoke and dust filled the air, momentarily obscuring everyone's vision. As the mist of debris settled, Luffy entered the throne room, accompanied by Shirahoshi and the other members of his group. The impact of the pirates' entrance was immediately felt, leaving King Sterry in panic and horror at what was happening in his own palace. In the throne room, Luffy saw Sterry, who was seated in the main chair, his expression betraying all the fear consuming him. Beside him, a noble-looking blonde woman seemed equally surprised and concerned. Ministers and high nobles clustered around them, surrounded by what seemed to be royal guards, all of them now facing the pirates' invasion. King Sterry. Luffy spoke amicably, displaying a smile that couldn't hide his defiant intent. Luffy approached Sterry, his gaze serious and determined. The king, though terrified, still tried to maintain a facade of arrogance. "What do you think you're doing, pirate?" Sterry tried to keep his voice steady despite the evident fear in his eyes. Luffy wasted no time on empty words. "I'm here to teach you a lesson. You can't just steal people and sell them as slaves, especially not my own people." The king nervously chuckled. "You don't understand, pirate. The mermaid is worth a fortune. I was only thinking of the good of my kingdom." Luffy tightened. The fist wrapped in amethyst flames, causing the purple glow to intensify. "Money is not an excuse for what you've done. Shirahoshi is not a commodity, and I won't allow you to hurt her." Sterry swallowed hard, feeling the weight of the situation bearing down on him. "What are you going to do?" Luffy looked at the king seriously. "I'm going to show you what happens when someone messes with the people I love." "You, pirate, do you know what you're doing?" Sterry shouted in panic. "You know, Sterry," Luffy commented as he walked with the women behind him, "I've always wanted to meet you. You have such a ridiculous face." "Who are you to speak of the king, scum?" The woman next to him arrogantly shouted. "What can I say? Always wanted to meet Sabo's brother." Luffy said, "Sabo? That unworthy? You knew that scum. Why should I be surprised? Good riddance that he died horribly," he said with arrogance and madness. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the throne room. "Ah! Your Majesty, King Sterry. How dare you shoot a king, pirate? It hurts, my shoulder hurts. Someone make the pain stop." Sterry screamed like a wounded animal, his face contorted in agony. Luffy quickly drew his weapon and shot the man when he uttered those arrogant words about Sabo. The bullet hit the king in the shoulder, making him scream even louder as he fell to the ground with a bleeding wound. Luffy felt his anger grow exponentially upon hearing Sterry's disdainful words. It was thanks to this little shit and his parents that Sabo had to run away. He thought with fury, all the memories and emotions of his past life flooding into him at that moment. His hatred for Sterry intensified even more, and hearing the king speak of Sabo in such a disrespectful manner infuriated him deeply. "Look, I don't care if you're a king. You should know we're pirates, and we do what we want. You should be aware of that when you sent your dogs after us." Luffy spoke, his usual challenging smile replaced by a serious and relentless look. "Stop, you don't know who you're dealing with. That mermaid on your back is being sought by someone I can't refuse, and you definitely won't be able to fight." Sterry retorted, a hint of arrogance in his voice. Luffy raised an eyebrow. "Oh, then tell me, who could be so dangerous as to want my comrades?" he asked calmly, staring at the king with determination. Sterry clenched his fists before revealing the dreaded name. Those whom no one in this world can refuse, a celestial dragon. He shouted, and the mere mention of the name made Shirahoshi and Nami shudder in fear. Memories of the oppression and cruelty of the world nobles echoed in their minds. Shirahoshi, in particular, knew deeply what it meant to be a mermaid princess in a world where the world nobles considered humans as mere disposable toys. Shirahoshi held Luffy's hand firmly, and he noticed it. A celestial dragon? Luffy repeated the name with a hint of surprise. Do you think that scares me, King? No matter who it is, no one touches the people I care about.
Sterry tried to
regain some composure. You're a fool, if you knew what they are capable of. Luffy interrupted him with a sardonic laugh. I don't care what they're capable of. If they want to fight, they'll get a fight, and it won't end well for them. Shirahoshi squeezed Luffy's hand. Please, don't do anything reckless. Luffy looked at her with a reassuring look. I'll protect you, Shirahoshi. No one will hurt you. Nami, who had been silent until then, added firmly beside the trembling mermaid, they don't know who they're messing with. They'll regret challenging us. Trust Luffy. Feeling Shirahoshi tremble, Luffy began to seethe with rage at Sterry's threat. Do you understand that, pirate? You can't refuse a world noble. He wants that mermaid, and you will hand her over. Sterry screamed like a madman. Luffy stared at him with indifferent eyes. You have no idea of the power of the world nobles, pirate. They rule the world, and when they find out you dared to interfere in their affairs, they'll come after you with all their might. Do you think you can face the world nobles and win? They have entire armies at their disposal. If you oppose them, your crew and everyone you love will be in danger. Just hand over the mermaid, Luffy. It's the only way to avoid the wrath of the world nobles. You don't want to find out what happens when they get angry. You are destined to bow before the celestial dragons. Yes, and I will become one of them one day, and everyone in this world will kneel at my feet. Sterry had always nurtured the dream of becoming a world noble, maintaining contact with them and doing favors to gain influence. The mermaid in the room represented a great opportunity for him to secure some favors. Ha 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 ha. You can't even touch me anymore because I'm being protected by a world noble. You, your home, and your family will be condemned for defying a world noble.
You.
Bang! A gunshot echoed in the room, leaving everyone in shock. The dust still hung in the air when Sterry screamed in pain. H. My shoulder. The atmosphere in the throne room became even more tense, and everyone was petrified by the turn of events. This can't be happening. A shaky voice came from the king's lips. The rest of those present in the throne room were in shock. Some looked at Sterry, while others stared at Luffy with a mix of fear and bewilderment. Shirahoshi, still trembling and frightened, hugged herself tightly. She couldn't believe what was happening. King Sterry. A voice among the crowd finally broke the silence. It was one of the ministers, one of the few who had kept his composure throughout the entire situation. You made a terrible mistake. The minister looked at Sterry disapprovingly. You shouldn't have provoked one of the Straw Hat Pirates, especially not Captain Luffy. Luffy remained silent, keeping his gaze fixed on the king. His expression was dark, and everyone in the room could feel the intensity of his anger. You'll pay for this, Luffy said finally, his voice laden with seriousness. Sterry, lying on the ground with his bleeding shoulder, realized he was in a desperate situation. He had completely underestimated the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, and now his fate was in the hands of a man he had angered. Yamato, take Shirahoshi. Luffy requested seriously, and the mermaid had to reluctantly get off Luffy's back. Luffy began to walk toward the fallen king at the feet of the throne, both shoulders bleeding, groaning in pain, and being helped by his subjects. As Luffy advanced, everyone made way with evident fear in their eyes. No one wanted to face that fierce gaze of the captain, as it indicated that he would kill anyone there. The air was charged with tension, and the throne room seemed smaller as Luffy approached Sterry, whose face was pale with terror. As Luffy advanced towards Sterry, he uttered words of determination and challenge with every step he took. His gaze was piercing and fierce as he approached the fallen king. "You thought I would be afraid of the celestial dragons? I'm not afraid of anything, Sterry," Luffy declared firmly, his voice echoing through the throne room. "Not even the world nobles can make me back down."
And you.
"You made a mistake, thinking you could harm those I love." Every word that escaped Luffy's lips was loaded with fierce determination. He left no room for doubt. He was willing to employ all his strength to protect his friends and seek revenge for the injustice they had suffered. Sterry, cornered and wounded, faced the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates with a mix of fear and remorse, realizing he had gravely underestimated his opponent. "You know, even if the whole world is in flames, I'll protect my people," Luffy declared with conviction, feeling an uncontrollable power growing within him. He immediately identified the nature of this power and did his best to keep it under control, fearing it would cause a collapse in the room. However, a wave of energy burst from him, affecting everyone present. Fortunately, Luffy managed to prevent most from fainting, but a mysterious shockwave swept through the environment, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Those who were still conscious saw their knees weaken, some of them collapsing on the floor, while others recoiled in fear. "Haushika-haki," Yamato exclaimed, surprised by what was happening. "I managed to control it a bit," Luffy murmured to himself, making a conscious effort to suppress the power emanating from him. Here he focused his attention on the King of Goa, relieved to see that he was trembling in fear but still conscious. To Luffy, killing someone unconscious was not something he would do, even when it came to the worst enemy. Luffy advanced ruthlessly towards Sterry, his hand holding the gun with determination. The nobles, who until then had been on the king's side and hadn't fainted, still able to move, retreated in fear before the imminent threat. Luffy's eyes were fixed on the fallen king, and he aimed the gun directly at Sterry, keeping him in his sights. Each step of Luffy echoed in the throne room like a sentence of condemnation, a sound that seemed to decide Sterry's fate. The silence that hung in the air was interrupted only by the groans of pain from the wounded king. Luffy advanced, his determined gaze fixed on the fallen king, while he held the gun firmly.
"Wait."
Monkey D. Garp was born on this island. "If you're not afraid of the celestial dragons, know that killing me will make the hero of the Marines hunt you down." Sterry shouted in despair, trying to play any card that might be at his disposal. He was an arrogant king, confident in his position, but now he was completely vulnerable. "Funny, my name is Monkey D. Luffy. You know what that means, Sterry?" Luffy smiled with dark humor, leaving everyone in the room intrigued and eager to understand the connection between the two names. The pieces of the puzzle began to fit in the minds of those present. "Unfortunately for you, not even my grandfather can stop me from putting a bullet in your head." Luffy's voice was calm and cold, contrasting with the emotional turmoil Sterry was feeling.
"Wait."
Bang! Thus, in an instant, Luffy pulled the trigger, and the sound echoed through the room as the bullet found its target. Sterry, the King of Goa, fell, his arrogance and power now useless in the face of the ruthless justice of the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. The ensuing silence was deafening as everyone absorbed the brutal reality of the situation. Chapter 81. Plundering the Goa Kingdom 4. Chapter size. 1948 words. Third-person POV Goa Kingdom, East Blue. The nobles and soldiers still conscious in the throne room of Goa stared at the scene before them, letting silence dictate the narrative. Their faces revealed a mix of shock, fear, and disbelief at the sudden turn of events. Some wore expressions of pure astonishment, with wide eyes and slightly open mouths, as if they couldn't believe what their eyes were witnessing. Others appeared apprehensive, sweat starting to bead on their foreheads as they grasped the magnitude of the situation. And there were those whose features showed pure indignation, as if confronting a king were an unacceptable crime, but reality had forced them to face this new dynamic. All of them envied their colleagues who had fainted from Luffy's aura, sparing them from witnessing the scene that would haunt everyone for the rest of their lives. The atmosphere in the room was tense, Where there had been arrogance and superiority, there was now a sense of vulnerability. No one dared to utter a word, fearing to unleash the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates' wrath even further. They were silent witnesses to a revolution that had completely transformed the situation, and there was nothing they could do to reverse what was happening. The nobles gazed at Sterry's body, lying on the floor like a felled animal, unable to hide the incredulity and fear in their eyes. A collective whisper began to rise in the room as they exchanged hushed words. "The king. Is he dead? It can't be. How did this happen so quickly? The captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. He really killed our king. I can't believe what my eyes are seeing. Our king. This can't be happening. He was our ruler, and now he's dead, like anyone else. These pirates, they are dethroning us." The room was immersed in a mixture of shock and terror as the nobles processed the reality that their king was dead, and a group of invading pirates was now in control of their fate. It was an unthinkable and terrifying twist for those who once considered themselves untouchable and powerful. Luffy looked at the petrified nobles, his eyes cold and determined, leaving no doubt about his intention. However, surprising everyone in the room, he asked a polite, albeit authoritative, question. "Can you tell me where the treasure room of this palace is?" The nobles, in shock over the death of their king, exchanged glances and stuttered in response. It's in the basement, down the corridor to the left." Luffy nodded with a head gesture and turned to his crew, particularly to Nami, with a determined look. "Nami, go to the treasure room and see what valuable items we can take. Yamato, help her break into the safe." The women nodded at Luffy's words. Nami and Yamato quickly headed towards the treasure. Meanwhile, Luffy took the mermaid and turned his attention to the guards still in the room, terrified. "Soldiers, clean the king's body from here and the dirty floor," Luffy said. The nobles and soldiers, still in shock, hesitated for a moment. However, Luffy's firm and resolute gaze made it clear that he was not someone to be challenged. Finally, one of the bravest nobles decided to take the lead. "Come on, we'll all help remove the body," he said to the other nobles and soldiers, who nodded in agreement. Together, they approached the body of the former King Sterry and began to move it carefully, taking it out of the throne room. Others grabbed mops and began to clean the floor where Sterry had fallen. "You must be tired, princess. Come, let's sit and wait for the others," Luffy simply said before starting to walk. After the place was clean and Sterry's body removed, Luffy walked to the vacant throne. He looked at the majestic royal chair for a moment, contemplating the irony of his situation. Then, he calmly sat on the throne before turning his eyes to everyone in the room. Shirahoshi, who was beside him, climbed onto Luffy's lap and hugged him with a shy yet grateful look. The mermaid princess felt secure in the captain's arms, and her expression showed the trust she placed in him. While Luffy looked at the nobles and soldiers, they had no choice but to watch in silence. The throne room now belonged to the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, and the sight of Luffy sitting on the royal throne of Goa with a mermaid in his lap seemed like a representation of power and audacity. Luffy reflected on what they would call him now, his name echoing throughout the world after this audacious act. What would they call me now? Luffy pondered, his mind filled with thoughts on how the world would react to this act. Hero, villain, usurper, kingslayer, demon? I guess I'll find out soon. While the nobles and soldiers watched with eyes full of fear, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates was determined to move forward, no matter what name the world chose to give him. Luffy looked at Shirahoshi and smiled, feeling more determined than ever to protect those he loved and seek revenge against those responsible for trying to steal the mermaid princess from him. Shirahoshi's eyes met his, and in her gaze, there was a mix of gratitude and trust. Shirahoshi was experiencing a whirlwind of emotions, and what intrigued her the most was the strange feeling growing inside her. She didn't have much understanding of what love was, as her life had been mainly confined to the Ryugu Palace, and she had never had the opportunity to engage in personal relationships. While hugging Luffy and looking into his eyes, she felt warm inside and happy, but at the same time, Her lack of knowledge about her own emotions left her confused. It was as if her heart was speaking a language she didn't fully understand, but she knew it was something special and intense. While Luffy was sitting on the throne with Shirahoshi on his lap, the door of the throne room opened abruptly, revealing Lami, Reiju, and Zoro entering the room. Their expressions ranged from surprise to confusion at seeing Luffy on the throne of the Goa King with a mermaid in his lap. Lami couldn't help but laugh, teasing the situation. "Damn, Luffy, you're really starting a revolution here, aren't you?" Reiju looked at the scene with a mischievous smile. "Oh, it seems our captain found a very interesting way to take the throne and get our hands on our mermaid." Zoro, on the other hand, just shook his head and sighed. "Why am I surprised? This is typical of the captain." Shirahoshi blushed, while Luffy just laughed at the companions' reactions. The scene was unexpected, but had certainly brought a touch of humor to the serious situation. And so, the Straw Hat Pirates group proved once again that they were experts at surprising everyone around them. Luffy looked at them and asked with a mischievous smile, "Tell me, who won the competition between you two?" Lami, confident, replied, "Of course, Luffy. I clearly won. I'm the master of the Ope no Mi techniques, and no one can surpass me." Reiju didn't let that pass, teasing Lami. "No one can surpass? Please, Lami, even your eyebrows are darker than your skills." "I won." Lami laughed. "Oh, Reiju, at least my eyebrows are natural, unlike yours, which seem to have been done by a distracted painter." Reiju laughed mockingly and replied with a touch of sarcasm. "Well, at least my eyebrows don't look like they were attacked by a gang of crows, Lami. Do all the crows in the world love your gothic style?" Lami rolled her eyes and mocked, "Better crows than eyebrows worthy of a bygone century." Reiju retorted with a smug smile, "At least my style doesn't look like I'm about to lead a secret cult." Silence hung for a moment until Luffy's voice roared in a threatening tone. "Silence. Your king demands order." The room trembled under the weight of his voice, amplified by his Moa no Mi ability. "Always wanted to do that," Luffy murmured before facing the nobles who were watching him attentively. "This kingdom has already been conquered, and my revenge has been consummated. I leave a warning to the whole world. I don't care who you are, if you try to harm my people, I will retaliate. Now, ministers, spread the order that all kingdom soldiers must surrender and stop attacking," announced Luffy with authority. One of the nobles nodded in fear and quickly left the room. Everyone who had fallen before was already conscious, but seeing Luffy sitting on the throne in front of them meant one thing, when Sterry was no longer in their sight. "Let's head to the treasure now. I want to see how much gold is in there, and Nami and Yamato should be breaking the vault at this moment," declared Luffy. He left the room, accompanied by a terrified minister who had no choice but to guide him to the castle's vault. As they walked through the corridors and descended into the basement, the sound of explosions echoed, indicating that Yamato was breaking the vault under Nami's guidance, who knew the weaknesses of the armored box as well. Inside the castle's vault, an unimaginable wealth awaited the Straw Hat Pirates crew. Luffy and some of his companions were left speechless before the pile of gold, jewels, and treasures of all kinds. The shine and reflection of precious gems filled the place, casting fascinating glimmers of light on the walls and ceiling. Nami was particularly enchanted, as her eyes gleamed with greed while assessing the fortune unfolding before her. Zoro watched with a serious look, perhaps imagining new swords and high-quality equipment to add to his collection. Shirahoshi, who was in Luffy's arms, observed the treasure with curiosity, as it was a completely new sight for her, coming from the deep-sea kingdom. Yamato looked at the treasure disinterestedly. Lami, on the other hand, only cast a brief glance at the treasure and lost interest, returning to focus on other matters of her personal interest, while Reiju did the same. Luffy, on his part, smiled with satisfaction as he contemplated the treasure, ready to add more money to the system. Luffy then announced enthusiastically, "Everyone, before we take everything, you can grab whatever you want. Whatever shines and catches your eye, it's yours." Nami wasted no time and began examining stacks of gold coins and jewels, choosing some of the most precious gems and stacking them in a bag. Zoro picked up a sword that looked especially sharp and well-crafted, swinging it to feel the perfect weight in his hands. Shirahoshi, fascinated by all the colors and shines, chose a series of pearls and shells that seemed tailor-made for her. Yamato stood by her side, uninterested in the treasure, but happy to see her so amazed. Lami and Reiju briefly looked at the treasures, but soon got distracted by their own activities, as material wealth was not their main focus. Luffy waited patiently as his friends selected their items. Once they were done, he began taking piles of gold coins and jewels and transferring them to his system, using his Mythical Zoan abilities. In no time, everyone had what they wanted, but there were still many stacks of gold remaining. Luffy then took a generous amount and kept it for the others, sucking up all the rest into the system, clearing Goa's national treasure. System. You've just added 4,210,000,000 berries to the store. Chapter 82. The Goa Kingdom 5. Chapter size. 2065 words. Third-person POV Goa Kingdom, East Blue. Goa. A place where peace reigned and the concerns of the world seemed distant. Despite its dark secrets, most people lived well here. But like many stories, calm precedes the storm, and on a day that would be etched in the annals of the island, the kingdom's tranquility was shattered. Until that day, Goa remained untouched by the turbulence that often plagued other lands. Its nobles lived their lives amid luxuries, occasionally drawing the visit of a world noble, while the citizens enjoyed a simple and fulfilling existence. However, after a direct order from the king himself, along with his top warriors, the kingdom plunged into a completely different state than it used to be. The king's order to capture Shirahoshi, a mermaid in a pirate crew in East Blue at the request of a world noble approaching those waters, which should have been a simple capture order handled by trained soldiers who could deal with anyone in East Blue, turned into a unilateral massacre against them, leading to the death of almost the entire elite team when they realized how terrible the force of that crew was. This reckless decision was also the spark that led Luffy to retaliate with an attack on the Goa Kingdom. The captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, driven by his bond with the Mermaid Princess and his unwavering commitment to protect those he loves, unleashed an unprecedented and open attack on Goa. The king's decision provoked the pirates' wrath, marking the beginning of a revolt that would shake the foundations of established power in Goa, ending all the tranquility that existed in this place. The arrival of a figure like Luffy was marked as a day that would be engraved in the annals of history. Monkey D. Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, brought not only the promise of retaliation but also the end of the current regime. He entered the kingdom without anyone being able to stop him, leaving a path of destruction and reaching the king himself without anyone being able to stop him. The story of how this pirate walked to the palace and entered the throne room would be a tale for all the inhabitants of Goa to remember until the end of their lives and pass on to the next generations. Not only would this leave the kingdom shaken, but neighboring places would look on in fright, for a pirate invaded a kingdom and killed its monarch. The world would react to this with shock. Now, with the surrender of the soldiers of the Goa Kingdom and Luffy emptying the national treasury, the atmosphere of this country was laden with tension and uncertainty. The throne room, now under Luffy's control, witnessed the rise of the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates and the fall of the previous regime. Meanwhile, the castle corridors were filled with disoriented nobles and soldiers who surrendered before the overwhelming force of the pirates, eagerly awaiting the next actions of the invading group. In the port, previously hit by the deafening roars of cannons and explosions, chaos had given way to a tense calm as some members of the group waited on the fearsome pirate ship, strongly guarded by the members who remained there. The local residents across the city watched with a mix of fear and disbelief, witnessing the audacity of the pirates who revealed the destruction left by their attack. The booms of cannons and the turmoil now transformed into an unstable calm, even with flames and smoke rising to the skies. The anchored vessels rocked violently, many displaying irreparable damages from the initial assault. From a distance, on one of the mountains surrounding the Kingdom City and the Fusha village, Dayton and his gang of bandits, with their shrewd eyes, witnessed the smoke rising in the city observed from that distance. A mix of concern and curiosity colored their faces as they closely watched the unfolding events, wondering who could make such an
attack.
Back in the tranquil Fusha village, the inhabitants were alarmed and scared at the distant sounds of explosions and cannons. Panic spread like a trail of gunpowder among the villagers as they fearfully watched the horizon, where smoke rose as a sign of disturbance. News of a pirate attack on the heart of the kingdom spread like a wave of uncertainty, leaving everyone in the village anxious about the future of their kingdom and their own lives. Dayton, like the other inhabitants of Fusha, shared the apprehension in the face of the unknown. The restlessness in the air was palpable, yet they were still unaware that the epicenter of this revolt was led by someone they knew well, their former energetic troublemaker, Luffy, and now the feared captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Meanwhile, back in the throne room of the kingdom, with the throne room once again under Luffy's control, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates seated himself on the imposing throne of Goa for the second time after robbing the treasury to finalize his orders. His eyes swept across the room, observing the nobles and soldiers who witnessed the entire scene of his cruelty and those recovering from the impact of the Haushika Haki. The atmosphere was still tense, but Luffy wanted to make his plans clear for this kingdom before leaving the city. Listen up. Luffy raised his voice, projecting an authority that immediately silenced the room. We're not here to destroy this kingdom. Our grievances are with the old regime and its actions against my people. Now that Sterry is out of the way, I want peace and prosperity here. The nobles, still fearful, listened attentively. Yamato, Lamy, Reiju, and Nami stood by Luffy's side, while Shirahoshi continued to sit in Luffy's lap, her tail swaying like a cat receiving affection. Zoro stood apart with a bored look, not wanting to get involved in politics. Ministers, you now answer to me. I want a peaceful transition to a new government, free from an arrogant king. I intend to bring in an ideal candidate to lead this country, where everyone can live in peace. Luffy spoke with conviction, and his words echoed in the throne room. The ministers looked lost, some still uncertain, but Luffy's message was clear. Change was coming. However, some expressed their discontent. Noble 1. Wait a moment. A pirate wanting to put a new king in Goa? This is absurd. Noble 2. How can we trust you? Pirates have no morals or loyalty. Luffy. It's not about me being king. It's about bringing peace and a strong, fair government. I won't stay here ruling over you. I want someone reliable to lead. Noble 3. Who can guarantee that the new leader won't be as bad as the previous one? Luffy. I'll bring in someone powerful, someone with a devil fruit, and who is native to this kingdom. She may not be a noble from a prestigious family like the old monarchs, but she will certainly have power and a good head on her shoulders. The room buzzed with murmurs upon hearing this. The idea of a pirate appointing a leader for Goa, even if he promised not to rule directly, generated suspicion. Who would this chosen one be, and what was the true intention behind this plan of radical change? It was evident that this pirate wanted to put a puppet on the throne. The future of Goa remained uncertain. Luffy didn't care about the skeptical expressions of the nobles. Dealing with politics and the subtleties of government wasn't something he enjoyed, but he recognized the necessity. If his goal was to dominate the seas and bring an era of freedom in his way, he understood that taking on a leadership role was essential and being a political role model. He couldn't simply proclaim a world where everyone was free, as the original Luffy used to say. Now, his words carried the complexity of someone who understood that, to eradicate chaos, some form of order needed to be established. It wouldn't be a tyrannical system, but governance that balanced freedom with responsibility. I appoint the former Prime Minister to take command of the kingdom temporarily and establish order to calm the population. I believe the losses were low, correct? Luffy inquired, seeking to ensure that the chaos that had ensued hadn't caused irreparable damage. His group didn't go around killing people indiscriminately. Although cannon shots caused some casualties, Lamy and Reiju avoided shedding blood inside the castle. You honor me. Only a few soldiers. Your Excellency, Luffy. The middle-aged man bowed his head, aware that he had no choice but to accept the demands of the feared pirate. That's good. I'll leave the center of the kingdom temporarily and plan to spend a few days in Fusha village to find the next monarch. I'll be back with him in the next few days, Luffy announced, lifting the mermaid in his arms as he prepared to leave, the stunned eyes of the room following his movements. Was that it? He comes here, causes chaos, kills our king, steals the entire national treasury, says he'll usurp the throne with a new puppet monarch, gives us orders, and simply leaves. The words resonated in everyone's minds as Luffy exited the room with unsettling calm, leaving behind nobles bewildered by the whirlwind of events that had just unfolded. Luffy, accompanied by his group, left the throne room, leaving behind perplexed nobles and a kingdom on the verge of transformation. As they walked through the castle corridors, each group member shared their impressions of the situation. Are you really going to take the throne? Lami asked, curious. Yes, I've already decided that and other things. Luffy spoke mysteriously, arousing everyone's curiosity. Decided what? Nami looked suspiciously at him. I plan to make Goa my territory, just like Kokoyasi village and Syrup village in the sea. Luffy declared, revealing his greedy plans. You're saying? Nami couldn't contain her astonishment. Yes, I intend to create my own kingdoms and territories in these places, Luffy announced, noting the surprised reaction of some, as two of these places were just ordinary villages, but Luffy had a plan to establish countries. Luffy, you understand how absurd this idea is, Regis spoke as she lit a cigarette. Not to mention that the Marines and the world government will never let this happen, Zoro commented, expressing concern. Ha ha ha, look, I have queens on my ship and a king. Of course, everything will be fine, and even if there is retaliation, we can fight against it, Luffy said, showing his unwavering confidence. Queens and king. Shirahoshi was a bit confused. Of course, Nami and Nojiko are my queens of Kokoyasi. I plan to make Usopp the king of the kingdom that will be created in Syrup, with Kaya by his side. I also have Shirahoshi as the ruler of Fishman Island and Yamato as the future shogun of Wano. Luffy announced, not caring about the impact of these words. Although he could have Goa as his own territory, he made it clear that the monarch wouldn't be on his ship. Shogun of Wano. Yamato couldn't help but exclaim. As they left the castle, the eyes of fallen soldiers and some recovering from their attack turned back in fear to Luffy's group, but no one tried to interrupt their path, knowing they had already lost the battle. The future of Goa was now in the hands of the Straw Hat Pirates, and the journey to establish their own kingdoms was just beginning. Luffy looked at his companions, realizing the surprise stamped on their faces. Before anyone could react, he initiated his transformation. His hair grew rapidly and wings emerged from his back, giving him a majestic and imposing appearance. He simply uttered a few words. I'll go ahead, meet me in Fusha village as soon as I fetch some people, Luffy announced, revealing his audacious intentions. In the blink of an eye, he grabbed Yamato with surprise and flew off, leaving his group stunned by their captain's sudden metamorphosis and flying away with Yamato screaming. The sky witnessed the celestial figure of Monkey D. Luffy. Chapter 83, The Goa Kingdom 6. Chapter size, 18-20 words. Third-person POV Goa Kingdom, East Blue. Above the mountains stood Dayton's refuge and house with her group, witnessing the chaos caused by the sudden attack on the kingdom. All the mountain bandits turned their gaze to the chaos unfolding in the kingdom below. Sitting in her chair in front of her house, Dayton contemplated the horizon, while the events in the country below the mountain were discussed by her fellow bandits. The sound of restless voices permeated the atmosphere. The group of bandits exchanged ideas and concerns about the unfolding events. The news of the invasion led by pirates was not a surprise to the woman leading the bandits, but the audacity of a pirate doing this here was still unbelievable to her. Cully Dayton, a robust and authoritative figure, was leading the conversation at the moment. I've received news of what's happening down there. The Goa Kingdom is turned upside down by a pirate, Dayton said with a serious expression. That's true, boss. It seems like a group of pirates is wreaking havoc, one of the subordinates said. Pirates attacking Monkey D. Garp's Kingdom? That's unbelievable to me still. This place used to be untouchable. Dayton frowned. They're attacking the port. We don't have more news beyond that. Another subordinate murmured. This isn't something that happens every day. We need to stay alert, Dayton complained, crossing her arms. What should we do, boss? A third subordinate asked. First, let's keep an ear to the news. Secondly, we need to ensure Fu Sha is safe. We don't know how this situation might affect us up here. Dayton spoke seriously. And if they come up here, boss? Another member commented. Then, we'll be ready to receive them. Pirates are always a problem, but we'll show them they can't mess around here without facing the consequences of the mountain bandits. Dayton growled with determination. The place echoed with the seriousness of Cully Dayton's words as her subordinates prepared for the upcoming confrontation.
Bum.
While Dayton and her subordinates' discussion intensified in the mountain house, an abrupt explosion echoed in the courtyard nearby. A deafening roar reverberated through the mountain, causing the surrounding trees to shake. The sudden noise of the explosion echoed off the rocky walls, creating a sound wave that spread across the area. Birds, once calm, flew off in fear as dust rose in the air, momentarily obscuring the landscape. The thunderous boom was present, followed by debris flying upward and a dust cloud obscuring the view. What the hell was that? Dayton exclaimed, surprised, abruptly getting up from her chair. The subordinates, once relaxed, now quickly looked around, concerned about what could have caused the explosion. In the middle of the dusty courtyard, Luffy emerged from the wreckage, his wings slowly disappearing. He carried Yamato by the arm, and the scene was surreal for everyone present. Who are you? And what the hell are you doing here? Dayton shouted, furrowing her brow, not recognizing Luffy immediately. Hey, Dayton. It seems my landing was a bit more explosive than expected. Ha 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 ha. Luffy laughed, rising and shaking off the dust, leaving Yamato dazed to the side. Hey, boss, is this Luffy? Our Luffy. One of the bandits shouted incredulously, while others exchanged perplexed looks and murmured among themselves. The unexpected presence of the Straw Hat Pirates' captain turned the courtyard into a whirlwind of surprise and confusion. Dayton frowned, looking closely at Luffy. After a moment of tense silence, she finally exclaimed, "Darn it, you've grown, you brat. How do you look so different after just a few weeks?" She exclaimed with a stunned expression. Hey, Dayton. How's everything here? Luffy smiled, revealing a familiar look of audacity. What the hell are you doing here, Luffy? Dayton asked, still processing the presence of the young man she had known when he was just a turbulent child who set sail almost a month ago. It's a long story, but I needed to stop by. I've got some things to do, and I wanted to see you guys, Luffy replied, maintaining his casual expression. Dayton snorted, mixing surprise with a touch of nostalgia. You've always been trouble, kid. And now it looks like you brought more trouble with you. Who's this? She pointed to Yamato, who was still recovering from the shock. This is Yamato. She's my wife, Luffy introduced, while Yamato straightened up and looked at Dayton for the first time. The once noisy courtyard fell into a perplexed silence. The bandits exchanged incredulous glances as they processed the surprising information. Boss, did I hear right? Luffy got himself a wife. One of the men muttered, barely believing what he was hearing. I can't believe this. The sea really changes a person. But he left almost a month ago. How could this happen? Luffy used to look so silly and mischievous. Now I see he has such a fierce look. He didn't have that many tattoos before or walk around shirtless. Now he even has a woman. Dayton, observing the scene, frowned, processing the drastic changes in her godson. You're saying you have a wife? Dayton shouted, her surprise mixing with a touch of indignation. Actually 3, to be honest, and I plan to increase that number. Luffy replied with a carefree smile, unconcerned with the speculations. Dayton swiftly flew to Luffy, activating a quick movement and pulling his cheeks. You're saying you have 3 wives. What the hell are you up to now, you brat? And what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be out at sea chasing your dream? She shouted as she continued to pull his cheeks, but Luffy seemed undisturbed. I came to attack the kingdom. Look what I did. Haha. Luffy pointed to the smoke lingering in the distance. You're attacking Goa. Do you know what GRP will do when he finds out about this? You won't be able to escape your grandfather's wrath. Dayton was hysterical, unable to believe that the brat was becoming a ruffian, attacking Goa and a womanizer. Ha 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 ha. How funny. Yamato laughed beside him, recovering from the shock of being taken by Luffy and appearing there, finding the situation hilarious. Don't laugh at the situation. Dayton growled at the taller woman, with a comical expression, as the courtyard continued to absorb the surreal twist. Anyway, let's go to Fusha. I want to see Makino, the mayor, and the folks. Let's have a feast, Luffy announced, escaping Dayton's clutches with agility. Don't act like you're here on vacation. Dayton couldn't help but exclaim, expressing her frustration with Luffy's carefree attitude. Luffy shrugged, ignoring Dayton's concerns, and began heading towards the small village below the mountain. Wait, brat. Where do you think you're going? The woman growled, watching Luffy walk away with his mysterious wife. What will we do, boss? We have no choice. Let's follow the brat and see what he plans to do after all this confusion. Dayton had no alternative but to follow Luffy with her companions, her frustration evident from the lack of clear answers about the reasons for the kingdom's attack. Meanwhile, in the village of Fusha, they were gathered at this moment, discussing with concern and suspicion the news of the attack by a terrible pirate group, despite not having knowledge of who the group is. Whoop Slap, Makino, and everyone else murmured among themselves, questioning what could be happening on the other side of the island. The news that pirates were attacking the Goa Kingdom created a tense atmosphere in the village, and nervous glances were exchanged among the residents. Damn pirates. Don't they know they're attacking the hero of the Marine's kingdom? This has never happened before, exclaimed the mayor, indignant. I don't think they saw us here. Makino put her hand on her chin and gave a small smile. Still, that's bold. We should call Garp, said a concerned villager. Tisk, damn pirates. Thank goodness Luffy isn't here anymore, or the brat would run to that place. Didn't you read the newspaper? Luffy has become the most feared pirate in the East Blue. It's true. He even attacked the marine base. He's changed so much. Even his appearance looks a bit different than I remember. Garp will be furious when he reads the newspaper. Stop discussing Luffy. We need to see the situation with the pirates attacking Goa. The mayor tried to return to the main topic. Hey, old man. Huh. Hi, Luffy. Since you said we'll discuss you later, we need to see other important things, like the pirates attacking Goa. But it was me who attacked the kingdom, Luffy announced from a corner. I understand, but I'll have to inform Garp about this. The old man spoke angrily, but noticed something for the first time. Luffy. He looked at Luffy approaching with Yamato and with Dayton and the others behind him. In the square of Fusha, the old mayor gave an incredulous look at Luffy when he appeared accompanied by Yamato and the others. His eyes, initially filled with anger at the news of pirates attacking Goa, now mixed surprise, disbelief, and a touch of recognition. The mayor, who used to see Luffy as a restless young boy running through the streets of the village, was momentarily shocked to see the boy's transformation into a feared pirate. The square of Fusha, which was once filled with tension and murmurs about the pirates, was now silent as all eyes turned to the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy, in his reappearance in the square of Fusha, was almost unrecognizable to those who had last seen him in their foggy memories as an energetic and carefree young boy. What was once an energetic and carefree boy had turned into a man with a fierce and determined look. His stature had increased, making him taller and more imposing. The slim body from before was now covered in striking tattoos. The change was evident in his muscles, which had developed considerably, giving him a noticeably strong physical presence. Even though they had seen his photo in newspapers and wanted posters, seeing Luffy personally like this was difficult to process in their minds. Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, was no longer the innocent boy from Fusha. Now, he was a feared and respected pirate in the sea, whose figure commanded respect and, at the same time, carried an aura of mystery. The fearless look in Luffy's eyes reflected the intensity of his experiences. This physical and personality transformation made it clear that the boy who had once left that village had evolved into a man whose name echoed across the seas and whose fate was intrinsically linked to the course of the Grand Line. Chapter 84, The Goa Kingdom 7. Chapter size, 2,119 words. Third-person POV Goa Kingdom, East Blue. A silence hung over the Fuchsia Square as Luffy, now transformed and imposing, faced the old mayor, Makino, and other villagers. His gaze, once innocent and full of youthful energy, now exhibited a determination and fierceness that didn't go unnoticed. The villagers, in turn, looked at the man before them, processing the transformation Luffy had undergone since the last time they saw him. Surprise and shock painted the faces of those who knew the young and cheerful boy from Fuchsia. The square, once bustling with conversations about pirates and attacks on Goa, was now shrouded in a heavy silence, interrupted only by the subtle sound of waves breaking nearby. Luffy kept his gaze fixed on the familiar faces of the village, awaiting their reaction to the man who had returned after so many changes. The silence persisted, as if each member of that community was processing Luffy's metamorphosis and the implications of this new reality. Despite the initial surprise at Luffy's impressive transformation, the villagers didn't see that change as abnormal or strange. Understanding Luffy's peculiarity since his return to this world, where his physical features and appearance were different, they comprehended that the young man had manifested this specific desire. Despite the radical transformation and the initially peculiar look that Luffy sported, the village people recognized the essence of Monkey D. Luffy, the boy who was born and raised among them. Even in the face of evident changes, familiarity persisted, and they saw beyond appearances, understanding that, deep down, that robust man was still the same Luffy they knew and loved. Makino was the first to react to Luffy's presence in the village, taken aback by the remarkable transformation of the boy. She stared at him for a moment, wide-eyed, before breaking the silence with a mix of surprise and joy. But what? Luffy? Is that really you, Luffy? Makino exclaimed, unable to contain the perplexity in her voice, as she moved away from the crowd to find the boy who left a few weeks ago in pursuit of his dreams at sea. Luffy smiled, and despite his imposing appearance, his expression was the same as always with those he cared about. He could feel all that affection and his own relationships with these people. He waved to Makino, confirming, "Of course, it's me, Makino. I've changed a bit," he said with a smile. "A bit? You're almost unrecognizable," Whoop Slap exclaimed, raising his cane. Luffy approached Makino with a warm hug, momentarily ignoring Whoop Slap's incredulity. Makino, still processing the change in Luffy, responded to the hug with tears of joy in her eyes. "I missed you so much, Luffy. What happened? Where have you been all this time?" Makino asked, pulling back a bit to get a better look at the young man's face. Makino, the journey was amazing, you know? I had some rough times, met fantastic people. And look, now I'm married," Luffy exclaimed, pointing to Yamato by his side. She just cast a calm glance. She didn't make much fuss, after all. She enjoyed Luffy's company and the incredible nights he provided. She ended up accepting the title of wife, especially when she began to feel that strange thing in her heart for the captain, even though sometimes she called him my Toki. Makino, initially surprised by Luffy's revelation about his marriage, ignored Luffy's revelation and the mission to find a new monarch for Goa. She looked at Yamato with a friendly smile. "You got married? That's amazing, Luffy. Is it really true that you're attacking the kingdom?" Luffy scratched his head, trying to explain in a simple way. It's a long story. I came here to change things and find someone to be the new king or queen. But before that, I want to see how everyone here is doing." Makino, surprised by Luffy's revelation about his marriage, ignored Luffy's revelation and the mission to find a new monarch for Goa. She looked at Yamato with a friendly smile. "What do you mean by finding a king or queen?" Daiden exclaimed, expressing the confusion everyone felt. Luffy, ignoring the tension in the air, replied casually, "The old king. I killed him." The ensuing silence was almost palpable. All villagers swallowed hard, unable to believe what they had just heard. Meanwhile, Dayton and the other bandits, still processing the information, fell silent after Luffy confessed to killing the former king. The notion that the boy who used to be a troublemaker had become a kingslayer and spoke about it so casually left everyone dumbfounded. Whoop Slap, furious at Luffy's revelation about killing the former king, raised his cane, glaring at him with eyes full of indignation. "You killed the king of Goa," he shouted. "Whoop Slap, do you really think you can change things this way?" Luffy questioned, maintaining his casual tone despite the tension in the air. He smiled at the man, while Makino, for the first time, put a hand to her stunned mouth. "Kid, have you lost your mind? How dare you kill the king of Goa? And what will Garp say when he finds out? You're defying the Navy and justice." Whoop Slap responded with evident fury in his voice, referring to Luffy's grandfather, Vice Admiral Garp. Unfazed, Luffy retorted, "The Navy and justice never cared about the common people here. I came to change that and give Goa a fresh start. I still remember how the people of that town looked at the rest of the island. They even killed by burning the entire dump when I, Lucy, Ace, and Sabo were together before Sabo's tragedy." Whoop Slap's eyes sparked with anger. "You have no idea what you're doing, kid. Garp won't let this slide." Luffy, still smiling, replied, "Then let me talk to Garp when he arrives. I have things to discuss with him too." "Luffy, you shouldn't anger your grandfather like this," Makino tried to warn the young man. "Don't worry about it, Makino. I'll deal with the old man when he gets here." "Dayton, did you teach Luffy to be like this over the past few years?" Whoop Slap asked the woman because this Luffy was much more ruthless than he remembered, and he wasn't even afraid of Garp, which was very strange. Dayton, looking at Whoop Slap and Luffy, was also perplexed by the situation. She frowned and crossed her arms, trying to process the information. "Whoop Slap, I don't know what's going on here. This isn't the Luffy we know. He has changed a lot since he left," Dayton said, her expression reflecting the confusion hanging over her. I know he has always been impulsive and stubborn, but this is too much. Attacking a kingdom? Talking about killing kings?" Whoop Slap murmured, still incredulous at Luffy's revelations. "It's not just you who doesn't understand. I'm lost in this mess too, but we have to deal with it the best we can. Luffy is going to be Luffy, whether we understand it or not," Dayton replied, her eyes narrowing as she observed the boy who now bore the responsibility for his actions. Meanwhile, Luffy continued to smile, unconcerned about the conversation in front of him. "Anyway, it's good to see all of you." Luffy looked fondly at all the villagers. As the residents of Fusha processed the revelations and surprises brought by Luffy, a common feeling still transpired, the joy of seeing him again. Despite the drastic changes and surprising actions, Luffy's essence was still recognizable to many. "It's strange, but for some reason I still feel happy to see him after a few weeks. It seems like he has matured, even if he has become a bit more reckless," commented one resident, trying to find a balance between disbelief and nostalgia. Another agreed, adding, "Luffy has always been the one to defy expectations, but now he's on another level. He seems stronger, more determined, and at the same time, more unpredictable." Makino, beside Luffy, perceived the complexity of emotions in the village. "Well, even though he has changed, I think Luffy's essence is still there. He continues to bring a smile to everyone's face, no matter what happens." She opened a caring smile, as she always did with the boy who grew up in her bar. While conversations continued, Luffy couldn't help but notice the mix of emotions on those familiar faces. He was aware that his actions had caused a significant impact, but his determination to change Goa and offer a new beginning remained unshakable. "Let's all go to the square and start the party," Luffy suggested, ignoring the unspoken questions hanging in the air. The village, slowly, began to adapt to the presence of its notorious prodigal troublemaker, while emotions unfolded amid expectation and surprise. While Luffy led the way, the atmosphere had already become much more relaxed. Villager 1. Luffy, almost a month has passed since you left. What have you been doing all this time? Luffy, with his characteristic smile, replied, It's been a few incredible weeks. I explored new islands, fought pirates, and even faced some Navy members. Villager 2. But what about these tattoos? You didn't have those before. Luffy, pointing to his tattoos, explained, These? I got them during my adventures. They're pretty cool, aren't they? Villager 1. And this woman by your side, Luffy, is she really your wife?
Who is she?
How did you meet? Luffy, excited, replied, This is Yamato. We met shortly after I left. She's amazing. We've faced many challenges together. One of the bandits who saw Luffy with his wings on the mountain asked, And those wings on your back? Did you turn into an angel, Luffy? Luffy laughed and explained, No, they're just some abilities I gained. Flying is quite useful, especially when I need to get somewhere quickly. Villager 4. We heard about your exploits in the newspaper. They say you attacked 2 Navy bases and defeated 3 naval commanders. Is that really true, Luffy? Luffy laughing. Yeah, it was more or less like that. We encountered some really corrupt ones, and I decided to interfere here and there. And, of course, defeating those famous pirates was fun too. Villager 2. And this bounty now? 50 million. You're famous, Luffy. Luffy chuckled. Did you see it? Ha 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 ha. Villager 12. Of course. You represent our village. Whoop Slap, with a serious and irritated expression. Luffy, you're embarrassing our village. Attacking the Navy, notorious pirates, and now a king? This isn't what we teach here in Fusha. You should be out there pursuing your dream, not causing trouble and staining the name of this place. Villager 15, curious. But Mr. Whoop Slap, you've been keeping all the news about Luffy as if it were a trophy. Whoop Slap, getting nervous. That's not true. Makino cute laughed while commenting. It's true, Luffy. He's always keeping an eye on the newspapers for news about you. Fufufu. Whoop Slap, even more irritated. Don't say those things. Luffy, still smiling, tried to calm the mayor, Luffy. Hey, mayor, I'm not trying to embarrass anyone. I'm just doing what I think is right. But relax, I'll sort everything out and make the village proud again. The mayor crossed his arms, discontent with the explanation, while the other villagers continued with their lively questions, and Luffy cheerfully answered them all. Despite the evident changes, Luffy remained open and approachable, sharing his experiences and adventures with those who had known him since childhood. The village, gradually, began to accept the new Luffy who had returned home. Yamato, who was beside Luffy, noticed the Black Pearl approaching the coast even before Luffy mentioned it. Her eyes watched the ship, attentively, curious to see the crew and how the reception in the village would be. Luffy, realizing Yamato's attention on the ship, smiled and pointed in its direction. Luffy, everyone look at this. My ship, the fearsome Black Pearl, is arriving. And, with my crew, let's welcome them. The villagers turned to look in the indicated direction, curious to see who Luffy's companions were and how their arrival in the village would unfold. The ship approached with the skull and straw hat flag waving, a familiar symbol to everyone who knew the Straw Hat crew. That darn kid became a true pirate in a matter of weeks, distancing himself from the village. Garp won't be happy with this, grumbled Whoop Slap, expressing his irritation at Luffy's impressive transformation. Chapter 85, The Goa Kingdom 8. Chapter size, 2,889 words. Third-person POV Goa Kingdom, East Blue. The waves gently broke on the shores of Fusha, while the golden sun shone cheerfully, seemingly oblivious to the lingering smoke of destruction still rising in the Goa Kingdom. The sky, however, appeared indifferent. Back at sea, on the island's coastline, a dark figure emerged on the ocean surface. An imposing silhouette cut through the water, and the distinctive emblem of a skull with a straw hat was visible on the mainsail. It was the Black Pearl, the ship carrying the fearless crew led by the now infamous Captain Monkey D. Luffy. Villagers, gathered to welcome Luffy's companions, watched with fascination as the ship arrived. An air of anticipation mixed with curiosity hung in the atmosphere, eager to witness the faces accompanying the Straw Hat Captain on his journeys across the vast ocean. The Black Pearl glided gracefully through the water, approaching the shore with an unusual elegance for a pirate ship. The mainsail fluttered vigorously, as if greeting the village before it. The boards creaked softly under the weight of the ship, announcing the imminent arrival. The atmosphere was charged with expectation, and a mix of emotions swept across the faces of the villagers, waiting to receive Luffy and his crew in the welcoming village of Fuchsia. The large ship came to a stop next to the port, but a winged silhouette shot out from the ship, heading straight for Luffy as soon as the ship anchored.
Boom.
The ground exploded with the high speed of that winged shadow. "Luffy, you jerk." Everyone saw Luffy being tackled by a girl with white wings on her back, flying directly at him. The impact raised dust, causing the ground to crack and break. But when the dust settled, everyone saw the boy holding the woman in his arms. The ground was pressed by Luffy's feet, who remained steadfast even with the impact of Nami without diminishing his strength. "How can you disappear like that?" she shouted, a bit displeased. She knew Luffy was strong, so she didn't bother flying towards him since she wanted to teach a reckless man and captain a lesson sometimes. "Nami." Luffy smiled at his mischievous woman. Everyone looked at Luffy with curiosity, witnessing Luffy's strange relationship with this girl. "How do you vanish after saying those things?" "I started to realize that you wanted me to become a queen, and She was frustrated, her words lost as Luffy kissed her in front of everyone.
Everyone was stunned by this.
The wide-eyed villagers witnessed the unusual scene. Whoop Slap crossed his arms, even more annoyed by Luffy's recklessness. Luffy, after the kiss, laughed loudly and turned his attention to the crowd. "Hey, guys. This is Nami, the queen of Kokoyashi, and my navigator." Nami, still a bit dizzy from the kiss, snorted and whispered embarrassedly to Luffy, "You shouldn't have done that in front of everyone." Relax. They need to get used to us," Luffy replied with a mischievous smile, unconcerned about the reactions around him. "Hey, Luffy, how can you kiss this girl in front of your wife?" Makino gave an unsatisfied look to Luffy. Yamato remained calm, as if it were a normal occurrence, accustomed to her captain. She stopped with the jealousy she used to openly display and just smiled. She's my wife too." Luffy simply shrugged, causing a new uproar. "She has wings, is she an angel?" "Luffy has 2 wives. What the hell is this?" "Luffy, you've become a playboy?" "Darn Luffy. He even got 2 beautiful wives. Always knew that boy knew how to deal with women. In fact, he has 3. Commented Dayton. 3? Yes, he said he has 3 wives before coming here. Surprising, isn't it? Luffy. Makino didn't know what to say, her eyes reflecting surprise and perplexity at the turn in the boy's life. Meanwhile, all the crew members began descending from the ship, each bringing their unique traits. Shirahoshi, the princess of the fishmen, stood out with her long pink hair, radiating a calm and gentle aura. Her presence contrasted with the vastness of the ocean over which she would one day rule, giving her a majestic and serene appearance. Megalo, the shark accompanying Shirahoshi, with its intimidating appearance, was actually docile and friendly. Zoro, the skilled swordsman, with 3 swords at his side, displayed his confident and serious posture. Lami, the woman walked confidently with her sword over her shoulder, displaying her style with tattooed clothes and body, her gaze firm. Beepo, the anthropomorphic polar bear, a member of the mink tribe, was one of Luffy's most loyal companions. Chaochu, the loyal stray dog, with expressive eyes and drooping ears, brought a touch of simplicity and joy to the diverse group. Usopp, the talented marksman, with his long and distinctive nose, carried an animated expression. Reiju, the ship's cook and Sanji's sister, with her elegant presence and a cigarette between her fingers, exuded an aura of mystery. Hugo, the giant man, adding an imposing dimension to the group. Nojiko, Nami's adoptive sister, with her characteristic tattoos and a laid-back attitude. Hachi, the octopus swordsman, with his 6 swords and a friendly demeanor, despite being forced, seemed to be accepting his place in this group of humans and other races. Karina, the young and skilled swordsman in the making, though 11 years after her tragic fate in the past, still maintained her presence among them. The village, now enveloped in this unique atmosphere, welcomed Luffy's group with a combination of curiosity, astonishment, and a touch of anxiety about what the future would bring with these new visitors.
Hey, look.
Who are these people arriving with Luffy's ship? Villager. I've never seen anything like it. Who is that woman with pink hair and a tail flying? I've never seen anyone more beautiful. Villager. And that shark. It flies. Is it a pet? Villager. Is that bounty hunter Zoro with 3 swords? This guy is a real swordsman. Villager. This is Lami, the famous bounty hunter from the past few weeks. She seems strong. Villager. And this polar bear? How cute! I've never seen anything like it. Villager. Sorry, Beepo. He speaks and apologizes. Villager. Oh, and there's a dog too. He looks so friendly. Villager. A fishman is among them. Incredible. That woman flying is a mermaid too. Villager. Incredible. Luffy got so many companions. Villager. This is getting weirder and weirder. Luffy really brought a peculiar group. Villager. But look at them. Even though they're different, they seem to get along. That's amazing. Villager. I have no idea how Luffy found them, but they seem trustworthy. Let's welcome them and find out more about what happened all this time. Villager. Hey Luffy, is this your village? It looks very peaceful.
Zoro.
Yes, guys. Welcome to Fusha. This is where I grew up. Luffy. Wow, Luffy-san, it's a charming village. And that big mountain there, it's so huge. Shirahoshi. That's Mount Kolobo. It's where I lived for many years, and the base there is Dayton's house. Luffy. Thus, Luffy began introducing all his companions as they approached. Throughout the rest of the day, Fusha village entered into a frenzy. Despite their initial fears, Luffy dispelled the tension and initiated a festive moment among them. As the sun set over Fusha, the village's atmosphere shifted to contagious joy. Luffy, always the catalyst for excitement, led his friends amidst the curious smiles of the villagers. Upbeat music echoed through the air, and colorful lights illuminated the main square, where a table full of food and drink awaited. The mayor, though still wary, couldn't resist the general cheer. The scent of delicious dishes hung in the air, blending with laughter and playful banter. The initially fearful village began to surrender to the festive spirit as Luffy narrated his adventures, accompanied by fascinated expressions and attentive looks. During the feast, the initial tensions about the attack on Goa were dissipated as the story unfolded. The villagers understood the reason behind Luffy's actions, especially when they learned about the mermaid's abduction by the infamous Starry. The realization of the kingdom's corruption and the protection of their loved ones became central themes in the conversation. However, Luffy's proposal to choose a new king or queen left many still perplexed. Confused expressions lingered on the faces of the residents, but Luffy, ever optimistic, explained that he would discuss his intentions the next day. The night continued with music, dance, and laughter, marking a festive chapter in Fusha's history. As the clock advanced, Luffy led his companions back to the ship for the night. The moonlight illuminated the sea as the village rested, eager for the next morning when new shocks and discussions awaited them. The following morning, under the blue and sunny sky, with no more smoke coming from the port of the country's large city, Luffy decided to gather everyone in Fusha's main square. The toll of a bell echoed, grabbing the attention of villagers who began to gather, curious about what their intrepid fellow townsmen had to say. As everyone assembled, all of Luffy's crew was already in place, waiting to see what Luffy would do on this day, as their captain was quite unpredictable. Luffy, standing at an elevated point in the square, waited as people clustered around him. His gaze, though serene, carried the seriousness of someone with something important to share. As the crowd formed, an expectant silence hung in the air, broken only by the gentle sound of the breeze and distant waves. Luffy, you better not bring more trouble to our village. Whoop Slap shouted at Luffy. Chief, what do you think will happen? Said one of the thugs beside Dayton. I don't know. Luffy has become a real rogue. Garp will surely blame us for this. Dayton growled. Hey, everyone. Luffy began, his voice echoing through the square. I know yesterday was full of surprises, but today I want to talk seriously. Interest in the faces of the villagers and Luffy's gang grew, and Luffy continued with a determined expression. I attacked Goa for a reason, and you already know about Starry and what he tried to do. But I also want to change things here. I consider this whole country my home, from Fusha Village to Dayton's Mountain, the City Dump, and the King City. I want to take care of all these places, so I'm going to put someone as the leader of this kingdom so that person can take care of it. And that's why I want to choose someone among you to be the new leader, someone who takes care of everyone and makes the kingdom prosper. Luffy opened a smile. A murmur of conversations began to spread among the residents, but Luffy raised his hand to calm the crowd, his firm gaze conveying a confidence that began to dissipate the restlessness. I know it's a big deal, but believe me, this can be the beginning of something amazing for Fusha and for the entire kingdom of Goa, he said, his words echoing in the square. The perplexed and surprised looks of the villagers transformed into thoughtful expressions. Luffy had everyone's attention as he continued to share his vision for a better future. With all these thoughts, I've decided to name a new queen for Goa, and I've chosen Makino for that. Luffy announced decisively. A collective gasp escaped from the crowd, and Makino put her hand to her chin, clearly surprised and confused by the unexpected appointment. Me? She exclaimed, seeking to understand the sudden turn in her life. The voices of the villagers rose in a chorus of confusion and disbelief. Luffy, how can you name Makino as the Queen of Goa? What are you up to now, Luffy? Don't worry, Dayton. You'll be a minister of the kingdom. You'll protect Makino. Me? Why would I accept that? Dayton growled, showing her typical reluctance. Luffy, you can't be serious? Makino, don't let these ideas affect you. But it sounds like so much fun. Makino replied, surprising everyone by considering the proposal with humor. Makino? She's being corrupted. She'll be a good ruler for Goa, and everyone will accept it, willingly or not, Luffy said calmly, his voice filled with determination, making it clear that his intentions were non-negotiable. The murmuring continued, with the villagers trying to understand the implications of this bold decision. Makino, now in the spotlight, was visibly perplexed, but Luffy seemed unwilling to back down in the face of the crowd's reactions. Luffy, this is madness. Makino has no experience in ruling a kingdom, someone exclaimed, expressing the concern of many. Luffy, with his characteristic broad smile, responded, experience is something you acquire, not something you're born with. Makino is loyal to the village, and I trust her to lead the kingdom. Dayton, still growling in discontent, addressed Luffy. You can't just decide this without consulting anyone. And why the hell do you think I should be a minister? Luffy responded casually, because you're strong, Dayton. And you've always protected this village. Now, it's time to protect not just Fusha but the entire kingdom. Makino, despite her initial surprise, began to consider Luffy's proposal. Well, if it's for the good of everyone, I'll give it a try. Discussions continued, with voices both in favor and against. Some villagers were intrigued by the idea of a new ruler, while others were deeply skeptical. In this tumult of opinions, Luffy remained firm in his decision. Meanwhile, Shirahoshi, Megalo, Zoro, Lamy, Bippo, Usopp, Reiju, Hugo, Nojiko, Hachi, Kuina, and Chaochu watched silently, absorbing the unique dynamics of Luffy's village. Luffy-sama has such a fun village, Shirahoshi commented cheerfully. I wouldn't say that, Zoro commented beside her. Luffy is discussing the future of this kingdom in a square among villagers. Reiju was perplexed. He didn't even consult any nobles with significant influence. Woof woof. The captain is so determined to make this change, but there will be problems. Traditional nobles of Goa may resist Makino's leadership, especially if they feel their interests and privileges are threatened, as Makino is a commoner. About the impact, nobles' resistance can create internal tensions, undermining the stability and effectiveness of the policies implemented by Makino. There will also be economic issues. Implementing economic reforms to benefit the entire population may face resistance from the economic elite. Possible economic conflicts may arise, affecting specific sectors of society and potentially creating divisions between different classes. Leaders of other kingdoms may see Makino's appointment as a threat to the status quo and pre-existing relationships. External political pressures may lead to diplomatic conflicts, requiring astute political skills from Makino to maintain balanced relations. And, the entire crew looked at Beppo strangely, wondering how that bear understood so much about economics and politics. Sorry? Was the only thing he said before everyone fell to the ground in astonishment. Meanwhile, in the square, even the mayor looked with empty eyes at all this. Not even a month since Luffy left, and our lives are going to change so much. He's worse than Ace when he left. Whoop Slap said frustrated, trying to lean on his cane. In this way, Luffy made the decision to initiate Makino's training in intricate political arts and court etiquette, using some books acquired in the castle before his departure. Even an experienced minister was summoned to Fusha after receiving a direct call from Luffy through the Den Mushi, thus beginning to guide the new queen in formation. This unquestionable and resolute action laid the groundwork for Makino's preparation for the challenges she would face as the future queen of the kingdom. Luffy's decision to train Makino in political and courtly arts caused significant ripples both in the village of Fusha and beyond its borders. The local residents, initially surprised and skeptical, began to adapt to the idea of having a new queen in their community. The minister appointed by Luffy brought with him an aura of authority and knowledge, inserting a presence previously absent in the peaceful routine of the village. However, the news of Luffy sitting on a throne with a mermaid in his lap, with beauty comparable to the pirate empress, plastered on the pages of the new newspaper, echoed throughout the island and beyond. The image of the Straw Hat taking a position of real power after defeating a monarch in the East Blue reverberated like thunder. The acceptance of this drastic change varied, sparking heated debates and discussions on neighboring islands, countries, and cities. On a global scale, the news began to attract attention. The Marines, always vigilant about the movements of notable figures, closely monitored developments in Goa. Some nobles, accustomed to maintaining their dominance over lands and kingdoms, were uncomfortable with the idea of an outsider challenging established norms. Luffy's action, despite being unaware of the upcoming monarch's appointment by him, became a watershed moment, introducing an element of unpredictability to the political landscape worldwide. Thus, Luffy began to be looked at with much more powerful eyes from all parts of the globe. Chapter 86, News Across East Blue. Chapter Size, 2,167 words. Third-person POV many places at the same time. As newspapers swept the seas, an unusual piece of news echoed in every corner of the vast world of One Piece. The once majestic and wealthy kingdom of Goa, the richest located in the East Blue, became the epicenter of events that would unleash waves of surprise and speculation. At the center of this whirlwind was Monkey D. Luffy, the renowned captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. His feats were already broadcasted in the recent newspapers, but now his presence was a headline that many would usually mock, but now made people and especially influential eyes read the newspapers narrating his exploits. Luffy's decision to appoint a new queen for the Kingdom of Goa was hidden, but the image of the pirate, sitting on a throne with a mermaid, was unique in this era, and everyone looked shocked at it, widely shared, fueling speculation and curiosity in every corner of the known world. While the local residents of Fusha adapted to their new reality, the news sparked interest and concern among the nobles of other kingdoms and the attention of the Marines. Luffy, once again, became the center of attention, challenging not only powerful adversaries, but also established norms. The world was watching, awaiting the unfolding of these events and what the world powers would do about it. The turbulent waters of the East Blue were just the prelude to a story that would undoubtedly resonate across all seas. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, upon seeing the image of Monkey D. Luffy plastered in the newspaper, couldn't contain a restrained expression of fury. Sengoku, known for his calm and composure in public, let out a curse in frustration at witnessing the audacity of the Straw Hat Captain. "This damn brat is crossing all the limits," growled Sengoku, his hands clenched in fists on the table. The image of Luffy sitting on a throne, pirates challenging even monarchs, would create turbulence worldwide. "This era is just getting worse," he growled. Gold D. Roger brought the most turbulent era to the known world, and Sengoku was the main pillar between evil and justice as the fleet admiral. The weight placed on his shoulders was greater than ever. He cursed again, expressing not only displeasure but also a sense of powerlessness in the face of Luffy's actions. The idea of a pirate influencing political events in such a way was something Fleet Admiral Sengoku had difficulty accepting. As he continued to analyze the newspaper, Sengoku's anger echoed through his thoughts. It didn't take long for a peculiar den mushi to start ringing on his desk, and he was already expecting this call. The Five Elders. Sengoku sighed before picking up the communication snail. Meanwhile, in the East Blue itself, Vice Admiral Garp was aboard a marine ship when he came across the shocking news about his grandson, Monkey D. Luffy. The scene in the newspaper, showing Luffy sitting on a throne next to a mermaid, hit Garp like a punch to the stomach. His wrinkled face twisted into an expression of fury and disbelief. Crack! Garp broke his table. "This kid, he's challenging everything we stand for. He should be a powerful marine, but he's much worse than I thought." Garp muttered to himself, squeezing the newspaper with his calloused hands. He, who had always been a staunch defender of justice and a proud member of the Marines, now saw his grandson openly defying the institutions Garp dedicated his life to protecting. The bulging veins on his forehead revealed the intensity of the anger Garp felt. Luffy, once again, was at the center of a whirlwind, triggering events that could shake not only the Marines but also the entire political balance of the world. This reckless brat. He hasn't been gone for even a month, and look what he's doing. He hasn't even entered the Grand Line yet. Garp muttered, gritting his teeth. He knew he would have to confront Luffy as soon as possible, and this prospect made him both furious and disappointed. Piro, the den mushi began to ring amid the wreckage of the broken table. Garp sighed and picked up the snail amid the debris. "Garp, your grandson is causing us trouble." His friend shouted at him with fury, and Garp had to stay silent, as he understood the anger. "I know, Sengoku." Garp wasn't in the mood this time. Garp observed Sengoku on the other end of the line. The fleet admiral's face was grim, and the tone of his voice reflected frustration and anger at the situation. "Sengoku, this kid is out of control. I can't believe he's causing so much turmoil. Luffy was never one to follow the rules, but this is too much," Garp replied, his fists clenched in a mix of disappointment and concern. Sengoku, knowing Garp's special connection with Luffy, tried to remain calm. "You need to act, Garp. He attacked 2 marine bases, defeated naval commanders, and now this story of taking a throne in Goa. This is unacceptable, even coming from your grandson." Garp sighed again. "I know, Sengoku. I'll go after him. But understand, this doesn't mean I'll arrest him without trying to understand what's going on. Luffy wouldn't do something like this without a reason." Sengoku shook his head, skeptical but realizing Garp wouldn't change his approach to Luffy. "You'll have reinforcements, Garp. We need to resolve this quickly before more problems arise. I'm sending a request to all nearby naval bases. I'll leave Smoker stationed in Logtown, but you'll have assistance from all the other bases." "Understood, Sengoku. I'll take care of it." Garp ended the call, his eyes fixed on the den mushi for a moment. Then, he began to prepare for the pursuit of his troublesome grandson. "That Luffy baka. He's always been reckless." A new voice filled the room, and a figure appeared before Garp. "I know, let's go to Goa and teach him a lesson." I still hope to get him into the Marines. Yes, I'll arrest him. Don't worry. The voice sounded determined. I know you will. Garp looked at this person with a hint of pride. After all, not all of his family was taking a questionable path. In the bustling Shell City, the pink-haired boy looked at the newspaper in disbelief, absorbing the shocking news. It seems we got away unscathed when that pirate was here, one of the Marines commented, while others murmured about Luffy's recent exploits. Yeah, this guy is really a rogue. He not only destroyed Base 16 but also captured Captain Smoker, the strongest Marine in this sea, and had a photo taken with him in the newspaper as a captive. Now he killed a king. Gossip spread quickly among those present. The boy, who had been taken in by that base and was receiving training after Luffy spoke about the connection they would have with Garp, looked at Luffy's image in the newspaper with determination. He was determined to become strong and one day face that infamous pirate who now made headlines. In Orange Town. Those brats, I hope Chaochu is okay, grumbled an old man in a small town. In the quiet syrup village, Mary, Kaya's dedicated butler, hurried to show the newspaper to his lady as she began her day. Miss Kaya, look at the newspaper. It looks like Usopp's captain has outdone himself now. She couldn't help but smile as she examined the headlines. My lady, he killed a king. The king of Goa. Mary was a little scared. I know, but Luffy has always acted mysteriously. We've lived through this before. He must have his reasons for this, Mary. Trust Luffy, she said calmly. I hope so, he commented, still somewhat worried about the twists and turns fate had in store. In a lively floating restaurant known as Baratai, a crew member burst into the kitchen holding a newspaper.
Boss, take a look at this.
Zeph, the respected head of Baratai, cast a disdainful look at the headlines. Damn brat, he's really bold. Zeph didn't mince words in expressing his opinion. Someone in the kitchen questioned with concern, is Reiju in trouble? If she is, it's her problem. That's their journey. We shouldn't question the actions of a pirate crew that has nothing to do with us. As long as Reiju is okay with those brats, the rest doesn't matter. Zeph declared, casting a meaningful glance at the kitchen before returning to his culinary duties. What are you all looking at? Back to work. There are many customers waiting, and they need to be fed, he shouted, and the staff quickly returned to their culinary activities. In the peaceful Kokoyashi village, the mayor couldn't contain his anger as he read the newspaper. That brat better take good care of the sisters after what he did to me, or else. The mayor grumbled, his narrow eyes expressing his irritation. The village was undergoing noticeable changes. Fueled by Luffy's initial funding and even before the arrival of the marine money, the community was in full swing, building a new port where Ifrit had defeated Garuda. The emergence of this new structure marked the beginning of a growing town on the island. Elsewhere, the ship's captain continued to vent his fury against Luffy and his Straw Hat crew. That damn Straw Hat. I'll get back at that pirate. The captain's voice echoed among the crew members, who listened with a mix of apprehension and anxiety. Captain, don't you think it's better to reconsider? We didn't even stand a real chance against them. And besides, we almost ended up in Impel Down. One of the men tried to argue, concerned about the possible consequences of confronting Luffy. We escaped unscathed. And I have a plan to settle the score with him. Let's wait in Logtown. The captain reaffirmed his decision with determination. Yes, Captain. The crew responded in unison. Meanwhile, Buggy the Star Clown began to get annoyed with the discussion around him. Did I hear someone talking about my nose? He bellowed, drawing attention to his presence on the deck. In Logtown. Look at this, my love, said a man, holding the newspaper with Luffy's image printed. Zairi Ixo's Luffy. Esi Valitzo's Koloni saved Ilva Esi Girotin Ilva Najat Baratai. Zairi looks fearless Isi Bisa photo. The woman responded, looking at the picture of the now famous Straw Hat captain.
Ha ha ha.
Do you think? I would say they're enjoying their youth, said the man, laughing as he observed the excitement in the image. Siri, als va moriat I, fearless Valitzos. Remember Scori Istis Toli Zion goals? Zairi Vestergon Zairi found Toli, then Zairi bargained Swit. The woman commented, reflecting on the past. You think, asked the man again, curious to hear more. Say truth. Jurgen re Bisa. Zairi became Ied Rage Pirate Captain. Kaloni could Emagon imagine Bona Bisa indomitable Valitzos would Masverdagan Zairi Bisa Tolmiat. The woman concluded, smiling at the portrait of Luffy in the newspaper headlines. In the same large city, as a bell rang in the morning, a mysterious figure carefully examined the newspaper of the day. Her normally cold and arrogant eyes showed a peculiar expression, mixing fascination and a touch of surprise. You certainly know how to attract attention, she murmured as she touched the man's face in the newspaper with delicate hands. I can't wait to meet you again, my love, she murmured, while the morning breeze subtly swayed her clothes, adding a touch of mystery to her silhouette. A passion born many weeks ago was beginning to bloom even more in her heart as she continued to contemplate Luffy's image in the newspaper, imagining their reunion. In the same city, Captain Smoker. Tashigi approached cautiously as her captain examined the newspaper. Damn pirate. If he shows up here, I'll arrest them, even if it's the last thing I do. Smoker spoke with a dark voice as the smoke from his cigar hovered in the air. While everyone absorbed the news about Luffy, a few days later, a grand event was happening in Goa. The sun began to stabilize in the midday sky over Goa, while the crowd in the kingdom's main square continued to slowly grow. As the crowd gathered in the city of Goa, an atmosphere of anticipation hung in the air. Lights flickered, illuminating the majestic stage prepared for a unique event. The murmuring voices of the crowd echoed between the buildings, creating a symphony of expectation. In the center of all the hustle and bustle, a figure, dressed with grace and elegance, ascended the steps leading to the stage with many ministers and prominent nobles of the kingdom and the court. Her steps were steady, and her expression combined the humility of servitude with the determination of someone about to lead a kingdom. On this day, Goa would gain a new queen, kind and friendly. Chapter 87. Queen of Goa. Chapter size, 2,357 words. Third-person POV Goa Kingdom, East Blue. As the sun's rays painted the Goa sky in golden hues at the center of the heavens, announcing the arrival of a special day, a majestic platform rose in the heart of the city. This platform, adorned with billowing fabrics and lush flowers, became the stage where the kingdom's fate would be transformed. Curious citizens from all parts of Goa gathered in the streets, eager to witness the event that would change the course of history. The murmur of the crowd grew, blending with the distant hum of the city waking up for the impending celebration. In the center of this platform, a velvet-coated throne awaited the future sovereign. This was no ordinary event. It was the ascension of a new queen, someone chosen by unique circumstances. As the sun reached its zenith, marking the formal beginning of the event, the figure of the chosen one, Makino, emerged from backstage, surrounded by an aura of grace and confidence. She ascended the platform's steps, each step resonating with significance. Despite the splendor of the platform and the meticulously prepared ceremony, a shadow loomed over the gathered crowd. Murmurs of discontent whispered among Goa's citizens, each word loaded with uncertainty and distrust. Makino, despite her majestic posture, was a relatively unknown figure to most. Her name echoed through the city like an enigma, prompting questions in the hearts of those yearning for familiar and recognized leadership. The population, so accustomed to the traditional faces of power, couldn't contain the restlessness silently spreading among them. The ascent of a queen so distant from what they knew stirred a cauldron of conflicting emotions. Even so, the platform gleamed in its grandeur, ignoring the underlying tension. Makino, despite being a mystery to many, remained serene, ready to take on a role that, for some, still lacked justification. Not only her, dressed in a suit, Whoop Slap stood by her side, and Dayton in a military uniform was on the other, clearly dissatisfied with the arrangement Luffy made for them to be there. The village personnel were among the crowd, too. As the crowd murmured their dissatisfaction and distrust, Luffy remained vigilant, his eyes keen to the growing discontent in a corner of the square. The citizens of Goa dared to express their discomfort, but before the tension could turn into audible protests, Luffy's presence intervened unexpectedly. The captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, known for his notoriety and formidable power, moved through the crowd with imposing calm. His piercing gaze silenced the restless murmurs, making everyone turn to him. Luffy, with his characteristic smile, didn't need to utter a single word. His mere presence was a silent warning that any resistance or challenge would be met with overwhelming force. The inhabitants of Goa, fearing the wrath of the pirate who had defeated the old king and challenged naval power, recoiled in the face of his unspoken expectations. The ensuing silence, punctuated only by the distant sound of waves, was the silent response to Luffy's intervention. He had prevented the imminent eruption of discontent, asserting his influence unequivocally. The fate of Goa remained in the hands of a new queen, and Luffy, in his peculiar way, ensured that the transition occurred without visible turbulence. Nami looked at Luffy with a concerned expression. "Luffy, are you sure this will work? It seems like the people are not very happy with this choice." Luffy, maintaining his characteristic calm, replied, "Haha, trust me, Nami. Makino is strong, and I know she'll do a good job. They just need some time to get used to the idea." Nami, showing her concern, questioned, "How are you so sure? We're leaving, and Makino will be here alone." Luffy pointed to the platform with conviction. "She's not alone. Look closely at the platform." Dayton, the former chief of the mountain bandits, now wore a peculiar uniform alongside her companions, all transformed into a group of royal knights. Luffy had acquired the devil fruits of chains and steel, which the former royal knights of Starry used, and handed them over for 300 million berries each with the system. Additionally, he gifted Makino with a sound fruit, a strategic choice to strengthen the kingdom's protection. Although Luffy could have chosen a logia, such as the Clouds or Ash fruit, for the same value of 500 million, he opted for the sound fruit due to its enhanced combat potential, and it could manipulate sound, launching shockwaves like the earthquake fruit. In the end, Luffy spent 1.1 billion on 3 fruits, an investment aimed at ensuring the safety and prosperity of the kingdom in the future as its plans for the economies of the 3 East Blue Kingdoms unfolded. "Besides, I have a secret card that will be announced soon." Luffy smiled, anticipating the reactions and expressions the news would bring, especially from those involved. "What would that be?" Reiju inquired. "You'll find out soon," Luffy replied mysteriously. He possessed a trump card capable of immediately silencing any questions about Makino on the throne. As the event unfolded, the crowd hushed when a minister, dressed in ceremonial attire and an ornate crown, ascended the stage. His serious and solemn demeanor contrasted with the anxious murmur of the crowd. The minister raised his hands, calling for silence, and the audience quieted down, eager to hear his words. Sunbeams glistened on the minister's crown, adding a majestic gleam to his figure. "Noble citizens of Goa, it is with great honor and responsibility that I stand before you today," began the minister, his voice resonating through the square. "As the representative of the kingdom, I am here to announce a decision that will shape the future of our beloved home." The crowd murmured again, some exchanging intrigued glances. The minister stood firm, maintaining composure in the face of growing anticipation. "Our former king, who led Goa, is no longer with us. However, amid the shadows of loss, a new light of hope emerges," the minister continued, choosing his words carefully. "After careful deliberation and consideration, a new queen has been chosen to guide our destinies." The crowd's gazes alternated between confusion and anxiety. Some whispered among themselves, trying to decipher the meaning behind the minister's words. This queen represents unity, change, and the promise of a better tomorrow for all of us. Though the circumstances are unexpected, we believe this choice will be for the good of Goa and all who call it home, proclaimed the minister, now fixing his gaze on the audience. The minister concluded his speech with a note of suspense, leaving the audience in a silence charged with anticipation. The words echoed in the air, and the crowd eagerly awaited the revelation of the new queen. With a solemn expression, the minister gestured in the direction where Makino was supposed to appear. All eyes focused on the elevated platform, awaiting the appearance of the woman about to assume the throne. Let all welcome our future leader, the guardian of our traditions, Makino, the wife of Akagami no Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. The impact of the words made the crowd pause at that moment. Shanks' name, the Yonku, reverberated among those present, creating a sense of disbelief and surprise. As the crowd tried to process the revelation, a cacophony of voices arose in the midst of the commotion. Shanks, the red-haired? This Makino is his wife. Send this to Morgan quickly. This is outrageous. This is going on the front page. She's the wife of an emperor. Our queen is powerful. I think we underestimated that village on the other side of the kingdom. Having a queen married to a Yonku is a major asset. This is a twist no one expected. Makino always seemed so ordinary. We cannot question her under any circumstances. Grab the den mushi. We must alert our king to initiate diplomatic dealings with Goa immediately. Murmurs and whispers echoed among those present, expressing a mix of incredulity, respect, and urgency. While some marveled at Makino's powerful connection, others hurried to communicate the news to central powers, recognizing the importance of maintaining diplomatic relations with the new queen. The minister, standing firmly in the center of the stage, meticulously observed the crowd's reactions, aware that this moment marked not only the installation of a new ruler but also the beginning of a transformative era for Goa. Luffy, strategically, had advised the minister to reveal this information at the moment of Makino's appointment. Luffy planned to quell any protest with Makino's normalization when they heard this, and he didn't seem disappointed as he watched people speak up. Luffy, is this true? As the crowd began to dwindle into murmurs of surprise and shock, Yamato approached Luffy in disbelief, seeking clarification on the truth of the connection between Makino and a Yonku, considering a Yonku is on the same level as her father. Honestly, I don't know. But I know they have a good relationship. Luffy smiled, leaving his friends stunned with his typical nonchalance. He admitted uncertainty, but assured them that their relationship was solid. The square buzzed with murmurs and surprises when suddenly a sweet voice broke through the hubbub. All eyes turned to the platform where Makino, using the powers of her Akuma no Mi to amplify her voice, addressed Luffy. Luffy, don't go around telling people these things. Upon the intervention, the minister beside her gently suggested, well, my queen, how about addressing a few words to your future subjects? Oh yes. Caught off guard, Makino cast a glance at the crowd, bringing a finger to her chin in a contemplative pose before starting to speak. Makino, with her relaxed demeanor and a smile on her lips, addressed the future subjects of her kingdom. Hey, everyone. Who would have thought I'd be here, about to be the queen of Goa? Even I'm surprised. But, life is full of surprises, isn't it? So, Luffy, as always, causing mischief, huh? Saying I'm Shanks, the red-haired's wife. Ha ha ha, seriously, who comes up with these things? I find all of this more amusing than buggy when someone talks about his nose. But on a serious note, folks, thanks for the support. Let's face this new phase with a smile on our faces and, of course, a lot of fun. Who knows, maybe Shanks will show up here for a barbecue at the castle, huh? So, let's go, Goa. I'm ready for this unusual adventure. Welcome to the era of Queen Makino, the most laid-back of all. It's going to be fun, I promise. She delivered her speech in her own way, leaving everyone even more stunned, including Luffy in his place. But she just smiled and waved for everyone to have a public feast without everyone fully processing her words. Then, a sumptuous banquet began, involving all the inhabitants of the kingdoms. Before, many expressed dissatisfaction, but now people began to accept Makino as the ruler upon discovering her connections with one of the most powerful figures in the world. This is really unexpected, Captain, Hugo commented with humor. Luffy always acts uniquely. Usopp observed. Haha, Miss Makino-sama will be an excellent queen. She's so much fun. Shirahoshi celebrated. Hey.
Bow wow.
Bow wow. Chaochu expressed his approval animatedly. Don't be so shocked. I have whoop slap to manage the kingdom. Luffy pointed to the elderly man beside the queen, clearly dissatisfied to be there. However, Luffy practically forced him to become a minister, and he seemed to have empty eyes in the face of the whole situation. Luffy thought everything was going according to his plans. Luffy, the navy is coming. Nojiko suddenly spoke, pointing to the sea beyond the city. There, at least 50 navy ships were heading to Goa. The navy fleet approached Goa with impressive military precision. The ships, lined up in formation, cut through the sea waters efficiently, their flags fluttering in the wind, displaying the emblem of justice. The sunlight reflected on the sailors' armor, creating an imposing and disciplined sight. Among the ships, a large vessel stood out with the peculiar figure of a dog's head carved on the prow. It was evident that this was the lead vessel, commanded by a figure of authority who, even from a distance, exuded an intimidating presence. The Navy's approach created a palpable tension in the atmosphere, and the inhabitants of Goa nervously watched, aware that the arrival of military forces could bring a war to the kingdom. Grandpa finally showed up, Luffy murmured, turning his attention to his entire crew. We are ending our stay in this kingdom. Makino, if you need me, call me. Luffy announced with the Moa Moa no Mi, turning to the new queen. Luffy, be careful on your journeys. Makino wished with a happy smile using her sound-based power. Goodbye, Daiden Whoop Slap and the village people. Take care of Makino. Stay tuned for news about me in the newspapers. Luffy amplified his voice to reach everyone. Luffy, a collective cry was heard faintly, evidencing the dissatisfaction of those who, against their will, became ministers of the kingdom. Even from a distance, the discomfort with Luffy's arrangements was evident. Luffy was satisfied with all the changes. He organized all the projects for the kingdom, placed the right people in power, and gave them military power. He left training manuals for Makino and Daiden with his personnel to train in case they needed to defend the kingdom, even though they already had a great defense. Garp wouldn't interfere in the queen's appointment and would prevent anyone from harming Makino and others, not to mention the armor of being the wife of a Yonko that Luffy planted in the world. Thus, Luffy and his crew headed to the Black Pearl, anchored in the port, preparing to set sail and face the naval fleet. Chapter 88, Luffy vs. Garp 1. Chapter size, 1954 words. Third-person POV Goa Kingdom, East Blue. Luffy, Yamato, Shirahoshi, Megalo, Zoro, Lamy, Bippo, Chaochu, Usopp, Nami, Reiju, Hugo, Nojiko, Hachi, and Kuina hurried aboard the Black Pearl, preparing to confront the imposing navy fleet that approached. Excitement took hold of the ship as each member assumed their role. Luffy, atop Ifrit's head located at the bow, looked at the horizon with determination, his straw hat fluttering in the wind. Zoro sharpened his swords, getting ready for the imminent battle. Nami analyzed maps and weather patterns to devise strategies to escape this situation. Usopp checked his ammunition, ensuring he was ready to provide long-range support. Meanwhile, Shirahoshi, Hachi, and Megalo stayed in the inner part of the ship, ready to use their aquatic powers when needed. Reiju and Hugo, with their unique abilities, prepared to ensure the crew was in the best conditions. Yamato, Lamy, Bippo, Chaochu, Nojiko, and Kuina also played their specific roles, contributing to the crew's efficiency. The tension in the air was palpable as the crew prepared to face the Navy and protect their captain. The Black Pearl was ready to set sail at that moment. Everyone ready to face this fleet? Luffy smiled. Of course, Captain. I'm looking forward to cutting down some sailors. Zoro spoke confidently. We're about to enter turbulent waters, but if we use the sea currents to our advantage, we can gain a tactical edge and escape. Nami spoke, examining the maps. If you need cover, I'll be in the right place. Usopp mustered some courage, inspecting his ammunition. Luffy-sama, where can I be of use? Shirahoshi asked. Sharky, Megalo expressed, shaking his head. Don't worry, Captain. We'll make sure everyone comes out unscathed. Reiju said with a smile. Captain, there are so many. Can we handle them? Hugo was scratching his head. Just 50 ships. We'll show these sailors who's boss. She spoke with a smile. I'd like another competition, as it's your chance to equalize like in the last competition. Regis spoke to her, showing a mocking face. You talk as if you won. I took down more soldiers in that castle. Lami spoke with arrogance. So many ships. Bipo exclaimed.
Bow wow.
Bow wow. Chaochu barked cheerfully. Haha, can't even see the horizon on that side anymore. Yamato laughed. Luffy, be cautious. They have numbers on their side. Nojiko spoke worriedly.
Hey.
Look at all those ships. Hachi spoke surprised. This will be a tough battle, but we're all in this together. Kuina spoke, holding her precious sword. Great. Let's go, everyone. Our business here in East Blue is almost done. Soon we'll head to the Grand Line. Luffy said confidently. The Black Pearl, imposing and fearless, began to move away from the port with unwavering confidence. The sails filled with the sea breeze, causing the ship to glide smoothly over the waters. The Black Pearl advanced gracefully through the ocean, its sails billowing in the determined wind. On the deck, Luffy remained at the bow, his expression serious and determined, focused on the approaching Navy fleet. Aboard the Navy's flagship, Garp watched the Black Pearl's approach with keen eyes. The contrast between the two ships was evident. The Black Pearl, a symbol of freedom and daring, cut through the waves with confidence, while Garp's ship represented the disciplined strength of the Navy. The Vice Admiral's eyes were fixed on Luffy, his troublesome grandson, advancing toward an inevitable confrontation. Tension hung in the air as the two ships approached, preparing for the clash unfolding on the vast horizon. Garp, a mix of pride and frustration, observed the unfolding events, knowing that his destiny was intrinsically linked to that of the young pirate challenging conventions and the system. Garp, unable to endure the situation any longer, used Jeppo to leap into the skies towards the front of the fleet, aiming to reach the black pirate ship, the Black Pearl. Observing his grandfather's charge, Luffy transformed, wings gracefully sprouting from his back, and took flight to meet old Garp. Luffy! Luffy heard Yamato and Nami shouting for him, but he pressed on. No ships attacked them, so it was expected that Garp would talk to him first. Perhaps this conversation would be carried out with fists. The moment the two met in the skies, Garp shot an angry look at his grandson. Luffy! You little brat, he growled, unable to hide his anger. Luffy, in turn, greeted him enthusiastically. Hello, Grandpa, how have you been? I've missed you so much. Surprised by Luffy's lively expression, Garp entered a brief state of reflection. You really changed, he admitted, observing his grandson with a mix of emotions. I never thought I'd hear those words. Not that it's a bad thing. My grandson missing me is quite a positive thing, he added, blushing slightly. However, his expression quickly turned serious. You're different from the last 6 months, I must admit, but you've become bolder and more troublesome than I remember. I'll punch you with a fist of love and take you to Marineford, declared Garp with determination. I can't let that happen, Grandpa. I'm going to the Grand Line and conquer that sea, replied Luffy, maintaining a confident smile on his face. Garp clenched his fists, clearly indignant at Luffy's actions. You've always been stubborn, but this is too much. You've always wanted to be a pirate, but killing a king and taking over a kingdom, especially Goa? What the hell are you thinking? Luffy laughed, largely ignoring his grandfather's anger. Relax, Grandpa. It was a necessary choice. He tried to attack me, attempting to enslave a crew member on my ship, and I put Makino as the queen now, and I believe she'll lead this place well. Makino? You made Makino a queen? Garp was stunned by this. Yes, haha. She's leading Goa, and I put Dayton and Wolap as ministers of the kingdom. Wasn't it a great idea? Luffy spoke proudly. Garp had a disturbed and comical look. His eyes were giant, and there was snot coming out of his nose with his mouth open, trying to process everything he heard. Luffy aye. He roared loudly. Garp was beyond angry. His eyes were bloodshot, and his voice was a roar echoing through the atmosphere. You're mocking me, you irresponsible brat. Who do you think you are to make decisions like these? Luffy, with his characteristic smile, replied lightly, as if discussing the menu choice at a restaurant. Grandpa, you know I always do what's right. And Makino will take good care of Goa, you'll see. Garp, furious, punched the ship's deck, leaving a crack. Makino as queen, and Dayton and Whoopslap as ministers. You're turning our home into a circus. Relax, Grandpa. They'll be doing a good job. And there's more. We have an ace up our sleeve that you can't even imagine, teased Luffy. In his rage, Garp could barely formulate coherent words.
You
irresponsible. I should have brought you back to base the last time I saw you. Luffy, with a carefree expression, replied. You can try, Grandpa, but I'm going to the Grand Line. And if you want to stop us, I'll show you how much I've grown. Garp, enraged, halted his verbal onslaught and charged at Luffy with the intention of instilling some sense with his experienced fists. Seeing his grandfather's aggressive stance, Luffy reacted promptly, activating his devil fruit power to drastically increase his speed. Moa Moa no Mi. Speed. Apply 30 times. In a blur of quick movements, Luffy surged forward to face his grandfather. His fist, engulfed in flames, flew towards Garp with a confident expression. Garp, in turn, reacted by unleashing a hockey-coated fist, surprised by Luffy's speed, which had already reached an impressive level even before entering the Grand Line. The fists collided in the air, generating a palpable impact. The impact of the two punches reverberated through the air like a sonic boom, distorting the atmosphere around Luffy and Garp. Each collision was accompanied by a deafening roar, indicating the titanic force unleashed by these two formidable warriors. When their fists collided for the first time, a shockwave rippled out, making the air vibrate and creating a visual distortion in the surrounding area. The intensity of the clash was palpable, and the flames surrounding Luffy's fists danced frantically, struggling to resist Garp's brute force. In the second punch, Garp demonstrated his overwhelming strength by pushing Luffy backward. The direct impact on Luffy's face was accompanied by an audible crack, followed by the luminous trail of flames momentarily dispersing with a shock. Propelled by the blow, Luffy soared through the skies like an unguided projectile before regaining control and stabilizing in the air. The confrontation between the two contained explosive energy, reflecting the rivalry between a proud grandfather and a determined grandson. The atmosphere was charged with electricity, and both combatants prepared for the next phase of the clash, each aware of the ferocity of the opponent before them. Everyone watching the fight between Garp and Luffy was immersed in the grandeur of the confrontation. The audience, composed of Marines, pirates, and onlookers, kept their eyes fixed on the sky, following every move of the two powerful combatants. As the skies witnessed the explosion of energy between grandfather and grandson, anticipation hung like a charged cloud over the audience.
Ouch.
That hurt too much. Luffy murmured as he stabilized in the air, maintaining a determined look directed at his grandfather. Grandpa is too strong. Looks like I'll have to go all out from the start, commented Luffy, preparing for the next assault. What are you talking about there alone, brat? Garp retorted arrogantly, floating in the air. Luffy began his transformation into the mythical Zoan form of Ifrit, enhancing his body with armor as his skin turned purple and horns emerged. Chaos flames began to envelop him, indicating the increase in his abilities. Damn, brat, you have a fruit in the mythical category? That's really surprising, Garp observed cautiously. Grandpa, let's continue the fight, Luffy exclaimed confidently. The moment the challenge echoed through the skies, an intense aura enveloped both Luffy and Garp. The chaos flames shimmered more intensely around Luffy's transformed body, while Garp focused his haki to face his grandson's imminent attack. Luffy surged forward with impressive speed, using his mythical Zoan to gain power and agility. The air around them began to vibrate with anticipation of the imminent clash. Ifrit's flames left luminous trails in the sky, illuminating the scene like burning stars. Garp, in turn, assumed a defensive posture, anticipating the whirlwind of attacks that would come his way. His fists were cloaked in haki, ready to withstand Luffy's enhanced power. The tension in the air was almost palpable, as if the atmosphere itself was holding its breath in the face of the clash between grandfather and grandson. The thunderous sound of punches, blows, and bursts of flames filled the space as the two collided in the sky. Each movement was a chaotic dance of brute force and supernatural abilities. It was a spectacle of power, determination, and the inheritance of a lineage bound by blood and the choice of their paths. The world seemed to freeze for a moment, witnessing the unfolding of this fierce and emblematic battle. Once again, Luffy launched himself into the confrontation, leveraging his speed amplified by the Moa Moa no Mi and applying the Sora technique he had learned in recent weeks, showcasing his newly acquired mastery. Chapter 89: Luffy vs. Garp 2. Chapter size: 1954 words. Third-person POV. Goa Kingdom, East Blue. Luffy, transformed into his mythical Zoan form of Ifrit, exhibited an imposing presence in the skies. His flaming armor gleamed with increasing intensity, while his Ifrit horn stood out against the purple backdrop of his skin. The chaos flames danced around him, seeming to come to life on their own. As he launched himself back into the confrontation with Garp, Luffy demonstrated surprising agility, propelled by the multiplication of his speed by the Moa Moa no Mi and the application of the newly learned Sora technique. His body, surrounded by flames, cut through the skies with extraordinary skill. Garp, in turn, faced his grandson with a serious gaze, aware of the remarkable evolution Luffy had achieved in recent months. He might still have some doubts about these powers, but there was no denying what was before him. The radiance of the flames reflected in his eyes, highlighting the grandeur of the imminent clash. The first blow exchanged in this new phase of the confrontation reverberated through the skies, creating a shockwave that made the air vibrate and distorted the landscape around. The flames clashed with Garp's hockey-coated fist, creating a visually stunning spectacle. The spectators in the audience and on nearby ships watched attentively, absorbed by the intensity of the duel between the grandson seeking to conquer the seas and the grandfather seeking to restrain the path he tread. The stage was set for another chapter of this epic battle in the skies of the East Blue. The thunderous sound of punches and bursts of flames echoed through the skies, creating a chaotic symphony of brute force and supernatural abilities. The collision between Luffy and Garp was a true manifestation of power, determination, and the inheritance of a lineage connected by blood but divergent in their path choices. The atmosphere was electrically charged, each movement being a visible expression of this epic family battle. In a moment that seemed to freeze time, the world watched as the two titans exchanged furious blows and supernatural movements. The chaotic dance in the sky was an impressive visual representation of the rivalry between a grandson aspiring to conquer the seas and a grandfather determined to restrict that destiny. Luffy, now transformed into his second mythical Zoan form of Ifrit, dove into the fight with surprising agility. The chaos flames danced around him, creating a luminous spectacle that contrasted with the backdrop of the sky. His body, enveloped in these flames, moved like a gust of wind toward Garp. The newly learned Sora technique allowed Luffy to perform evasive movements and quick attacks, a clear expression of his newly acquired mastery. The fierce battle was only beginning, and the world was captivated by the magnificence of this clash in the skies of the East Blue. Garp murmured as he dodged his grandson's blows, carefully observing each peculiar movement. "Your powers are really strange. You clearly have a mythical Zoan, but your speed is increasing at a much higher rate than normal." While fists clashed and chaos flames danced in the air, Luffy, on the other hand, quickly analyzed the situation amid the intense fight. His thoughts were a whirlwind of strategies and reflections.
Damn.
I'm barely scratching the surface of this fight. My natural strength is classified as B, and by transforming, I reach a rank A state. If I enhance my strength with the Moa Moa no Mi, I would reach S level, but I'd still be below my grandfather, who likely boasts strength at SS or SSS level. Not to mention the other stats where I would lose an advantage by using the Moa Moa no Mi to boost my speed. Even in the face of this perceived disadvantage, Luffy continued to confront Garp with determination, his sharp mind seeking a strategy that could level the playing field and exceed the expectations placed upon him. Luffy decided to intensify the battle by unleashing a sequence of skillfully choreographed blows. With each punch, chaos flames erupted, creating explosions that filled the space between him and Garp. Each explosion was a manifestation of the intensity of the conflict, a physical representation of the fierce struggle between grandson and grandfather. Garp, in turn, reacted with agility, skillfully dodging the explosions and responding with powerful blows. The dance of fire and punches filled the skies, forming a visual narrative of a clash between two titans. With each explosion, Garp's strength was felt, but Luffy persistently sought ways to overcome this inequality. As explosions illuminated the sky, and the crowd in the city and the marine fleet watched with wide eyes, marveling at the grandeur of the epic clash between the pirate captain and the marine hero. Even the residents of Goa were not immune to the spectacle, looking up at the sky above all the ships, where the two combatants created impressive explosions. On the deck of the Black Pearl, the crew watched the battle with a mix of surprise and admiration. Reiju, Lamy, Hugo, Bippo, Usopp, Hachi, Nojiko, Shirahoshi, Kuina, Zoro, Yamato, Nami, and Megalo shared their impressions in the face of the grandeur of the duel. "This is way beyond us," commented Reiju, observing the power spectacle, showing her surprise at the magnificence of the battle. "I can't disagree with you," added Lamy, whose eyes were fixed on the aerial duel. "That's the marine hero. No surprise for someone who is Gold Roger's rival," pondered Hugo, with a thoughtful look. "And to think that the captain is related to the marine hero," exclaimed Bippo, revealing a slight amazement. "This fight is between monsters," spoke Usopp, revealing a certain hesitation in his tone. "What kind of human family is this?" questioned Hachi, feeling a certain unease. "Luffy," whispered Nojiko beside him. "Luffy will be fine." "Don't worry," affirmed Nami, maintaining unwavering faith in her captain. While the epic aerial confrontation between Luffy and Garp unfolded in the skies, Yamato, now acting as vice-captain in Luffy's absence, watched the battle attentively. Her keen eyes noticed a new threat emerging on the horizon, adding complexity to the situation. "The fight is ongoing, but it looks like the Marines are moving in our direction," warned Yamato, her voice laden with seriousness. Everyone on the crew turned their attention to the marine ships, advancing determinedly toward the Black Pearl. "We must hold them off until Luffy returns from his confrontation with his grandfather," declared Yamato, taking a firm and decisive stance. Faced with the imminent threat from the Marines, she led the group with confidence in the absence of their captain. While the clash in the skies between Luffy and Garp continued, the crew was prepared to face the challenges looming on the horizon. This stretch of the ocean, once the exclusive stage for the battle between grandfather and grandson, now transformed into a field of multiple conflicts. Cannon shots echoed through the air, creating a symphony of destruction. The Black Pearl, now the target of the Marines, sailed fearlessly through the projectile storm from 50 ships. On board, Luffy's crew reacted swiftly. Yamato took a defensive posture, using her abilities to create a sturdy barrier. Zoro, Lamy, Reiju, and Nami coordinated efforts to evade enemy attacks and counter when possible. Meanwhile, Luffy, still engaged in combat with Garp in the skies, sensed the growing threat to his ship. His eyes narrowed with determination, and he knew it was time to face not only his grandfather, but also the challenges the Marines were throwing at him and his crew. "If you blink, you'll miss it, Luffy," Garp shouted, his warning echoing across the battlefield. Propelled by overwhelming force, Garp unleashed a powerful punch directly to Luffy's face. The impact was cataclysmic, triggering an explosion of force in the air. The sound of the punch reverberated like a thunderous roar, while the chaotic flames surrounding Luffy's fists seemed to momentarily flicker in the face of Garp's immense concentrated strength. Luffy's face was thrown backward, leaving a luminous trail of dissipating flames in its wake. Garp's expression remained serious and determined, showcasing the intensity of the devastating blow he had dealt. Impacted by the overwhelming punch, Luffy soared through the skies like a wayward bullet, but with impressive agility, regained control and stabilized in the air. What a punch! Luffy murmured, adjusting his jaw after the brutal impact. I told you to pay attention to our fight, Garp reprimanded, materializing in front of his grandson with the Zoro technique. Luffy had to go on the defensive instantly. Damn, Grandpa, you're a monster, Luffy complained, skillfully dodging Garp's powerful blows. Luffy, stop the curse, brat. You've gotten so strong. You should have followed the path of an admiral. Why did only Lucy follow the right path in this family? Garp exclaimed, delivering powerful blows against his grandson. Meanwhile, Garp muttered to himself, this family, so stubborn, but so full of potential. He unleashed increasingly intense blows, demonstrating combat skills befitting his reputation as a marine hero. Amidst the exchange of blows, Luffy seized an opening and launched a series of explosions towards Garp, trying to gain some advantage. The explosions illuminated the sky, adding an extra layer of aerial spectacle to the already epic battle. His grandfather attacked again, and Luffy skillfully evaded Garp's formidable attacks, whose overwhelming strength cut through the air. While punches and explosions filled the air, the intense exchange between grandfather and grandson continued. Grandpa, how is she? Is she causing a lot of trouble in Marineford? I miss her too, Luffy had to ask, his words intertwining with his defensive movements. Garp, between punches, growled in conflict, expressing pride and concern for the family that defied marine norms. She's no different from you in that regard, but at least she's becoming a fine marine. Unlike you and Ace, and you managed to be even worse than Ace. Darn grandson. As the battle unfolded, Luffy, in addition to facing physical attacks, absorbed Garp's words. I hope she's okay. I really want to see her. He didn't hide his feelings, his emotions blending with memories of the body he now inhabited. Don't worry about that. She's here too, Garp murmured, adding a punch to Luffy's chest, marking a moment of conflict and connection between two generations of a family bound by blood and challenging decisions. She is. Luffy raised his voice quickly amidst the impacts of blows and aerial explosions. Speaking of the devil, she's already coming, Garp commented, his gaze turning to the tumultuous horizon. As the battle continued, on the deck of the main ship in the naval fleet, a girl prepared to ascend to the skies. With agility, she positioned her arms on the sails, stretching like a cat about to pounce. In the next moment, she launched herself into the sky, propelling toward the epic showdown between grandfather and grandson like a rocket. It didn't take long for the female figure to enter the combatant's field of vision. The intensity of the battle momentarily decreased, with even Garp halting his frenetic attacks to observe the imminent arrival of the girl. She appeared before Luffy, who looked at her with a mix of longing and surprise. Clad in a marine uniform, resembling a lieutenant or captain, the girl had an unmistakable face, a strikingly feminine version of the original Luffy himself. Her features were a lively reminiscent of the Straw Hat Pirates. Captain's face, enhanced by a femininity that added a new layer to the familiarity of the countenance. Brother, she shouted, her voice echoing through the skies as she approached. Lucy, Luffy exclaimed, his eyes shining with joy at seeing his sister. Long time no see, brother. You have weird powers. What kind of transformation is this? But it's so cool, she said in the air, her eyes shining like stars as she expressed her fascination. Brother, you've become a pirate. I'm going to arrest you, she demanded, a mix of determination and playfulness in her expression. Ha 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 ha, I'm waiting, Lucy. Luffy laughed, ready to receive his sister's charge. Take this then. Goma Goma no. She began to stretch her arms, preparing to show her own version of the familiar elastic techniques. Image here, Chapter 90 past. Chapter size, 2,549 words. Third-person POV. Goa Kingdom, East Blue. Luffy, seeing his sister after so many months, memories begin to surface in this moment, recalling how his life in this world was before his memories from the other life had been replenished. Flashback. Lucy, I'm going to be the most powerful pirate, declared Luffy, his eyes shining with determination. Luffy, I'm going to be the most powerful marine, and I'll arrest you, affirmed Lucy, showing a serious expression but with a touch of friendly competitiveness. I'll be more powerful, and I'll never be arrested. I'll be more powerful. I will. No, it will be me. I will. I will. You little brats are so funny. Da-ha-ha-ha-ha. An adult man wearing a straw hat laughed, watching the two children with an amused look. Some time later, Luffy, you're too childish, someone commented, expressing a mix of concern and understanding. She's right, Luffy, added another, agreeing with the previous assessment. You girls don't understand. I'm going to be a great pirate and dominate all the seas, exclaimed Luffy, excited and full of confidence. TSK, I don't like that dream, Luffy. I want a world where people live happily. Yuta expressed discontent. It's a beautiful dream, Yuta. I want to bring justice to the world, Lucy said, revealing a deep passion for her ideals. You're much nicer than your brother, Lucy, Yuta praised, smiling at Lucy. Thank you, Yuta, Lucy responded, grateful and with a childish and silly smile. You girls. The boy grumbled, revealing a touch of frustration or incomprehension. At another moment, Yuta, I have a bad feeling about this journey, Luffy commented, a wrinkle of concern marking his forehead. I'll be fine, silly. Remember our promise? Yuta replied, displaying a reassuring smile. That we would stay together? But that was weird. I still don't understand. You'll find out in the future. Fufufu. Yuta laughed mysteriously, leaving an aura of suspense in the air. Yuta, come back soon. Lucy commented happily beside Luffy, oblivious to the promise Yuta mentioned. Yes, my father and the others are visiting the South Blue. We'll be back soon. Still, be careful. I feel like something bad is going to happen. Luffy murmured softly, expressing his concerns. Don't worry, I'll be back soon, Yuta said, leaning in to give Luffy a kiss on the cheek. Hey, what's this? Don't do that to people. Luffy jumped, embarrassed by the display of affection. Shishishishi. Luffy, you act so weird with a kiss. Maybe I should do the same. Lucy laughed at her brother's sudden attitude. No, definitely not. Luffy protested vigorously at his sister's suggestion. Did I see you kissing my daughter, brat? Shanks arrived at the trio, surprising them. I didn't. She kissed me. Luffy protested, trying to explain himself. Do you know what that means? Shanks looked at Luffy seriously, increasing the tension. No. The boy didn't like how Shanks was staring at him. It means you're going to die. Shanks began to draw his sword from its sheath, making Luffy widen his eyes in shock. Come here, brat. Shanks shouted, and Luffy ran, being chased by the pirate captain. Shishishishishishishishi. Ha 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 ha. The two girls laughed at this scene, watching the interaction between Luffy and Shanks with a touch of amusement. Some time later. Da ha 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 ha. Why are you laughing? Did you let them step on you, Shanks? I thought you were strong enough for that. The boy exclaimed angrily as he rose in the bar chair, seeing Shanks soaked in alcohol after being humiliated by mountain bandits. Luffy, not everything is resolved through violence. Shanks commented calmly, trying to calm the boy. They humiliated you. You should be powerful, as a pirate should be. The girl next to him was a bit shy, and before he could say anything to his brother, Luffy jumped off the chair and ran to the back of the bar. I hate you, Shanks. Luffy shouted and left with tears in his eyes. Luffy. The girl commented, showing concern. Let him be, Lucy. He's upset for what happened with Yuta. He has every right to be angry with me.
Yes.
But it wasn't your fault. Lucy lowered her head, understanding and murmuring the situation. Eat something, Lucy. Your brother will be back before you know it. Shanks stood up and smiled at the girl, ruffling her hair.
Yes.
What a horrible fruit. Lucy found something to eat, but didn't like it much and complained. Lucy, did you eat the treasure fruit? What have you done, brat? Shanks tried to grab her and make her spit out everything she ate, but only made his neck stretch at that moment. What's happening? Lucy seemed terrified at the transformation, her neck starting to stretch. You ate the rubber fruit. You can never swim again. Your body is rubber? Shanks shouted at her, revealing the consequences of eating that devil fruit. What? How can I be a marine like this? Lucy was terrified, making faces considering the implications. But before they could say more, the bar door opened again with the village mayor. Shanks. Luffy is in trouble. An old man, whoop slap, entered Makino's bar, visibly frightened.
What?
My brother? He's facing the mountain bandits who left this bar a while ago. Now they're threatening to kill the boy, said the old man, quite scared. We must go, Lucy. We'll talk about your fruit later. Shanks concluded, anticipating the urgency of the situation. At another moment,
Shanks.
Why? The boy cried into the man's chest. I couldn't let a boy die, could I? Shanks replied, his voice conveying compassion.
But
your arm. The boy tried to avoid looking at where Shanks had lost his arm to save him. Even being a good swimmer, he couldn't go back to the village with that sea monster, but Shanks still saved him. Shanks sacrificed his arm for the boy who, just a few hours earlier, said he hated him. Shanks's heroic gesture did not go unnoticed, creating a deeper connection between the two, while the boy was filled with regret and sadness. Some time later, Shanks, so you're leaving? Lucy commented next to Luffy at the port, while Shanks and his crew prepared to return to the New World. I must go. My journey is waiting for me, Luffy and Lucy. I hope to see great things from you one day. Shanks looked at the children with satisfaction. Of course, I'll be a great marine like Grandpa and capture you, just like Luffy too, she said excitedly. I can't wait for that. Dahahaha. You'll never capture me, because I'll be the pirate who will rule all the seas, Luffy declared. Oh, how can you be so sure? Are you willing to create that path? Shanks smiled at the boy. I swear, this is my dream. One day I'll have a crew that will be the most powerful in the world. I'll be the strongest pirate and man of all. No one will stop me, be it you or Lucy. And I'll get you, Lucy. You'll join my crew too. The boy shouted with his childish voice, but seemed quite sincere. Who said I'll be in your crew, Luffy Baka? I'll be a great marine, a vice admiral, and I'll capture you, Lucy said, sticking her tongue out at her brother. Daha. I liked hearing that, Luffy. Let's make a promise then, Shanks said, taking off his hat and putting it on the confused Luffy's head. See, this hat is very precious to me. I want you to wear it until the day you become a great pirate, and you have to protect your sister too. She's very special, Shanks said with a relaxed voice, but no one could imagine the weight behind those words.
That.
Your hat, Shanks. Luffy and Lucy looked at the man surprised. Yes, now it's yours, and it looks good on you. So, promise me. Shanks smiled. I promise. I'll become a great pirate, recognized as the great emperor of the sea. I'll protect my sister and one day pass your hat again, Luffy shouted with excitement. I'll be waiting for you. Shanks left after that, leaving behind a promise that would echo through time. Some time later. Come on, brats. A man dressed in the marine uniform carried 2 children in each of his arms. I shouldn't have left you in the village. Damn Shanks, how he corrupted my grandchildren. I'll be a pirate. I'll rule the seas. It's decided, Grandpa. Luffy protested while in one of Garp's hands. Pop Garp threw them up and punched each one, then caught them again. Ouch. That hurt. Luffy protested, rubbing the affected area. Yes, because it hurt. Now I'm made of rubber. Lucy still didn't fully understand her pain, something she didn't feel anymore after eating Shanks's fruit. Wahaha. This is the fist of love. You'll always feel your grandpa's love. This is to remove any influence that damn redhead has put on you, Garp said seriously. Grandpa, but I want to be a powerful marine like you, Lucy protested. But now you're a devil fruit user thanks to that damn man, Garp growled. No matter what you say, I'll be a pirate, Luffy said firmly, demonstrating his determination. Ouch. Stop hitting me. Luffy cried after another punch, but still with a touch of silly laughter. I'll take you to live in the mountains. There you'll learn to be great Marines, Garp said as he continued on his way with the two children, outlining a new destiny for them. Some time later. Who are you, you bastard? The door opened with a fat woman growling. It's me, Garp said calmly. Gee, Garp, you're back? Are you taking that brat with you? He's a demon, Dayton protested. I didn't come to bring two more for you to take care of. Garp scratched his nose after dropping Luffy and Lucy on the ground.
What?
Who are these brats? Dayton demanded. My biological grandchildren. What? Hey. Lucy raised her hand excitedly. Luffy remained quiet. Lucy felt spit on her after trying to catch a butterfly, while Garp demanded things from a submissive Dayton and her group in a corner. Who did that? Lucy looked in the direction of where the spit came from and saw a boy on top of a rock. It was Ace.
Tisk.
The boy clicked his tongue. You spat on my sister, you damn brat. Luffy saw this and ran to hit the boy. I see you've already met. This is Ace, Luffy and Lucy, and your siblings from now on. Garp crossed his arms. Luffy was already defeated on the ground since he couldn't beat a boy 3 years older than him. Brother? What? The three expressed their surprise, thus beginning a new dynamic between the newly discovered siblings. Another moment. Run. They're going to catch us. Luffy shouted excitedly. Brother, this is wrong. Lucy protested as she ran. Let's keep going.
Ace spoke as they ran.
Haha, this is so much fun. Sabo laughed. The four left after escaping a restaurant without paying. Come back here, you brats. The owner chased after them. The group of four used to enter the city to steal things and eat without paying in the Kingdom of Goa. They did this every day. Some time later. What's that in your hand, Luffy? Ace asked, noticing something shiny he was holding. Oh, it's just a necklace I took from that store over there. Luffy replied, smiling as he displayed the stolen necklace. This place is getting boring. Let's go to that beach. There must be something interesting there. Sabo suggested, pointing to the horizon. Good idea. Who knows what we might find there? Lucy agreed, her excitement always present. The four ran away again, leaving behind the chaos they caused in the city. On the beach, they found a small abandoned boat. This is perfect. Let's take it and explore the sea. Luffy proposed, looking at the boat with shining eyes. What? That's stealing. Lucy protested, even though her expression indicated she was already considering the idea. So what? It's going to be so much fun. Ace laughed, getting into the spirit of adventure. Grab what you need. We're going to sail the sea. Sabo encouraged, taking some things from the boat. The four boarded the boat, laughing and planning their next escapade, leaving behind the tumultuous city and heading towards the dump. Lucy fell into the sea, and Luffy quickly grabbed her. In another moment. With this, we will officially be brothers from this moment on. Yes.
Ha ha ha. Cool.
Let's drink. Shishishishishi. I have more brothers now. The four toasted the cheap loot, enjoying the moment together. In a moment of euphoria and shared dreams, I will be the emperor of all seas. Luffy shouted, his voice filled with determination, echoing through the beach. I will be a powerful marine and capture you, Luffy. Lucy exclaimed, looking at the horizon with eyes full of determination and pride. I want to make my own name in the world, Ace proclaimed, raising his fist towards the sky, challenging destiny. Freedom on the sea and fighting against oppression. That's what I want, Sabo declared, his gaze fixed on the ocean, as if he could see a future free and full of adventures. The four voices merged, creating a chorus of dreams that resonated beyond the beach, uniting these adopted siblings in their shared aspirations. In another time, they're going to burn the dump. We must stop it. It's madness. Yes. We must bring justice. Let's stop them. The four, now united as siblings, decided to act against the injustice of the Goa nobles and protect what they believed was right. Some more time later. Ace was crying in a corner. Luffy let the tears flow silently. Luffy.
He's really gone.
Lucy sobbed along with her brother, incessant tears marking the trail of their sadness. Yes, Lucy. Sabo died. Luffy said in tears as well, his voice wavering with the pain of loss. Aha! Lucy cried viscerally, as if each tear was an echo of the pain her heart carried. I'm sorry, sister. I'm really sorry. Luffy enveloped Lucy in his arms, letting her cry on his shoulder, while his own tears mixed with hers. It was a shared lament between siblings who had lost someone dear. Ace, good luck. You can do it, Ace. Master it before I arrive, because I plan to give you a beating. You can wait, Luffy. You'll never surpass me. I will capture you and bring justice. Good luck trying that, Lucy. Goodbye, brother. Goodbye, Ace. See you in the future, siblings. Lucy, we'll see each other soon, right? Yes, brother. I'll leave earlier, but we'll meet in the sea. Good luck, Lucy. Me too, brother. Lucy had strange eyes for Luffy. Luffy remained silent, not knowing how to react to that.
About that.
Lucy commented. Let's keep that just between us, Lucy. We'll talk about it in the future. For now, follow your dreams. Luffy commented. Yes, brother, and you follow yours. I want to see you soon. She said excitedly. Goodbye, everyone. Good luck, Luffy. Don't embarrass the village. Good luck. Follow your dreams, kid. We have faith in you. Goodbye, all. Soon you'll be seeing my picture in the newspaper. Chapter 91. Monkey D. Lucy. Chapter size, 2,391 words. Third-person POV Goa Kingdom, East Blue. Lucy launched her attack with surprising agility, her arms extending through the sky like rubbery serpents in a fluid display of mastery over her devil fruit. Elastic patterns formed as she prepared for the characteristic move of the Gomu Gomu family. Goma Goma no, she began to pronounce, her arms twisting like serpents seeking their prey. Tension in the air increased as she geared up for the final blow. Luffy's expression was filled with joy and excitement as he witnessed his sister's unique ability. Her entry into this world brought a variety of changes, including the discovery that he now had a sister who also possessed a devil fruit, gifted by Shanks. Once both arms were stretched backward, Lucy lunged forward in the air, Garp stepping back to give his granddaughter space to attack. Bazooka, she shouted, and her arms flew toward Luffy, who allowed himself to be enveloped by his sister's elastic embrace. Boom! The two hands exploded on Luffy's chest, causing him to recoil a few inches in the air, but nothing more. Hey, Lucy. You got strong. Ha ha ha. Luffy laughed, his voice echoing through the skies as a testament to the unique connection between the Gomu Gomu siblings. Shishishishi, did you see? Hot. Lucy shouted, her hands burning after connecting with Luffy's skin. You little brat, don't you see he's made of flames? You have to be careful. Garp growled at his foolish granddaughter. Ay, hot, hot, hot. Lucy comically screamed in the sky, waving her hands in an exaggerated effort to cool off the heat. Lucy, you idiot. Luffy commented, watching his sister with a mix of amusement and concern while noticing something peculiar. Lucy, did you learn to use Jeppo? Luffy asked, and Lucy stopped moving her hands at that moment to look at her brother before answering. Grandpa goes really hard, throwing me on various islands for training, she said, but was interrupted by Garp's grumbling. It's for you to become a powerful marine, my granddaughter. I should have thrown Luffy into the jungle too. Maybe he wouldn't have become a pirate if I had been tougher. Garp roared, and Luffy rolled his eyes at the familiar comment. But anyway, about Jeppo, I'm learning to use it, but I haven't mastered it yet. Lucy said, scratching her head with an awkward smile. I see. But then, why are you up here? Luffy casually asked.
Well.
Lucy finally realized she was suspended in the air above the vast ocean, her eyes widening in surprise. Ah ha ha. Lucy began to scream when she realized she was falling. Both Luffy and Garp slapped their own faces, almost in synchrony. Let me get her. Luffy spoke, reverting his transformation to have only wings, and quickly flew to rescue Lucy. Phew. I thought I was going to die today. Thanks, brother. Luffy brought her back, holding her by the waist to ensure her safety. Luffy turned his gaze from his sister and addressed Garp, who was a few meters away. "Grandpa, I have a hostage now," he said cheerfully. Both Garp and Lucy widened their eyes. "A hostage?" Garp was stunned. "This hostage, by any chance, is me?" Lucy asked, still stunned. "Of course, I have my sister in my arms, an officer of the Marines." Luffy laughed, displaying a mischievous smile. "Grandpa, help. Luffy kidnapped me. He's going to kill me. Help." Lucy started shouting in desperation, making dramatic faces. "You darn brat. Let go of your sister," Garp shouted, perplexed and annoyed by his grandson's prank. "Ha ha 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 ha. I had memories, but living with this family is so much fun," Luffy thought, enjoying the madness around him. "Okay, I'll let her go, but let me talk to her first." Luffy spoke as he approached Lucy's ears. "Whisper, HM. Are you sure, brother?" Lucy asked, looking at Luffy with curiosity. "Whisper, but Grandpa won't like it. She's going to give me those love punches." "Whisper. What are you kids talking about there?" Garp growled, impatient. "I guess so, brother." "All right, Lucy. Stay safe," Luffy announced, and in a theatrical gesture, comically leaned her body as if about to perform a special move. Then, with a playful smile, he tossed Lucy in the direction of the Black Pearl, creating a scene of lightness and fun amid the intense battle in the sky and sea. Ah ha ha. Lucy screamed as she realized she was rapidly heading towards the ship and remembered that Luffy considered her a hostage. Lucy's expression quickly transformed from initial joy at seeing her brother after months to a mix of shock and fear. Her eyes widened as she tried to process the sudden change of emotions, and her initial cries of joy turned into a mixture of alarm and confusion. The crew, even amid the chaos of battle, watched with concern and curiosity at the cry in the sky as Lucy approached the Black Pearl. Meanwhile, Garp observed the situation with a mix of shock and irritation, unable to fully comprehend his grandson's carefree mentality in the midst of such a serious confrontation. "Ah, ah, ha, ha, ha. Ah, I'm gonna die," Lucy screamed in fear as she descended through the air. "Kid, where did you throw your sister?" Garp asked, perplexed, eyes fixed on Luffy as he flew through the sky.
"Don't worry, Grandpa. She'll be fine.
Let's continue our fight." Luffy smiled at Garp, displaying confidence and determination. "Enough of the games, Luffy. Now you'll feel the love punches," Garp shouted, promising an intensification in the battle. "Bring it on, Grandpa," Luffy announced, preparing to face his grandfather's powerful punches. As the fight resumed in the skies, the Black Pearl was the target of an incessant barrage of cannon shots from all directions. However, the skilled crew of the ship executed precise maneuvers, skillfully dodging each cannonball, ensuring the efficient protection of the pirate ship amidst the chaos of battle. "Oh, ha ha. Now that I remember, I'll be fine." The crew heard a scream from the sky and saw a woman falling in their direction.
Pop.
An elastic sound reverberated through the deck as she landed. Lucy, with a serious and determined expression, stood upright, showcasing her ability to handle dramatic falls. The crew, initially surprised, soon realized it wasn't an enemy attack. "Who is this?" Nami exclaimed, not recognizing this intruder, while using her wind to protect the ship. "An enemy attack," Usopp shouted in alarm.
"Oh."
Usopp eased, lowering his weapon. The initial surprised expression was replaced by widened eyes as they noticed a woman dressed as a marine falling onto the deck in a strange manner. "I'm fine. Shishishishishi. Good thing I'm made of rubber." The strange woman quickly got up while scratching her head in celebration. "Who are you?" Zoro asked, brandishing his sword in a defensive stance, an aura of distrust hanging over the crew. "A marine." Nojiko answered suspiciously, noting her distinctive uniform.
"Nay."
They decided to send someone, Hachi muttered, analyzing the situation with a keen eye. "She must be quite strong to come all the way here flying," Yamato commented, watching the marine with a mix of curiosity. Seeing the people around her with suspicion, Lucy displayed a smile and spoke for the first time. HM? Hey, are you pirates from Luffy's crew? The Marine exclaimed, interrupting the group's murmurs with an enthusiastic greeting. Marine-sama, do you know Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi inquired with a mix of surprise and curiosity in her shy voice. Of course. He's my brother. Shishishishishi. The girl laughed happily, revealing an unexpected connection. What? The Straw Hat's expressions ranged from surprise to disbelief at the surprising revelation. You're our captain's sister? Reiju exclaimed, showing a mix of surprise and disbelief. It's Lucy, right? I heard Luffy talk about her in Fusha. Yamato recalled, connecting the pieces of the story. Incredible. Bippo commented, watching the newcomer with fascination, while the crew absorbed the surprising revelation about Luffy's family. A bear! Lucy exclaimed with stars in her eyes. Sorry, shishishishishi. What a funny bear. Luffy's sister is in the Marines, how bizarre. Hugo commented. Don't forget that his grandpa is Garp. Lamy mentioned. So, no one's going to ask why she's on our ship when the captain is fighting in the sky with his grandpa? Nojiko commented, crossing her arms. Hey, can you guys stop arguing? We're being bombarded from all sides. I'm going to need help, or the ship will take severe damage. Nami shouted, her voice cutting through the chaos as she struggled to protect the ship from the constant cannon shots. Lucy, still a bit dazed, quickly recovered as she remembered something important. Luffy told me to warn you guys about something. He said to activate the ship's nitro, whatever that is, and said to launch it. He'll be back once the ship is in the air.
What does he mean by that?
I got it, leave it to me. Usopp responded quickly, running into the interior of the ship. Luffy had shared a lot of knowledge about the vessel with him and a few other members who had ship-related skills. Luffy had implemented the same system that the Thousand Sunny had with Cola, but here, it was activated by combustion, with a battery that could be charged by his flames. Meanwhile, in the sky, Luffy wasn't having an easy time. He was taking a beating from his grandfather. Darn it, these so-called love punches hurt a lot. Even turning back into my Mythical Zoan form, I still feel like I'm completely vulnerable. HM? What expression is that, Luffy? Not enjoying your love punches? Garp asked, scratching his nose provocatively. Grandpa, it was good fighting with you. I hope to see you in better shape next time we meet, Luffy said suddenly, making Garp raise an eyebrow in surprise. What do you mean, brat? You can't escape my punches. Garp replied, clenching his hands with determination. But, Grandpa, Dad is coming over there. I doubt you can fight both of us at the same time. Luffy said, pointing with his finger behind Garp. What? Dragon is here? How do you know your father? Garp quickly turned his body, searching for his son. However, he only found the empty ocean behind the marine fleet. Luffy. HM. When he realized he had been tricked, he turned to face his mischievous grandson but saw only the empty space in front of him. Goodbye, Grandpa. It was great seeing you. Luffy's amplified voice echoed below him, reaching the deck of the Black Pearl. Luffy, do you think you can escape from your grandpa? Garp shouted, determined not to let Luffy get away unpunished. I'm pretty sure I can, Grandpa. It was nice seeing you, and thanks for the cookies. Luffy showed a package in his hand, teasing Garp. My cookies. Garp quickly searched his pocket, realizing that they had been stolen by Luffy during the exchange of punches in the air. During the heated exchange of blows between Luffy and Garp, the pirate captain showcased his skills not only in combat but also in his antics. While dodging powerful blows and the pressure from his grandfather, Luffy seized an opportunity to perform an agile and sneaky maneuver. In a quick and precise movement, he slid his hand into Garp's pocket, where he knew the coveted cookies were stored. With the skill worthy of a true cookie thief, Luffy extracted the package and triumphantly displayed it before the surprised Vice Admiral. Garp, in turn, had no time to react to his grandson's stealthy ability. The cookie package changed hands in the blink of an eye as Luffy continued his descent to the Black Pearl, taunting his grandfather with a successful heist. Darn it, no one messes with my cookies, Garp growled, heading towards Luffy as he descended towards the ship. While the showdown between Luffy and Garp reached its climax in the skies, behind the scenes, a mysterious energy began to concentrate behind the Black Pearl. It was as if the atmosphere itself was being charged by something imminent and powerful, a harbinger of what was about to happen. Suddenly, in a surprising move, Luffy, demonstrating extraordinary agility, grabbed onto the ship's mast. With formidable force emanating from behind the ship, it exploded and lifted the Black Pearl into the skies, leaving Garp astonished as he watched the ship gain altitude rapidly. The vessel hovered above the marine fleet, traversing the skies with a gravity-defying skill, while the perplexed gaze of the Vice Admiral followed every move. Garp headed to his ship, accompanied by his loyal crew who watched their Vice Admiral with both respect and uncertainty in the face of recent events. Vice Admiral Garp, should we pursue them immediately? A trusted officer of Garp inquired, showing concern and urgency. No, let's first head to Goa. I want to see the mess my grandson created in the kingdom, Garp replied, scratching his nose with a thoughtful expression. But, Sir Garp, they took Lucy. Your granddaughter is being used as a hostage. They took off with her on the ship. Another Marine warned, highlighting the critical situation. It's true. Garp widened his eyes, momentarily forgetting about his granddaughter. However, he quickly regained composure and looked seriously at his subordinates.
Tisk.
He crossed his arms, adopting a comical expression that left everyone confused. Leave her for now. She'll be fine. Besides, she needs to spend time with her brother. It's been months since they've seen each other, my grandkids. Bohahahaha. Garp began to laugh, displaying a mix of emotions that left his crew perplexed in the face of the complexity of family bonds. Vice Admiral Garp, what about Fleet Admiral Sengoku's orders? Someone asked cautiously, expressing concern about the decisions to be made. Leave that to me. I'll inform them that my grandson escaped and took a hostage. I might even suggest increasing the reward for Luffy for stealing my cookies. Bohahahaha. Garp laughed, his tone full of confidence and a pinch of peculiar humor, leaving everyone aboard somewhat perplexed. With little choice, they followed the ship towards Goa, anticipating the developments of the adventure involving the intrepid grandson of the legendary Vice Admiral. Chapter 92, Celebration. Chapter size, 17-19 words. Third-person POV Goa Kingdom, East Blue. As the sun set on the horizon, painting the sky with shades of orange, the Black Pearl sailed through the skies, moving farther away from the bustling naval fleet. The ship didn't descend when it lost speed but ended up extending its suspension in the air thanks to Nami's abilities with her wind. The pirate ship's hull cut through the air, providing a spectacular view of their audacious escape. On the Black Pearl's deck, the crew gathered again as the captain approached. Amidst the organized chaos typical of that crew, Lucy, the female and equally eccentric version of Luffy, stole the scene with her peculiar antics. Shishishishi. Just look at this. Flying through the skies as if it's the most natural thing in the world. Awesome. Lucy laughed, swinging her arms as if balancing on an imaginary trapeze. Luffy, you have a sister in the Marines. Nojiko was the first to comment when they were all gathered. Ha ha ha, this is Lucy, my dear twin sister. Luffy smiled. Twin? You guys are different. Lamy remarked. True, brother, you used to be so similar to me. How did you change so much? Lucy raised her voice. I went on a diet. Luffy shrugged. Clearly, he's lying. Zoro, Lamy, Usopp, Nami, Reiju, Hugo, Nojiko, Hachi, Kuina thought collectively. Amazing! Awesome! Lucy shouted with starry eyes. Really? Yamato exclaimed. That's incredible, Luffy-sama. Shirahoshi was amazed. Sharky, woof woof. Can you make one for me too, Captain? Bippo said. How can you guys believe this? Nami shouted, as many others looked suspiciously at Luffy because this change didn't seem to match a simple diet, but no one questioned their captain further. Excuse me? Incredible. Besides the talking bear, there's a shark and a dog in the crew. Lucy exclaimed, looking at all of them. HM? Amazing, a woman with a tail? Are you sick or something? Come here, little doggy. Give me a paw. A person. Ha 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 ha. So many funny people. At the Marine headquarters, it's so boring, everyone is so serious, and Grandpa always makes me train. As people listened to Lucy interact with them, they couldn't help but be stunned. Luffy, but speaking of personalities, your sister is so different from you. Reiji commented. Despite the captain being an idiot sometimes, I have to agree with this woman. Lami spoke. Ha 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 ha. It's true, Lucy is always fun. Luffy smiled lovingly at his sister. Anyway, we managed to escape Garp, the Marine hero. That's a relief. Beepo commented. True, but it was because Grandpa let us escape. I doubt that would have happened if he wanted to. He could quickly come here, or even predict our escape. Luffy shrugged. He's that strong, Captain Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi asked. Hugo, still processing the situation, commented with a sigh. Of course he is. He could have easily captured us if he wanted. That's true, agreed Luffy. But I think Grandpa wanted to give us a break. If he wanted, he would be here by now. Nami looked at Luffy with a raised eyebrow, wanting to change the subject to another topic that no one had discussed yet. Luffy, do you really think it's okay for your sister to be here with us? She's a Marine officer, after all. Lami nodded, shaking her head. Even by the crazy standards of this group, this is out of control. Luffy just laughed, hugging Lucy from the side. Ah, relax. Lucy is family, right? And she always brings a bit more fun to the party. Yes, we're here after you guys managed to escape. Wait, I should be here, shouldn't I? Lucy began to analyze the situation and looked at everyone. Everyone remained silent with Lucy thinking. Lucy, looking around, finally realized the incongruity of her presence on the pirate ship. Her eyes widened, and without hesitation, she began shouting to the sky for help.
What?
I'm a Marine. I shouldn't be on this pirate ship. Grandpa, Luffy kidnapped me, help. She immediately looked for her grandfather. Luffy, seeing the growing confusion, decided to act. Hey, Lucy, calm down. It's not like that. Look, we were just having fun and, I thought it would be cool to have you with us on the ship. Lucy looked at Luffy with indignation. Luffy, I'm a Marine. Do you really think I can stay here? She pouted. Luffy scratched his head, laughing nervously. Well, I thought you'd enjoy it.
Plus, we have meat and a feast prepared.
You still like meat, right? And our Reiju made some of the best delicacies. Lucy's eyes sparkled upon hearing about the meat. Feast? Good food? But she still hesitated. Luffy nodded, smiling. Of course. We have tons of food. And I know you can't resist a feast, little sister. But what about Grandpa? What if he gets mad at me for letting you escape? Lucy continued, concerned about family implications. Luffy smiled confidently. Don't worry about Grandpa. He's tough, but deep down he understands that we're just enjoying life. And as for you, well, you've always been good at handling things, right? It'll be fun having you around. Lucy, still indecisive, looked at the tempting offer of food. I'm a Marine officer. I can't just betray my loyalty. Luffy shrugged. Don't be so serious, Lucy. We're just having fun. And I'm sure Grandpa will understand. He's cool like that, think of it as a day off. Lucy looked at the deck, where Usopp and Hachi were bringing food and drinks from the stock, and sighed. Well, I guess I can't resist good food. But that doesn't mean I'm joining this crew and becoming your nakama. I'm a Marine, your enemy, who will capture you one day. She exclaimed in the last sentence. Luffy laughed. All right, Lucy.
Take it easy.
For now, just enjoy the moment. Lucy looked at the meat, then at Luffy, and then at the meat Reiju was preparing at that moment.
Finally, she sighed.
Lucy. Fine, you idiot. But only because the meat looks good. Don't think that means I won't capture you in the future. Luffy celebrated, and the crew applauded as Lucy joined the party in a comical manner. Luffy. Great. Now let's enjoy the party together, sis. And so, Lucy, even if reluctantly, found herself immersed in the madness and fun of the Black Pearl's crew. While the party started lively on the Black Pearl's deck, the sun began to set on the horizon. The sky acquired warm shades of orange and red, creating a magical atmosphere. The Black Pearl, hovering in the air, became a dark silhouette against the colorful display. Luffy, Lucy, and the rest of the crew were engrossed in conversations. However, the celebration was just beginning. Nami, with her navigation expertise, began preparing the ship for the next stage of the journey. As the last sunbeam disappeared on the horizon, Nami gave the coordinates for the Black Pearl to start its gentle descent toward the glistening waters. The ship descended slowly, with Luffy helping to slow it down as the hull touched the ocean surface. As the Black Pearl began to move, the sails adjusted to catch the evening breeze as the ship sailed toward the horizon with a feast. Starlight began to the sky, revealing a starry and serene night. While the deck was illuminated by a lively banquet, the Black Pearl, now sailing through the dark waters, left behind a trail of silver reflections. The crew, still in a festive mood, watched the scenery unfold as the ship moved forward. Luffy, with his typical joyful expression, stood at the bow, feeling the cool night breeze. Lucy, still adjusting to the idea of being on a pirate ship, couldn't help but marvel at the beauty of the moment and the lively companionship of Luffy's crew. The feast on the Black Pearl continued into the night, extending until the dawn of the next day. As the stars shone in the night sky, the pirate crew celebrated with abundant food, laughter, and music. The aroma of delicious delicacies lingered in the air, blending with the fresh ocean breeze. The ship's deck was lit by hanging lanterns, creating a cozy and festive atmosphere. Improvised tables were set up, covered with a variety of exotic and colorful dishes. Bottles of rum circulated among the crew members, further enhancing the celebratory mood. Luffy, eating voraciously and occasionally raising his glass in a toast, was the epicenter of the fun. Lucy found herself easily drawn into the contagious party. Her quirkiness and peculiar humor blended with the moments of celebration. "Hey, everyone! You have to hear the crazy stories I've experienced with Lucy," Luffy announced with enthusiasm, capturing everyone's attention. He began to share funny and thrilling stories, narrating with his characteristic animation. Laughter echoed as Luffy recalled the peculiar events that had marked his journey with his sister. "And remember the time Lucy tried to use hot pepper in Makino's kitchen? Ha ha ha. Almost blew up the kitchen in agony." Luffy laughed loudly, and the crew members joined in with infectious laughter. Lucy, equally unabashedly laughing at her own stories, ended up joining the fun and sharing some goofy anecdotes about the captain. Laughter echoed across the deck, creating a relaxed atmosphere. Between one story and another, Luffy, now drunk, took the opportunity to thank everyone for being part of his crew. "You guys are the best companions I could have at this moment. Ha ha ha. Wouldn't trade any of you for anything." As the sun emerged on the horizon, the Black Pearl witnessed the dawn breaking. The sunrise brought shades of pink and orange to the horizon, painting the sky with vibrant colors. The crew, despite the night of revelry, was filled with renewed energy, ready to face the challenges the new day might bring. The Black Pearl continued its journey, sailing toward the next chapter of adventures, with the crew united by the spirit of freedom and camaraderie that only pirates and a marine knew. Chapter 93, Logtown 1. Chapter size, 17-19 words. Third-person POV Logtown, East Blue. A few days later, without making stops on any island, the Black Pearl sailed directly to Logtown. The arrival of the imposing ship did not go unnoticed, and soon, the port personnel could witness the arrival of the formidable vessel, surpassing all others in that stretch of the sea. This caused immediate panic among those present, recognizing the large Jolly Roger with a straw hat. Although Logtown was not as grand as Goa, it was evident that it possessed a busier and more vibrant atmosphere, driven by constant trade. Logtown, a bustling and lively city, stretched along the coast, featuring unique architecture that blended traditional styles with maritime influences. Narrow streets were lined with a variety of colorful buildings, from modest shops to lively taverns. The port, a vital part of the city, was filled with a diverse mix of ships, from local fishing boats to large merchant vessels. Tall towers and lighthouses marked the landscape, providing a spectacular view of the horizon and the turbulent sea. The bustling commercial atmosphere was evident in the local markets, where street vendors displayed their colorful and aromatic goods. People moved through the streets, some seeking business, while others enjoyed the relaxed atmosphere of entertainment areas. At the center of the city, a broad square was dominated by an imposing structure that served as a landmark. Large squares and parks offered open spaces for social activities, and the sound of laughter and conversation filled the air. Logetown, with its unique combination of architecture, bustling trade, and welcoming atmosphere, was about to receive the peculiar arrival of the Black Pearl's crew, perhaps with some panic and caution. The Black Pearl entered the busy waters of Logetown, causing an immediate commotion among the local inhabitants and the Marines patrolling the port. The pirate ship, with its unique appearance and striking aura, stood out among the more common vessels, attracting curious and, in some cases, alarmed looks. Hugo, alongside Luffy, observed the unfolding commotion with a satisfied expression. "Looks like we know how to make a striking impression wherever we go, Captain." While Luffy simply shrugged, Lucy, on the other hand, reacted entirely differently to the situation. "I hear them shouting about a terrible pirate crew, where we have to arrest them immediately." Her voice echoed as she frantically scanned the sea for the alleged crew. The crew members looked at her strangely, questioning if she was really Luffy's sister. Zoro, with his usual frankness, expressed the general doubt. "Are you sure she's your sister?" "Of course. Why do you think she's so beautiful?" Luffy retorted with a mischievous smile. "That's not what I meant. Anyway, we're approaching the port, and there's a group of naval soldiers gathering there," Nami warned. Luffy turned to Yamato. "Yamato, use Conqueror's Haki and knock down Smoker once again." Yamato nodded, preparing for action. As the Black Pearl approached the port, the Marine captain, Smoker, leading the group of naval soldiers, awaited with determination to capture the pirates. Before the ship could anchor, a wave of power emanated from Yamato, hitting Smoker and toppling his entire platoon. Tashigi knelt under the intensity of the Haki, and before Smoker could react, a shadow loomed behind him. Recognizing her as the same woman from before, Smoker realized that his fate was sealed. He failed once again, falling unconscious to the ground. As onlookers ran in fear of the naval captain being knocked out, Luffy and the others disembarked from the ship. "You can't knock out naval soldiers like that," Lucy shouted, alarmed by the scene. "Of course, we can, we're pirates," Luffy replied to his sister. "Luffy, I'll arrest you if you keep committing crimes," she growled cutely. "Remember that you're my prisoner," Luffy countered. True, I guess you're right." She seemed to ponder her situation. What a strange family, everyone murmured seeing this. "Anyway, let's explore the city," Luffy announced. "I'll stick with my troublemaker sister and Shirahoshi. If you want to accompany me to the execution square, feel free. Otherwise, you can do whatever you want in the meantime. We have money, and we can enjoy this afternoon before setting sail for the Grand Line," Luffy proposed, and everyone began to consider their options. He wanted to stay a day, but with his grandfather on his tail, he needed to leave. "I'll talk to my replica over there," Kuino asserted. "I'm going to buy new swords." Zoro planned his activities in the city. "I'm going to explore," Usopp announced. "I'll accompany Usopp." Hugo decided to follow him. "I'll be exploring too," Lami affirmed. "I'll buy ingredients for the kitchen," Reiju informed. "I want to buy some dresses." Nami revealed her shopping plans. "I'll go with Lami-san." Bippo accompanied Lami.
Nay.
"I'll stay on the ship." Hachi chose to stay on the ship. "Oh." Chaochu, the dog, expressed his displeasure. "I'll go with my sister." Nojiko decided to accompany her companion. Sharky, Megalo, the shark, made his characteristic sound. "I'm going with Luffy." Shishishishi. Lucy, excited, declared. "Me too." Yamato decided to follow Lucy and Luffy. So everyone mentioned their plans and split up, leaving the unconscious Marines and Hachi with Chaochu on the ship. Tashigi was the only exception, dragging a strangely screaming Kuina, who claimed they had cloned her. Luffy, Lucy, Shirahoshi, Megalo, and an enthusiastic Yamato headed to the city center. Shirahoshi no longer needed to hide her tail, as her photos were already spread throughout the world, and Luffy and Yamato were by her side for any eventuality. Hey, are you the pirates causing a ruckus at sea, right? Aren't they afraid of the Navy? They're everywhere. Is that mermaid real? Never thought I'd see one for real. While they ignored the gossip, Luffy passed by a peculiar place. He couldn't help but open his eyes with interest at a sign on a bar hidden in one of the alleys, which read, Gold Roger Bar. Found something, Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi asked curiously. Yeah, there's a bar here I want to check out. Let's go. Luffy announced and proceeded with his trailing companions. Meanwhile, at the port, that ship. It's his. A figure ran toward the vessel. Wow. Did I pass out? A marine spoke, getting up from the ground. The captain passed out too. Another one said, What happened? The pirate ship is here, as if nothing happened. A third marine grumbled. As the marines regained consciousness, the same figure passed them on the ground and stopped in front of the ship. She took a deep breath and shouted, Monkey D. Luffy. A smile formed on her face. A six-armed person, along with a dog, appeared at the edge of the ship and looked down.
Hey.
The captain is out, who are you? Hachi asked, curious about this woman. The woman put a hand on her shoulder and adjusted her hat. With a smile, she spoke to Hachi. I'm Alvida, your captain's woman. Can you tell me where he went? She asked curiously. His woman? Of course. He went to the square. Hachi replied politely. Got it. Thanks, I'll find him there. She smiled and began to run in that direction.
Nay.
What a polite woman. The captain sure knows how to pick a wife. Hachi couldn't help but be impressed by people's manners. Oh, Chaochu barked by his side.
Nay.
Do you agree too? Hee. Meanwhile, Luffy entered the bar Gold Roger. The place exuded a vintage aura, with few souls present, typical of a bar that had witnessed the passage of time. An old man was busy cleaning the counter when the door creaked open, revealing the peculiar group consisting of a mermaid, a shark, a woman dressed as a Navy officer, a nearly 3-meter-tall lady, and the pirate boasting the highest bounty in the East Blue. What do we have here? A mermaid, a shark, a woman dressed like a Navy officer, a woman almost 3 meters tall, and the pirate with the highest East Blue bounty, murmured the old man, widening his eyes at the scene. Ha ha ha. Finally, customers, exclaimed the old man, his expression gaining a cheerful gleam at the prospect of an unusual clientele. Old San, are you open? Luffy led the group with a smile. Monkey D. Luffy, the greatest pirate in the East Blue. In my bar? That's amazing. How did you get into the city, with Smoker here? Did you do the same thing that was in the newspaper? Oh, by the way, I'm Raoul. Nice to meet you all. The old man, Raoul, expressed contagious enthusiasm. About Captain Smoker. We knocked him out at the port. He should still be unconscious, Luffy said, tipping his hat with a mischievous smile. Damn, Luffy. Don't badmouth the Marines. Lucy intervened beside her brother. Ha ha. I wish I could have seen that. Now, when he shows up here, I can tease him. Look over there. I even hung the newspaper on a frame, much to that guy's displeasure. You guys are my heroes. Raoul spoke cheerfully. What a funny old man. Yamato laughed. Come on, old man. Give me something to drink. I heard Gold D. Roger used to frequent this place, Luffy announced, heading to the counter. Really? Truly? The pirate King Selma? Sharky. Ho 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 ho. I see you know this place then, that's good. Yes, Roger used to frequent this place in my youth, hence the name. The old man spoke dreamily and looked at Luffy. While you have any alcohol for me and Yamato, juice for the other girls. Wait, Luffy, you can't drink alcohol. You're my age. Lucy protested. Didn't you see me drinking at banquets? Besides, I'm a pirate. I can do what I want, sister. I guess you're right, brother. She said softly, admitting. Thus, The group found themselves immersed in Rowell's animated narratives about the exploits of Gold D. Roger. Luffy was there more out of curiosity, eager to see the place he had seen in the anime. It was intriguing to think that, in this alternate reality, Luffy was a Navy officer, hearing the same stories he used to live. This Luffy was a true original creation. While the Black Pearl anchored in Logtown, Garp, the Vice Admiral of the Navy, kept his eyes fixed on the city as they approached. He was determined to capture his grandson, Luffy, who is now a wanted pirate. His serious demeanor reflected the seriousness of the mission, but there was a hint of concern in his eyes. Vice Admiral, we're approaching. We received a call from the base confirming the presence of your grandson's pirate crew in the city, reported a Marine officer.
Great.
Let's get my outlaw grandson. Sengoku is furious with me and plans to cut my salary if I don't catch him here. Garp spoke as he watched the city approaching on the horizon. Prepare for the approach. Let's capture Monkey D. Luffy and bring him back to justice. Garp commanded, firming his posture as he prepared to disembark in the city with his iconic Navy ship. Thus, while Luffy enjoyed the relaxed atmosphere of the bar, Garp continued his approach to the city, ready to fulfill his duty as Vice Admiral of the Navy. Chapter 94, Logtown 2. 200k words in this fanfic. Notice, I am reducing the update rate in this novel to 1 chapter every 2 days. I want to catch up to its English version. Chapter size, 2,589 words. Third-person POV Logtown, East Blue. After a lively conversation with Rowell and a few sips at the old bar, Luffy decided to leave a few minutes later. What a cool place. Now I want to see the square. Let's go, declared Luffy as he left the bar. Meanwhile, people's reactions continued to be quite peculiar as they saw them walking through the streets of Logtown. Look, a mermaid. A woman with horns. Incredibly beautiful. That man with the hat. It's him. They are the Straw Hats. He killed the King of Goa. He's the worst pirate in this sea. Pirates are walking peacefully through the city. Where is Captain Smoker? Haven't you seen the newspaper? This pirate arrested Smoker and took a picture with him tied up. Can't anyone stop this pirate? What if he starts looting the city? We can't do anything. I heard he brought an entire kingdom to its knees. Luffy advanced with his group through the city, while people didn't stop making obvious comments about him. It didn't take long for them to reach the imposing square of Logtown, where the platform where Gold D. Roger was executed stood out. Logtown Square was spacious and majestic, with a well-kept stone pavement and benches arranged in a circle around the central platform. In the center, Gold D. Roger's execution platform was an imposing structure, rising above the ground and boasting a striking presence. It was surrounded by golden chains that added a touch of symbolism to the location. Around the square, there were various buildings and shops, some of which dated back to Roger's era. Statues and monuments honored the city's rich history, while cobblestone streets provided a picturesque and historical atmosphere. The square was often visited by tourists and local citizens, but the arrival of some of the Straw Hats certainly added an extra dose of excitement to the environment. People gathered, looking at the famous captain, taking some pictures, and murmuring to each other as the pirates explored the iconic location. The atmosphere was charged with excitement and curiosity. Look, this is where the Pirate King met his end, said Luffy, opening a smile. It's so grand. This happened right here? Let's go to the spot. They moved forward to get a better look at the location. As they explored the bustling streets of Logtown, Nami and Nojiko strolled through the historic city, absorbing the peculiar and history-filled atmosphere while shopping for dresses and other clothes. The late afternoon sun cast a golden light on the ancient buildings and busy squares. As they walked, the sisters enjoyed their time together, reminiscing about old memories and sharing laughter. The aroma of street food filled the air, mixing with the sounds of passing people and the distant music of a street performer. Hey you, I know you. Suddenly, the cheerful atmosphere was shattered by Buggy's shrill cry echoing through the streets. Nami and Nojiko turned to see the eccentric pirate captain standing in the middle of the street. Buggy! Nami exclaimed with disgust, while Nojiko looked curiously beside her. I knew I'd find the straw hats here. Ha ha. I almost went to Impel Down because of your captain. Now I'll get revenge on your crew. He shouted and laughed. That's right, Captain Buggy. The crowd behind Buggy shouted in a synchronized chorus. The big-nosed clown, recognizing Nami, began to make threats and vengeful proclamations. The crowd around him, like an enthusiastic chorus, echoed his words. Do you know this clown, Nami? Nojiko asked, tilting her head. Are you mocking my nose? Buggy growled at Nojiko. He tried to kill me once, and almost succeeded if it weren't for Luffy, explained Nami, keeping her hand raised to prevent any approach from Buggy. I'm not the same anymore and am enjoying some time with my sister. So get lost. Faced with Nami's firm response, she summoned her powerful attack, Garuda, Hurricane, a demonstration of the strength she had gained since the tumultuous days with Buggy. The strong wind swept through the street, keeping any imminent threat at bay. The crowd, initially enthusiastic about Buggy, now watched in surprise as Nami and Nojiko continued their stroll through the city, leaving the indignant and perplexed clown behind. Nami, with a determined expression and her hand extended toward Buggy and his crew, channeling a mysterious energy in front of her. The atmosphere around them seemed to vibrate with power as an invisible force began to concentrate. Suddenly, an explosion of energy manifested, forming an imposing tornado that swallowed Buggy and his crew as if they were mere toys. The roar of the wind mixed with the desperate screams of the pirates, who were lifted into the air like leaves in a storm. What is this? Aha! Buggy's pirates screamed, unable to contain themselves in the face of the fury unleashed by Nami. Nojiko, next to Nami, watched the scene with a disapproving expression. Nami, could you be more gentle? Reprimanded Nojiko, concerned about her sister's intense response. They're pirates, sister. I won't go easy on those who almost killed me, Nami replied, determined, as she continued ahead. Nojiko sighed, understanding Nami's perspective, and followed her sister along the path, leaving behind the tumultuous confusion caused by Nami's impressive power. At the same time, Buggy and his crew flew uncontrollably through the skies of Logtown, their panicked screams echoing in the atmosphere. The energy tornado unleashed by Nami propelled them upwards and sideways, like leaves carried by the furious wind of a storm. Buggy, with his detached head, desperately tried to control his chaotic trajectory. His dismembered body was thrown from side to side, while his fellow pirates followed the same fate. In the midst of chaos, members of Buggy's crew were thrown in different directions, each experiencing a tumultuous journey through the sky. Some spun disoriented in the air before colliding with building roofs, trees, or posts, while others were thrown to more distant parts of the city. The population of Logtown, watching perplexed at the spectacle, saw members of Buggy's crew falling like uncontrolled meteors. With each impact, a cloud of dust rose, and the cries of pain and confusion from the pirates filled the air. Meanwhile, Buggy continued his tumultuous journey through the sky, desperately trying to find a way to land or at least control his disordered trajectory. Nami's attack proved to be more formidable than he expected, leaving him in a state of complete disorientation. Boom! The boom echoed as Buggy's dismembered body finally found the ground, his tumultuous fall ending the chaotic dance through the skies of Logtown. It didn't take him long to realize that he was alone here, while the members of his crew fell in various parts of the city, scattered like pieces of a shattered puzzle. Buggy rose from the ground, his body marked by scratches and bruises from the fall but still pulsating with life. As he tried to recover, he couldn't help but snarl in disbelief at Nami's feat. How did she do that? Did she gain new powers with a devil fruit? Buggy questioned, his voice laden with incredulity. The image of the frightened girl he almost killed once had now transformed into a woman who launched him through the skies. Around Buggy, local spectators startled to see the clown descend abruptly from the skies. The surrounding air was filled with murmurs of surprise. While trying to make sense of what had just happened, Buggy shook his head, attempting to dispel the confusion clouding his thoughts, and sought to understand where exactly he was at that moment. Hey, it's that clown. Ha 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 ha. Look at his nose. Hey, Buggy. It's good to see you again. Buggy looked with hatred ahead and saw a group of people on the platform in front of him, a place Buggy knew well. It was the place where they executed his captain, which he personally witnessed in his youth, and the man who was there was the one he wanted to kill, the Straw Hat. He was in the place where Gold Roger died. How not to be moved. When Luffy arrived at this place in the square, he wasted no time in climbing the platform, and everyone followed him with curiosity. People noticed this activity, and as everyone was already talking about the terrible pirate who arrived in the square, it didn't take long for everyone to see him in that place. Feeling the eyes of the whole square on him, Luffy didn't waste time and took a deep breath, shouting to the entire city with his voice amplified 30 times. Listen, all inhabitants of this city, today I am here to declare that I, Monkey D. Luffy, will conquer all the seas. Remember my name and my words. Ha ha ha, Luffy shouted, and every ear in Logtown felt those words. Luffy, what is he up to this time? Kuina muttered in front of her copy in a corner of the city.
Ha ha ha.
The captain knows how to grab attention as always. Hugo laughed, and Usopp nodded beside him near a church. Luffy. Nami grimaced as she walked with her sister down a street. Ha 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 ha.
Nojiko laughed. Tisk.
Zoro heard from inside a shop and glitched while getting new swords. Lami, Bippo, Reiju also heard without any surprise, as the captain was a man to do these unexpected things, and they continued with their tasks while exploring Logtown. Vice Admiral. That. A voice was heard in the port. Yes, my grandson is up to something again. Let's go get him. Garp said, leaving the ship. And their ship. The same marine pointed to the large black pearl anchored there. Leave it, there's only a fishman and a dog on it. Our priority is my grandson. Garp said, and moved on. Smoker, already conscious, appeared and greeted the Vice Admiral, following him to the square. They got you good, Smoker. Wahahaha. Garp couldn't help but laugh at Smoker's disheveled appearance. They have someone who knows hockey. I was knocked out twice by the same woman. Smoker growled.
Oh.
So Luffy already has someone who knows how to use hockey? That damn brat. Where did he get that person in the East Blue? Garp reflected, and they continued walking through the city to the square. Luffy had calmed down after his companions shouted at him not to use his powers to amplify his voice like that. Everyone had earaches now. Now he even took the opportunity to open the biscuit he got from his grandfather for the first time, while sitting on the edge of the platform eating and looking at the square. Luffy's words echoed mainly through the square, leaving people astonished and curious. At first, a tense silence dominated the atmosphere, but soon it gave way to a series of reactions among the inhabitants of Logtown.
What?
Conquer all the seas. Who is this guy? It's Monkey D. Luffy, the pirate with the highest bounty in the East Blue, the one who cruelly killed King Sterry in the throne room. Did you hear that? He wants to be the king of the pirates by conquering the seas, right? I saw the news in the newspapers. He's unbeatable in the East Blue. This city is always involved with pirates. Haha, is he serious? He must be crazy to say that so openly. As voices mingled, some murmured in disbelief. Others were fascinated, and some even started laughing at Luffy's audacity. The news spread quickly, creating a buzz of excitement throughout the square. People began to gather, discussing what they had just heard. Can he really do that? Who knows? He has the courage to say it here. I've never seen anything like this. Is he going to cause trouble in the city? I heard he defeated Captain Smoker. This Monkey D. Luffy is an interesting figure. Logtown Square became the epicenter of heated discussions as residents tried to absorb Luffy's bold declaration and speculated on what it would mean for the future of the city. Wow, these cookies are really good. No wonder Grandpa loves them. Luffy was sitting on the edge, calmly eating the biscuit. Is this cookie good, Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi asked beside him. Yes, it's the most famous cookie in this world. Really? It's true, but Grandpa will beat you for this. I still feel the fists of love when I tried to steal it once, sister, Lucy whined. At that moment, Luffy turned his attention to the sky and noticed Buggy, the clown, plummeting from the air, a sight that surprised him. After seeing him fall to the ground, Luffy didn't forget to greet the clown. While his eyes were fixed on Buggy, the clown managed to rise from the ground and uttered words full of hatred toward Luffy. Straw Hat, I finally found you. I'm going to kill you. HM.
Ah.
However, he didn't have a chance to finish his threat as an apple hit him from behind with a thunderous impact. Boom! Buggy was sent flying until he collided under the platform, while a female figure emerged, revealing herself as the one responsible for the surprise attack. Finally found you. The figure that hit Buggy shouted to Luffy, with a big smile. Who is she? She looks strong. You. Luffy, wide-eyed, watched the woman advance toward the impact site, ready to continue the confrontation. Luffy jumped from the platform to the ground with his cookie in hand, while in the audience formed by those present, Lucy and the others watched the scene with growing curiosity. Took a while, but I finally found you, the woman proclaimed as Luffy reached the ground. In an unexpected moment, Logetown's bustling square was suddenly filled with murmurs again as the events unfolded one after the other, while an imposing figure approached Luffy. The crowd moved away to give space, and there she was, Alvida, the Iron Mace, known for her unique and intimidating appearance, despite being extremely beautiful. With a firm and confident stride, Alvida advanced, making her way through the streets as passers-by stepped back, creating an involuntary corridor for her passage. Her black hair gracefully fell over her shoulders, contrasting with her smooth, fair skin. What stood out the most, however, was the remarkable change in her appearance since being transformed by the Sub no Mi. Where there was once an awkward figure, now stood a slim and attractive woman. An aura of confidence surrounded her as she moved, and the sound of her footsteps echoed through the environment, echoing the transformation that the devil fruit had provided. Onlookers couldn't help but stare, some with looks of surprise, others of fear, but all recognizing Alvida's imposing presence, which was becoming famous. Her entrance not only defied expectations, but also added a new dynamic to the already lively square scene. I don't know her, Lucy commented as she saw this. Neither do I, but Luffy seems to know.
Yamato said. Sharky.
She must be a dear friend of Luffy-sama. Shirahoshi spoke as Luffy, and the woman approached with people moving away from them, but with eyes fixed on the pair. Why are they kissing? Lucy exclaimed, intrigued by the situation. Chapter 95, Logetown 3. Chapter size, 2,718 words. Third-person POV Logetown East Blue. Alvida's eyes scanned Luffy as he proclaimed his ambitions to the entire city. He was different from before, no longer wearing simple, tight-fitting clothes that seemed too small for him. Now, he was imposing, his aura even more befitting of the man he had become. Dressed in black with his front exposed, a pistol at his waist, his entire appearance screamed power and audacity. A mix of emotions bubbled within her, a combination of admiration, respect, and gratitude. The man before her was not just the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, he was someone who had radically changed her life, giving her a new perspective and self-confidence. Watching him, Alvida remembered the time when she was considered ugly and overweight. Before the mysterious transformation of the Sub no Mi, she would always make her crew say she was the most beautiful, but it was an excuse to deflect her lack of self-confidence. She knew they spoke out of fear, but this man spoke sincerely. Despite saying she was still ugly and fat on the outside, he exuded a confidence that she could be beautiful. In his unique sincerity, Luffy had accepted her as she was and saw the beauty that lay beneath the surface. He declared her his soulmate, a connection that transcended appearances and physical changes. Now, in the presence of the man whose existence had inspired her to become who she was, Alvida felt her heart beat faster. He was not just an ally now, he was someone for whom she harbored deeper feelings. Hearing his bold words echoing in the square, Alvida decided to act on her own desires. Thoughts swirled in her mind as she advanced, determined. The man before her was not just her captain now, but someone she desired in ways that would not have been imaginable in her old days. The change Luffy had brought to her life now urged her to make a decision, one that could alter the course of their destiny and relationship. Alvida's heart pounded as she approached, ready to express her feelings in an unexpected way. The punch he called the love punch had indeed worked wonders on her. Thanks to that, she had changed, becoming beautiful to be with her man. She had left her old crew and followed her new dream, standing by this man. As Luffy approached, casually enjoying his biscuits, Alvida felt a mix of nervousness and excitement. Each of his steps seemed to bring a palpable change to the surrounding atmosphere. She didn't hesitate. She couldn't wait another second to express the whirlwind of emotions within her. Without wasting time, Alvida ran towards Luffy with determination. Her feelings, once kept in her heart, exploded in a bold and fearless demonstration. With a decisive gesture, she aimed her lips at his, sealing a kiss that transcended words. The world around them seemed to freeze for a moment as that intense moment united two souls in a unique way. Alvida's kiss was laden with meaning, an expression of years of gratitude, love, and mutual transformation. She knew that from this moment on, Luffy would become the most important person in her life. The initial embarrassment she felt dissipated in the certainty that this was the path she had chosen. After the bold kiss, Alvida pulled away from Luffy, but the gaze between them remained intense, as if they had shared something deeper than words could express. Luffy savored his biscuits with his characteristic nonchalance, while Alvida was immersed in the realization of having found the man who had changed her life. Alvida looked into Luffy's eyes with a shy but joyful smile. "I've finally found you, my love," she said, revealing her emotions sincerely. Luffy, in turn, laughed casually. "Ha ha ha, you look stunning right now." And bold. He appreciated the visible changes in her, recognizing the journey they had both undertaken. "Let's be together now," Alvida proposed with a smile, her eyes shining with eagerness to embark on this new phase alongside Luffy. Their destinies were entwined, and both were ready to face the future together. System, crew. Alvida joined as a member of your crew. The system notification surprised Luffy, and he thought, "Wow, that was fast. I didn't even need to invite her." He looked at Alvida with satisfaction. "Yes, now you belong to my crew and are my people," Luffy said, smiling at the woman before him. "That's good," Alvida murmured, a blush coloring her cheeks. "Brother? Who is she?" Lucy arrived at that moment, falling like a rubber on the ground and looking curiously at Alvida. "This is Alvida, my woman," Luffy announced loudly. "Luffy, you have another woman?" Yamato appeared beside them, displaying a slight sign of dissatisfaction. "Yamato, I've told you I'm a selfish man, but don't worry. None of you will be dissatisfied with your needs," Luffy said, recalling the conversation he had with his 3 current partners. He had made it clear that he would have more women and, with a bit of persuasion, had convinced them. He had no shame in expressing his desire to have at least a dozen of them by his side. While Luffy was talking to his crew and sister, the people around were astounded by all these events, from Luffy shouting to the entire city to Alvida confronting him with a kiss, and the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates declaring her his woman. Suddenly, people in the corner of the square became agitated, starting with a murmur and escalating to loud voices. "They are the Marines. They are in the square. Is Captain Smoker there? Is he here to arrest Straw Hat Luffy? Who is leading the group? You fool, that's Garp, the man who fought against the Pirate King and is a hero of the Navy. What's a big shot like him doing here? What will happen? The Straw Hats won't stand a chance. Let's leave the square. This will soon turn into a war zone. Yes, better not get involved in this." The rhythmic sound of Marine boots echoed through the square of Logtown, reverberating between the buildings surrounding the area. The military noise announced the imposing arrival of a Marine force, led by the formidable Vice Admiral Garp, whose reputation preceded his presence. The Marines advanced through the square, with visible determination on their faces. Garp led the group, his serious and focused gaze indicating that he was on a serious mission. The other members of the Marine followed him, and among them was a young man with pink hair, whose gaze was mixed with conflicting emotions upon seeing Luffy again. As the Marines advanced, a wave of whispers began to spread among the city's inhabitants. Some nervously exchanged glances, others raised their eyebrows in anticipation, and the bravest whispered to each other. The news of the possible confrontation spread rapidly, causing a growing agitation among the city's inhabitants. Some backed away, concerned about the imminent clash between pirates and the Marines, while others approached to observe the unfolding events. Garp spotted Luffy among the crowd below the execution platform with an unconscious buggy beside them, and his expression hardened even more. He was determined to capture his grandson and put an end to Monkey D. Luffy's pirate antics. Kobe, on the other hand, felt a mix of respect and concern as he faced his former friend who had once helped him. Luffy, in turn, remained calm, looking directly at Garp. He knew the confrontation was inevitable, but his fearless spirit did not waver in the face of the impending battle with the Marines. The square was now filled with palpable tension, awaiting the unfolding of the clash between the forces of the Marines and the pirates challenging the status quo. Luffy-sama. Marines incoming. Shirahoshi came to his side with concern. The tension in Logtown Square was almost palpable, a nervous silence settling in as Shirahoshi warned about the arrival of the Marines. The audience around watched with curious and apprehensive looks, aware that a confrontation was about to unfold between the pirates led by Luffy and the Marine forces. "Marines are coming. We have to escape," Lucy shouted, and Alvida looked at her with a confused expression. "But aren't you a Marine too?" she asked Luffy's sister. Oh, right, shishishishishi. Lucy scratched her head as she became aware of that. In the center of this tense scenario, Luffy observed the arrival of Garp, Smoker, and, to his surprise, Kobe. The Straw Hat Captain's excited expression brightened upon seeing his acquaintance after not seeing him for a month, alongside his grandfather. "Kobe!" Luffy shouted, his voice full of enthusiasm, as his gaze met that of the young Marine. Still beside Garp, Kobe was the same as ever, displaying a mixed expression of anxiety and fear. A reminder of the situations he had been through with Luffy and hearing about the exploits of the man who hitchhiked with him to Shell City. Kobe, alongside Garp as recommended by his grandson, was visibly disoriented at the imminent encounter with Luffy. Garp, calm and laid back, chewed his biscuits, observing his two grandchildren with an affectionate gaze. The former Vice Admiral had gone to Shell City to recruit Kobe, pleased to see the potential that Luffy had mentioned earlier. "Luffy," Kobe murmured, his words carrying a mix of emotions, from gratitude to a certain apprehension about what was to come, as he knew deep down that he wasn't ready to fight Luffy yet. Garp's gaze, as he walked in his peculiar way, conveyed a serenity that contrasted with the imminent confrontation.
He was there not just as
the Vice Admiral of the Marine, but as Luffy and Kobe's grandfather. Beside Luffy, Alvida watched the scene with surprise, realizing Kobe was there. Her expression was a mix of curiosity, with her former jack-of-all-trades in the Marines. "Hey, Kobe, so you became Marine?" Alvida asked, staring at the young man with an apple in hand, as if he were a potential victim in the upcoming moments. Who are you, and why do you know me?" Kobe, somewhat frightened by the presence of the woman beside Luffy, sought refuge next to Garp. However, the Vice Admiral was completely absorbed in his biscuits, seemingly ignoring the situation as he observed his grandchildren. "Kobe, you don't remember. This is my wife, Alvida. Your former captain when you were a prisoner," Luffy announced, displaying a confident smile. Luffy's words made Kobe's eyes widen in shock. Alvida, he exclaimed, surprised by the revelation and reliving memories of his time as a prisoner under her command. The woman before Kobe was no longer the same as he remembered. Her previous form, marked by fat, had transformed into extraordinary beauty.
How
is this possible? He wanted to shout, feeling a mix of shock and disbelief. Internally, Kobe questioned how Alvida had transformed so drastically. Old memories of when Luffy proclaimed that she would become the most beautiful woman in the East Blue echoed in his mind. At the time, Kobe thought his captain was delirious, but now, seeing the transformation, he realized that Luffy had been right all along. "Kobe-kun, don't be surprised. My husband always said I would become the most beautiful woman in the East Blue," Alvida replied with a smile laden with arrogance. Do you know what they're talking about? Lucy asked curiously. Maybe Luffy-sama met her before he met us. Shirahoshi pondered, emitting a curious tone. Sharky. Megalo agreed with an affirmative nod. Damn Luffy. He said he'd have multiple wives. Yamato growled with displeasure. I still haven't. Kobe was lost for words, but was interrupted by Garp at this moment. Monkey D, Luffy. Crack, I'm here to arrest you. Crack, his grandfather spoke while munching on his biscuits. Hello, Grandpa. Crack, how are you? Crack, Luffy began eating his biscuit too. Damn, Luffy. Crack, you took my caramel-flavored crack biscuit. That one's really crack good, Grandpa. What crack flavor is that in your hand? Crack, corn flavor crack. It's really crack good. I see crack. Crack crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk crack crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk crack crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk crack crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk crack crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk crack crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk crack crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack. Asterisk, the only sound in the square was the noise of bites on biscuits between grandfather and grandson, while all opposing groups looked on without knowing what was happening. As the Marines were lost, unsure of what to do, since their vice admiral was in front of the pirate eating biscuits, Smoker looked at this scene behind Garp with a furrowed brow. Kobe was stunned, seeing that the Marine hero was as peculiar as Luffy. Luffy's group was also lost, Lucy with an animated look, Yamato curious, Shirahoshi trying to study Luffy with his grandfather, and Megalo nervous, realizing that the situation was not favorable. Comedy permeated the atmosphere as biscuits were devoured in a surreal atmosphere. Crack crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk crack crack asterisk asterisk 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 crack asterisk. I visited the Goa Kingdom. Crack, you created a huge mess that shook the world asterisk crack. His grandfather spoke in a serious tone. Asterisk crack asterisk Makino isn't a great queen. Crack, Luffy laughed. She will be crack, no one will question her. Crack, not after you said she was Crack Shank's wife. Crack, that's crack good. But still, crack, I have to crack arrest you in the name of the Navy. Crack and justice. I understand, crack, you're just doing your crack job. Grandpa crack, so crack, get ready. Crack, everything crack, right? Crack. Crack crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk crack crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk crack crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk crack crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk. Are you just going to keep eating? Smoker couldn't take it anymore and shouted angrily. It had been 5 minutes since the start of this strange scene of incessantly devouring biscuits. Captain Smoker. They fell asleep, said a dazed soldier. Luffy fell asleep in front of Garp, and his grandfather did the same. Snore snore asterisk snore snore asterisk. The silence in the square was broken only by the synchronized snores of the two, pirate and marine, asleep, while the people around tried to understand what had just happened. The square was enveloped in a strange silence, interrupted only by the continuous snoring of the two sleeping pirates. Yamato was stunned, unable to comprehend how such a serious situation had turned into a scene of collective slumber. How can they sleep? Yamato exclaimed, her expression of disbelief intensifying. Yamato-sama, Lucy also fell asleep. Shirahoshi murmured with a tone of fear, watching the surreal scene before them. Snore, snore, asterisk, asterisk, snore, asterisk. The persistent snores of Garp, Luffy, and Lucy echoed in the square, amplifying the perplexity of those present. Even Megalo, the shark leopard, seemed confused by the situation. What's wrong with this family? Everyone thought, looking at the siblings and the grandfather asleep in the middle of a possible fight between Monkey D. Luffy and Monkey D. Garp. Boff, the bubble on Garp's nose burst, bringing him back to consciousness. His eyes narrowed upon seeing Luffy and Lucy sleeping peacefully in front of him. Luffy, how can you sleep in the middle of a square? You too? Lucy, I'm going to throw you into a jungle to learn some manners. Garp growled as he threw a punch at Luffy, waking him abruptly. Grandpa, I think I slept. Ha 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 ha. Luffy felt the pain in his head and looked at his grandfather retreating a few meters away. He laughed awkwardly, scratching his head. You think you slept? Everyone exclaimed, still stunned by the bizarre turn of events. Anyway, let's end this. I came to arrest you, my rebellious grandson. Get ready. Garp roared, throwing his bag of biscuits away and staring at Luffy seriously. Okay, Grandpa, let's end this. Luffy also threw his package of biscuits away, assuming a serious posture. They were about to clash once again, but the surrounding atmosphere still exuded a comedic tone due to the surreal nature of the situation. Chapter 96, Logtown 4. Chapter size, 3,215 words. Third-person POV Logtown, East Blue. The Logtown Square was illuminated by the light of the purple flames beginning to envelop Luffy's body. The transformation of his devil fruit was in full force, giving him imposing and terrifying appearance with strange scales and growing horns that stood out. Yamato, get out of here with the others and prepare the ship, ordered Luffy, his firm voice echoing through the square as his eyes remained fixed on Garp. Yes, Luffy. Let's go, replied Yamato, leading Shirahoshi, Megalo, Alvida, and a certain Lucy away from the impending battlefield. Garp, in turn, didn't let Luffy's provocation go unnoticed. Don't think you'll escape this time, Luffy. And Lucy, where do you think you're going? You're a Marine, growled Garp with a serious expression, casting a challenging look towards Lucy. It's true. I have to arrest you. Since I'm a Marine, exclaimed Lucy, her determined and comical expression, despite the cautious look from Alvida by her side. Let's fight, Grandpa, declared Luffy, and immediately his devil fruit entered the second phase. The transformation happened spectacularly. His skin acquired a purple hue, muscles increased, and scales like armor began to appear in various parts of his body. 2 horns grew on his head, enveloped in purple flames that illuminated the square, leaving everyone present in awe. That darn devil fruit, I don't know how you got it, but I'm going to beat you with my fists, you brat, growled Garp, watching his transformed grandson with a mix of surprise and determination, much like the first time he witnessed his grandson's strange powers. The square was enveloped in an aura of tension as the confrontation between grandfather and grandson intensified while Yamato was running to get away with the others, marking a crucial moment in Logtown. Is this the power of Garp's grandson? A mythical Zoan? Murmured some Marines, watching with admiration Luffy's transformation. So hot. I can feel the heat from here, commented another Marine, stepping back a bit due to the intensity of the flames. So cool, exclaimed Lucy, her eyes shining like stars at the supernatural spectacle before her. But even with the stunning scene, Yamato and the others couldn't divert their attention for long. The Marines under Garp's command, led by 2 commodores, 3 captains, 1 commander plus Captain Smoker from Logtown, were quickly approaching to face Luffy's crew. Leave that for later. We have to deal with the pirates. Let the Vice Admiral take care of his grandson, ordered the Commodore with the most authority here, and immediately, Smoker and his comrades advanced toward Yamato and the others to prevent them from escaping. A skilled and confident captain decided to use the Soarer technique to position himself strategically in Yamato's path. However, the speed of Kaido's daughter was even more surprising. Yamato acted with agility, throwing her kanabo in the exact direction where the Marine appeared, catching him off guard. Before he could react, the captain was thrown away, temporarily interrupting the Marine's assault. The square was now divided between the colossal confrontation between Luffy and Garp and the fight of the other crew members against the Marines. Observation Haki. Tell me, Luffy, where did you find a woman with Haki in this sea? Garp didn't divert his gaze from the events, but threw the question with a tone of curiosity and, at the same time, reprimand. The grandson, with his always carefree expression, responded with a wide smile, revealing a confident and determined side. A long story, Grandpa. I haven't learned it yet because I want to start with the 6 styles, but I plan to get really powerful with them in the future. Garp muttered under his breath, a mix of frustration and admiration. Damn, Luffy, where are you learning the 6 styles? His grandson possessed marine techniques, had acquired powerful allies like Yamato, and hid a series of secrets. Whatever, I'll beat you with my love fists so much that you'll spill everything to your grandpa. Garp declared with a mix of authority and affection, preparing for the imminent battle. He unleashed a surprising attack, combining Saru and Haki, directing it to the center of Luffy's chest. Luffy, caught off guard by the speed and strength of the attack, was thrown away, flying with impressive force. The crowd reacted with murmurs of amazement, some surprised cries echoing among the spectators. Meanwhile, Buggy, recovering from the wreckage beneath the platform, rose with indignation. His expression of anger was visible as he sought answers.
Damn. Who hit me?
I'll kill that person. HM. Boom. A blast resonated, interrupting Buggy's furious speech. The sound echoed through the skies of Logtown, creating a moment of tense suspense. Before Buggy could articulate any reaction, a swift projectile, courtesy of Luffy's explosive momentum, struck him squarely, causing the clown to collapse unconscious once again, his limbs contorting like those of an uncontrolled puppet. The execution platform, already weakened by previous events, couldn't withstand the impact of Luffy's attack. The structure fragmented, collapsing amid a spectacle of debris scattering like petals in the wind. The dust of chaos floated in the air, adding a touch of dramatic tension to the scene. In the face of this chaotic panorama, civilians, moved by survival instinct, began to hurriedly move away. Fear reflected in their frightened gazes and expressions of terror. Some whispered words of concern, while others let out nervous cries. The space once occupied by a curious crowd now transformed into empty corridors as people sought safety, trying to escape the imminent chaos unfolding. Luffy emerged from the rubble with an expression oscillating between pain and determination, blood dripping from his mouth. Dang, that hurt, he grumbled, injecting a touch of peculiar humor into the situation. Luffy's eyes, serious and determined, fixed on his grandfather, about 30 meters away. A flaming aura began to envelop his fists, standing out against the chaotic backdrop of Logtown. It was as if the air around Luffy was about to ignite. Ifrit, incendiary explosion. Luffy's cry echoed through the square, his voice loaded with power and determination. His punch headed towards his grandfather, despite the distance, now infused with a large amount of purple fire, unleashed an impressive explosion across the entire space in front of him. The destruction was instantaneous, growing from his punch, releasing it. In a radius of 40 meters in front of Luffy, the ground turned into a sea of flames and chaos. The purple fire, burning and voracious, rose like an awakened beast, cracking the ground with its destructive power. The sight was spectacular, a mix of fury and splendor in flamboyant hues. Garp, even surrounded by flames, remained standing, his impassive figure cut through the chaos amidst the explosion. The fire covered him like an aura, but he seemed unfazed, defying the flames with an unshakable expression as all the chaos erupted in front of him, seemingly unaffected as he was covered by the flames. Beof? Orm. The explosion reverberated through the center of the square, shaking the ground and filling the air with the deafening roar of impact. Spectators and onlookers, overtaken by panic, began to realize that this was not a safe place. Chaos set in among the crowd, turning the once lively square into a field of frantic escape. Amidst the screams and confusion, people dispersed, recognizing that they were in dangerous territory. The battleground became a focal point of destruction, leaving the square in a state of turmoil and desperation. The tumultuous scene in Logetown Square unfolded, capturing Lucy's attention. Asterisk, asterisk, so powerful. Asterisk, asterisk, Lucy shouted, her voice lost amid the chaotic noises of the confrontation. Indecision lingered in her eyes, but a firm resolution began to take shape. She couldn't stand still while the battle unfolded before her eyes. The young Marine, torn between the duty to aid her grandfather Garp and the need to assist the men trying to capture her brother's friends. The moral dilemma of fighting for the Marines against friends she made in the last few days weighed on her shoulders, but her loyalty to justice spoke louder. Meanwhile, Yamato, facing a dozen skilled opponents from Garp's team, was in a fierce battle with Smoker by her side. All were experts in the Six Styles, a formation that managed to delay even the powerful vice-captain of the Straw Hat Pirates in her advance at this moment. "They're persistent," Alvida said, using her club to strike some Marines. Asterisk, asterisk, Tekai, asterisk, asterisk. A shout from an officer echoed before Yamato could hit him with her hockey-coated weapon. The resilient technique sent the man flying, his ability proving ineffective against the woman's strength. "Damn, she uses hockey. This woman is really strong. She's taken down 4 of us already," lamented one of the opponents, revealing the difficulty they faced. At this moment, Lucy decided to intervene. "I'll help," she announced, advancing determinedly towards Yamato. Her expression reflected a mix of concern and determination, a vivid representation of the inner conflict consuming her. Asterisk, asterisk, I have to arrest them. Goma goma no. Pistol. Asterisk, asterisk, Lucy shouted, unleashing her characteristic attack. However, Yamato, agile as a beast, evaded the attack and, using her hockey-less weapon, threw Lucy towards the platform destroyed by Luffy when he hit Buggy. Yamato didn't want to fight Lucy, but she had no choice. She also knew Lucy wouldn't get hurt with her rubbery body. Beolorm. The deafening sound of the collision reverberated through the square, echoing the destruction unfolding. Lucy, thrown against the now devastated platform, struggled to recover from the impact, while the chaos around intensified. Wow, she's so strong. Lucy couldn't help but admire Yamato's strength as she got up. A clown? Lucy noticed Buggy unconscious there but quickly rose to see her brothers fight against her grandfather, leaving the clown aside, which would begin shortly, as Luffy looked at the wreckage and fire from his attack, waiting for his grandfather to appear. "Get out of here immediately, Yamato," Luffy ordered, seeing his vice-captain still dealing with the Marines. "Damn, she's too strong," said one of the men. "Get the other woman, the mermaid, and the shark," one of the officers said, looking at the members behind Yamato. Kobe, who was on the side, decided to act with his comrades in the name of justice. "This won't happen," Yamato spoke, releasing her hockey in such an intense way that it reverberated throughout the square, hitting all the Marines in its path and knocking them out instantly. The Marines, initially confident, were caught off guard by Yamato's overwhelming conqueror's hockey. Their bodies yielded to the pressure, losing consciousness in quick succession. Like dominoes, they fell one after another, creating a surreal scene of tough men now inert, scattered on the ground. "This," one of the Marines murmured, eyes wide with disbelief as he witnessed his colleagues collapsing around him, as if struck by an invisible force. "Conqueror's hockey. This group is not easy to deal with," commented a Commodore, the furrow of his brow reflecting the acknowledgement of the formidable threat they faced. "It's tough dealing with them," added a captain, his cautious expression revealing awareness that the Straw Hat Pirates were formidable opponents. "We won't be able to handle these pirates like this," Smoker grumbled, his voice filled with frustration at the inability to fully comprehend the magnitude of the hockey he had just witnessed. Meanwhile, Kobe, trembling amidst the confusion, noticed the collapse of his fellow Marines and, with determination, resisted the influence of the hockey that haunted the others. "Hey, why is everyone passed out?" Kobe questioned, his voice filled with astonishment and concern. He almost succumbed to the influence of the hockey, but his tenacity to reach his dreams compelled him to resist, despite his relative weakness. Damn, captains. Get the mermaid. The Commodore, still standing and immune to the effects of hockey, urged the other officers to act. Before Smoker and the others could react, a powerful wind hit them forcefully, accompanied by a deafening roar.
Boom.
Nami, emerging in the square after hearing the distant explosions, quickly assessed the situation. Her eyes narrowed as she saw Luffy and the others against the Marines. Without hesitation, she channeled her power, creating a hurricane that ruthlessly slammed into Smoker and his subordinates. The violent wind lifted them into the air, making them fly like leaves in the grip of a storm. Even for Smoker, a user of a Logia, he was carried away by the wind, as he was smoke. Shirahoshi, Megalo, come over here. Nojiko shouted, her voice echoing through the battle debris. Yes, Nojiko-sama. Shirahoshi responded promptly, determination in her voice. Sharky, Megalo, the faithful shark, emitted a sharp sound as he moved quickly towards the sisters. Seeing the path clear, Shirahoshi quickly followed to join the sisters, ready to escape the scene of confrontation. As the group gathered, Yamato dealt a formidable blow to Garp's last Commodore with her club, causing them to fall to the ground. The officer, despite possessing all the marine styles, was powerless against the girls' hockey, while Alvida helped with some lieutenants still fighting. Let's go! Yamato declared firmly, with her and Alvida joining the group to head towards the ship. Who is she? Nami asked about Alvida immediately. I'm Luffy's woman. Alvida had no shame in declaring that. Woman. Nami was stunned. Leave that for later. Let's escape first. Yamato spoke. And Luffy. Nojiko expressed her concern, her eyes seeking confirmation. He'll be fine. Luffy never disappoints. He'll catch up with us soon. Yamato replied with confidence, conveying unwavering faith in her captain. Yes. The rest of the group agreed unanimously, sharing confidence in the captain. Let's get out of here, guys. Follow me. Nami, pragmatic and decisive as always, led the group towards the ship. BOOM, BOOM. As they headed to the ship, two explosions resonated, echoing throughout the city. The thunderous sound made everyone in the group turn to watch the chaotic scene unfolding. Let's go. Let Luffy deal with his grandfather. Nojiko spoke, and they continued on their way. Meanwhile, in the air, Smoker followed the group to try to stop them. In the square, Luffy faced the wreckage, with Lucy behind him at a distance, trying to catch a glimpse of the epic battle between her grandfather and her brother. Luffy. Garp emerged from the debris that Luffy had caused, flying out with Jetbo and initiating a new clash with Luffy. Luffy, determined to face his grandfather, formed wings using his abilities and flew towards him with Saru, while Garp responded in kind, employing Saru and Haki in his attack. The fists of the two collided, a fusion of intense flames and a force enhanced by the speed of Luffy's fruit, against the brute force and Haki of Garp. The collision resonated in shockwaves, creating a sequence of explosions. BOOM, 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 BOOM. In addition to the echoing booms throughout the city, the ground under their feet began to explode, adding a visual element to the noisy chaos. The clash between grandfather and grandson unfolded, a spectacle of power and determination that transcended the limits of the square, engulfing the entire city in its intensity. The confrontation between Luffy and his grandfather, Garp, reached a new level. The atmosphere was charged with electricity as the two stared at each other with determined eyes. Luffy, with his straw hat firmly on his head, and Garp, with his serious expression, were ready for another round of this epic battle. Garp broke the silence with a challenging smile. You've grown, Luffy. But have you grown enough? Luffy responded with a confident smile, his eyes shining with determination. Let's find out, Gramps. In the blink of an eye, the two launched themselves at each other. Luffy, agile as ever, disappeared from everyone's sight, moving with the speed of Saru. Garp did not lag behind, responding with surprising speed for someone of his stature. The two met in the center of the square, exchanging powerful punches that generated shockwaves. Spectators could barely keep up with the speed of the movements. Lucy watched with a tense look from a distance, recognizing the magnitude of the clash between the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates and the legendary vice admiral of the Marines. Luffy's fists were enveloped in flames, a manifestation of the power of his devil fruit. Each punch was an explosion of energy, leaving trails of fire in the air. Garp, in turn, channeled his haki and titanic strength into each blow, creating impact waves that reverberated through the ground. The square became the stage for a dance of speed and power, with Luffy and Garp launching into a dizzying succession of punches, dodges, and counterattacks. Some spectators who were far away and a few conscious Marines were now witnesses to a display of skill and strength, while the square vibrated with the intensity of the confrontation. Suddenly, Luffy threw a punch charged with flames, seeking to break through Garp's defense. The Vice Admiral responded with a powerful block, but the flames began to encircle his resistance. A fire explosion illuminated the square as Luffy's punch collided with Garp's defense, creating a tense moment that seemed to freeze time. The smoke slowly dissipated, revealing Luffy and Garp on opposite sides of the impact. Luffy was a little breathless, but his eyes reflected unwavering determination to continue the duel. "Grandpa, you're so strong, I don't even stand a chance against you right now," Luffy declared, wiping the blood from his forehead and mouth with the sleeve of his coat. Garp, serious and imposing, retorted with a determined tone. "I'll detain you here, you rebellious brat." Luffy, keeping his cool, smiled casually. "But Grandpa, I don't think that's going to happen." "What do you mean, brat?" Garp narrowed his eyes, suspicious. "Dad just arrived. I doubt you can handle him and me here," Luffy replied, his confidence shining through his words. Initially skeptical, Garp mocked the suggestion. "What are you talking about now? Are you going to say he's after me too? Do you think your grandfather will fall for this again?" However, before Garp could continue with his mockery, a striking voice resonated behind him, surprising even the experienced Vice Admiral. "He's right." Garp turned abruptly, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets as he faced the imposing figure of Monkey D. Dragon. The leader of the Revolutionary Army was there, observing the scene with an arrogant smile. "D-Dragon?" Garp exclaimed, surprise evident in his expression. Dragon, with his imposing presence, remained unshaken. He stared at his father and sons amidst the destruction, revealing a smile laden with meanings. The atmosphere in the square instantly changed, charged with the imminent turn of events. The confrontation now was not just between grandfather and grandson, but also between generations of a family destined to shape the future of the world. The tense silence that followed seemed to foreshadow the storm that was about to unleash. "Who is he? And why did Luffy call him Dad?" Lucy murmured to herself, her eyes fixed on the imposing figure of Dragon. Chapter 97, Logtown 5. Monkey Family. Chapter Size, 1989 words. Third-person POV Logtown East Blue. Dragon was behind Garp, enveloped in his cloak that swayed with a gentle breeze, but his face was unrecognizable, especially with his distinctive tattoos. "Who is he?" Lucy asked curiously. Garp, the powerful and indomitable grandfather, looked at his descendants with a mix of determination and concern. "Luffy, you've grown strong. Too strong. I have to stop you here. But now, with Dragon appearing..." Garp grumbled, assessing the situation. "Dragon, how dare you appear here?" Garp growled because he knew things were getting complicated on his side. Dragon, with a calm and calculating posture, replied, "Father, it's been many years since I've seen you. You remain the same." His gaze shifted from the Vice Admiral of the Navy to the boys and girls in the distance, his own children. "You've all grown, especially you, Luffy," he said in a neutral tone. Luffy nodded a bit, but Lucy remained confused by this. People around, especially the Navy officers who had their eyes on the battle after the Straw Hats escaped, now couldn't help but exclaim at Dragon's sudden appearance in Logtown Square. "Who is that?" "He's Dragon. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army." He's here. The world's greatest criminal? His bounty surpasses the highest Yonko with 5 billion. What will happen? Will the city be destroyed? Why is he in this sea? What the hell is happening for such a big shot to appear in the middle of Garp and his grandson's fight? Have faith in Garp. He fought against the king of pirates in his era. Now he can deal with them. They're talking among themselves. I can't hear, but it's strange. As people express their thoughts and fears, Luffy looked at his grandfather and father in a relaxed manner for a family reunion. He had some doubt that he would find this man in this city, but in the end, he appeared at a great time. Perhaps not to save him from Smoker, but to ease the pressure with Garp here would be very welcome. Grandpa, Dad, let's settle this once and for all, he proclaimed with his characteristically arrogant smile. Lucy, who didn't know her father, was surprised to hear the mention of Dad. Dad? You have a dad, Luffy? She asked, her eyes widening in surprise. You have one too, after all. We're twin siblings, remember, silly girl? Luffy smiled at his little sister, finding amusement in her expression. So, he's my dad too? I have a dad, she said, surprised but with a comedic touch in her expression. Dragon opened a smile for this. His daughter was quite peculiar, but his son showed a wit he didn't expect from his descendant. Keeping track of everything his son pulled off in this sea wasn't exactly small stuff, and Luffy was dominating the entire East Blue within a month of becoming a pirate and even messing with the geopolitical structure of the sea. Dragon, what are you doing here? Garp inquired again, his posture even more rigid. Dragon, remaining calm, explained, I came to see my children and help Luffy escape. Father, you can't take your grandson while I'm here. Garp huffed, frustrated with the unexpected turn of events. You just complicate things, Dragon. But I'll make sure to use the fists of love on both my grandson and my own son. Luffy, displaying a radiant smile, intervened enthusiastically.
Dad.
It took you long enough, huh? I was running out of steam against Grandpa. Lucy, still a bit confused but maintaining Luffy's original characteristic energy, added with enthusiasm after Luffy's words. So, you really are my dad. Your name is Dragon? That's pretty confusing, but I like it. Logetown Square was immersed in a tense atmosphere, with the monkey family now divided between conflicting loyalties. Dragon, with a subtle smile, confirmed the surprising revelation to Lucy. You're so peculiar, Lucy. But yes, I am your father. Luffy, a challenging look in his eyes, directed his attention to Garp. Grandpa, are you really willing to take us down with the fists of love? Garp growled in response, but his determination was unwavering. Of course, I am. Don't think I'll go easy on you, you brats. Father and Luffy are against Grandpa, who should I root for? But I am also a Marine. Meanwhile, Lucy, still confused and torn in her loyalties, murmured to herself. Dragon, with his calm posture, addressed Garp. Father, you always try to resolve things with violence. Garp, inflating his fists with conviction, replied, It's the fist of love. Only love is in them. Preparing for the imminent confrontation, Garp cast a sharp glance. Let's end this now. I intend to arrest you two troublemakers. Lucy, feeling the responsibility of her position as a Marine, jumped to Garp's side. Even though they were family, she was willing to stand against them. I'll help too. Shihishishishishi. Luffy, I'll arrest you, she announced with a smile, showing her determination. Luffy, now emanating his power and covered in Ifrit flames in Phase 2, laughed with enthusiasm, challenging his opponents. Let's fight, Lucy, Grandpa. Without wasting any more time, Lucy was the first to act as she gracefully leaped toward Luffy, her hand stretched out to deliver a powerful blow. Take this, brother. Goma Goma no. Pistol. Luffy skillfully dodged, avoiding the impact of the punch that made the ground tremble upon landing.
Boom.
In the blink of an eye, using his sword technique, Luffy reappeared in front of a surprised Lucy. He punched his sister, his fist not enveloped in flames this time, just using it to push her away. Sorry, Lucy, but you're not strong enough to be here, Luffy said apologetically. Lucy was still surprised by her brother trying to create distance between them. However, In the midst of this split second, Garp, the protective grandfather, intervened to shield his granddaughter from her brother's onslaught. Garp blocked Luffy's punch aimed at Lucy. "You won't hurt your sister so easily, brat." The force of Garp's fist of love collided with Luffy's attack, creating a shockwave that reverberated through the square. Lucy, still stunned by the rapid unfolding of events, looked at Garp with a mix of surprise and gratitude. "Grandpa." She spoke with a joyful smile. Luffy, in turn, stepped back a few paces, his challenging smile remaining unchanged. "Grandpa, you're still as fast as ever." As Garp prepared to deliver a powerful punch toward Luffy with a fist of love surrounded by an aura of intensity, it was about to clash with his grandson, but before the blow could be completed, a swift and electrified shadow appeared by his side. "Father, you can't take your eyes off your opponent. You taught me that yourself," spoke the voice in the electric shadow. With surprising speed, Dragon appeared next to Garp, his hands charged with electricity. In an agile and calculated movement, Dragon landed a direct punch to Garp's torso, interrupting the momentum of the fist of love that dissipated in the air. The thunderous sound echoed through the square, blending with the noise of debris. Garp, momentarily surprised by his own son's attack, was forced to assume a defensive position to avoid being knocked down by the impact, but that wasn't enough as the Vice Admiral recoiled like a projectile and collided with the ground. The OOM. Taking advantage of the resulting chaos from this surprise attack, Luffy, still in the air, didn't hesitate to act. He swiftly approached his sister again, Lucy still suspended as well, and delivered a punch that propelled her to the other side of the square. "Lucy, I hope that the next time we meet, you'll be stronger," Luffy spoke, expressing a mix of apologies and determination as his sister moved away with the force of the impact. "Luffy, aye." Her voice echoed, filled with indignation and confusion, as she was propelled away. In the aftermath of the explosion where Garp fell, debris stirred, revealing the robust and defiant figure of the Vice Admiral emerging from the dust. A trickle of blood adorned his face. His hardened and determined gaze indicated that, despite setbacks, he was not about to back down. Next to his father, Luffy descended with characteristic grace, the burning energy of purple flames surrounding his body intensifying even more. The flames, vibrant and wild, seemed to have a life of their own, dancing in harmony with the young pirate's inner strength. At the same time, Dragon emitted pulsating electricity, an aura of intensity adding an electric dimension to the imminent conflict. "Damn brats, I'll have to take this more seriously," resonated Garp's authoritative voice, a clear sign that the Vice Admiral was about to elevate the level of the confrontation. Luffy and Dragon seemed to respond to their grandfather's change in posture, the elements surrounding the father and son duo coming even more to life. Luffy couldn't help but smile despite the nervousness. "This is going to be the toughest fight I've had so far. I'm nervous, but I'm excited too. I needed this thrill of an unpredictable battle," Luffy thought as his heart beat with excitement, even in the face of the growing seriousness of the situation. The square became an arena of elements, where Luffy's purple flames and Dragon's electricity converged in a stunning visual spectacle, heralding the beginning of an epic battle between son and father against the grandfather. Thus, the three fighters took the first step at the same time in the chaotic square of Logtown. The battle between Garp, Luffy, and Dragon reached its peak. The intensity of the unleashed powers wreaked indiscriminate havoc, with buildings collapsing and the ground fragmenting under the pressure of the clashes. Garp, propelled by fierce determination, charged against Luffy with formidable force. His fists of love cut through the air, seeking to hit the grandson who skillfully dodged, his purple flames dancing around him. At the same time, Dragon manipulated the elements, enveloping himself in a stormy aura as he channeled his powerful Akuma no Mi. Luffy, even with his strength enhanced by the mythical Zoan of Ifrit and Moa Moa no Mi, knew that facing Garp was a monumental challenge. However, the imposing presence of Dragon by his side provided a necessary balance. The sky became the battlefield for Dragon, dark clouds and lightning revealing the extent of his power. Explosions of impact and resounding sounds echoed through the city, leaving onlookers terrified and forcing everyone to move to an even safer location. Boom! 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 The ground was riddled with craters, and it increased even more as the fight extended, silent witnesses to the fierce exchange of blows between different generations. Garp, despite his overwhelming strength, began to realize the complexity of the situation. Each attack was met with a harmony between Luffy and Dragon's abilities, a dance of fire and electricity that defied expectations with their hockey-coated fists. Luffy launched himself against Garp with a series of skillfully coordinated blows. His purple flames burned intensely, forming a shield of heat around him. Garp, even with his legendary resistance, felt the penetrating heat of the flames, forcing him to dodge with agility. At the same time, Dragon used the power of the storm to create cutting winds and devastating lightning. He circled around Garp, becoming an elusive presence that challenged the Vice Admiral's ability to predict his movements. Luffy, with a fearless smile, shouted to his grandfather, "Grandpa, you can't handle the storm that is my father and the flames that are mine." His voice resonated with confidence, challenging Garp to adapt to this new dynamic. As the battle continued, Logtown was shrouded in an aura of destruction and power. The monkey family, united by blood and circumstances, fought fiercely in a battle that transcended family boundaries. The outcome remained uncertain, but the city would witness the magnitude of this epic confrontation between son, father, and grandfather. Chapter 98, Logtown 6. Chapter size, 2,249 words. Third-person POV Logtown East Blue. A palpable tension hung in the air over Logtown, a city that had long witnessed the departure and arrival of many pirates. The calm atmosphere of the streets was abruptly interrupted by the thunderous sounds of explosions echoing through the old and historic buildings. Somewhere in the distant marine fort, a command room was permeated by the tense atmosphere as news of chaotic events in Logtown were transmitted. Sengoku, a prominent figure in the Marines, listened with a serious expression as his mind processed the gravity of the situation. "What are you saying?" Sengoku growled, concern evident in his voice. "Fleet Admiral, Vice Admiral Garp is in the midst of a battle against Dragon and Luffy in the square," the Commodore reported on a direct line, his words thundering through the command room.
Boom.
A new explosion shook the foundations of the city, the noise penetrating even the considerable distance to Marineford, reinforcing the intensity of the conflict in Logtown.
Damn.
Did he have to show up right now? Sengoku expressed his frustration, recognizing the complexity Garp's presence added to the situation. "We don't have many options. We can't send an admiral to the East Blue. The only thing we can do is prevent civilians from getting hurt in the midst of this chaos." Sengoku had no choice but to minimize the damage.
Boom.
Another sound of an explosion accompanied the officer's speech, indicating that the situation was out of control. Lightning. Boom. Flames boom, boom. Another explosion stood out, echoing in the background. Boom, boom, boom. While the officer communicated with his superior, explosions continued to shake the square, turning it into a furious battlefield. Lightning cut through the dark sky, forming hurricanes swirling in a chaotic dance, causing chaotic winds to run through all the streets of the city. The deafening sound of explosions and the impact of forces colliding filled the air. "Yes, Fleet Admiral. We will do our duty," the officer responded with determination, maintaining composure amidst the turmoil.
Boom.
A building near the square exploded in flames, hurling burning debris through the night skies. "And the rest of the crew?" Sengoku inquired, his concern extending beyond what he initially expected. With Dragon in Logtown, everything would be complicated, and he couldn't send reinforcements so quickly to another sea. Boom! Lightning illuminated the dark sky. Boom! A powerful burst of lightning struck the middle of the square, illuminating it with impressive electric flashes, leaving everyone stunned. "We can't stop them. There's a tall woman with white hair and strong horns among them. I'd say she has the strength of a vice admiral." And there's an orange-haired woman who can create hurricanes with some devil fruit powers. Even the 6 styles of the Marines were easily thrown back, the officer reported. Smoker has already informed me about the first one, but I didn't know about the abilities of the other orange-haired woman. She must be the one the fishmen mentioned in Smoker's reports. I want pictures of them. We need to report this threat, so that some bounty hunter can stop them. And Smoker? Sengoku spoke. Flames crackled on the horizon. Boom. The ground trembled under the intensity of the battle, creating fissures that expanded with each exchange of blows. Orm. Smoker went after the crew but was knocked out by the woman using hockey and left unconscious in the middle of the street. Understood. Just make sure to avoid too much damage. And how is Garp's granddaughter? Sengoku asked.
Boom.
A hurricane began to form at the epicenter of the battle, blowing debris and wreckage in all directions. She wants to join the fight, but we're holding her back since Garp wouldn't forgive us if she got hurt, the officer reported. Let me go. I want to fight against my brother and dad. Lucy shouted in the background as she was restrained. Boom! Lightning cut through the sky, accompanied by thunder. Okay, keep me informed of anything. I'll do what I can, but I'm in Marineford, and it would take a week to get any reinforcements, even if that reinforcement was Kizaru, Sengoku said with frustration in his voice. Yes. The order was heard. Boom, 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 boom. An explosion of purple flames illuminated the dark sky, leaving a trail of destruction that marked the path of the combat. The city shook with the thunderous sounds of the battle echoing from every corner, leaving Yamato and the others aboard the Black Pearl anxious as they distanced themselves from the port. Will Luffy be okay? Usopp inquired, his voice laden with apprehension. I don't know, but what kind of battle is this? The ship is even shaking with these explosions. Lami expressed her unease, her eyes reflecting the tension of the moment. After the initial clashes between Luffy and the Marines, everyone on board quickly returned to the ship, sailing according to Luffy's orders. They trusted that he would catch up with them later in the skies, but the explosions and the unfolding conflict in the square continued to generate apprehension. Lightning in the sky, explosions, and Luffy's flames. What the hell is happening there? Reiju asked, her expression revealing confusion and concern. Shouldn't we go help Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi suggested, highlighting her unease. Look at that fight. What could we do? Only Yamato could fight there. Kana pondered, closely observing the chaos in the city. Let's wait for the captain. He'll get through this. Zoro opined with confidence, even in the face of the intensity of the situation. What a frightening battle. Is it just Luffy and Garp fighting there? Hugo expressed his surprise, while Chaochu added with a howl, revealing his own unease.
Hey.
Humans can be so powerful. Hachi commented, his expression containing a mixture of fascination and apprehension. I believe not. This storm seems to have been created by someone. Look how the lightning falls in the square. Nami analyzed, her strategic mind working to understand the nature of the turmoil. Will Luffy be okay? Nojiko expressed her concern, echoing the sentiment shared by everyone on board. He'll be fine. Trust in my husband, Alvida asserted, although her eyes revealed a hint of apprehension. People were still trying to get used to this bold woman. While the ship sailed away, the battle continued, without pause in the next hour. The square of Logue Town, once a bustling and lively place, was now transformed into a desolate battlefield. Buildings reduced to rubble scattered everywhere, silent witnesses to the collision between the titanic forces of the monkey family. The ground, once solid, was riddled with deep craters and abrasions, a result of the furious impacts that shook the earth. Stone fragments and debris floated in the air, a testimony to the devastating force emanating from the ongoing conflicts. Luffy's purple flames, intensified by Ifrit's mythical Zoan, continued to dance and illuminate the chaotic battlefield. Dragon's stormy aura, with dark clouds hovering over him, added a sinister atmosphere to the unfolding destruction. The sky, still tinged with somber tones, reflected the influence of the storm created by Dragon. Lightning cut through the firmament, briefly highlighting the fallen debris and destruction in the square. The electrical storm cast erratic shadows, giving a supernatural air to the battlefield. If there were any spectators left, they had retreated to safer areas, unable to withstand the chaos unfolding in that arena. The sound of explosions and collisions echoed throughout the city every minute in the last hour. Garp, Luffy, and Dragon remained at the epicenter of this power storm, each showcasing their extraordinary abilities. The unstable ground beneath their feet was a physical extension of the tension filling the air. The winds, stirred by the storm, gained increasing fury, affecting the entire city, dragging debris and wreckage through the air. Dust and stone fragments swirled in a turbulent vortex, obscuring visibility and creating an atmosphere charged with electricity. After an hour of intense battle, Garp, Dragon, and Lucy displayed diverse physical states, reflecting the wear and tear caused by the confrontation. Garp, the legendary vice admiral, showed signs of fatigue, but his unyielding resilience still kept him standing. Sweat lines marked his face, and the marine uniform was in tatters, displaying the musculature of a man despite his age. Blood streaks marked his face. The fight was in a deadlock with neither side gaining the upper hand. Despite the fist of love, his characteristic technique showing signs of wear, he remained determined to face his descendants, and his fierce eyes indicated he was far from giving in. Dragon, leader of the Revolutionary Army, seemed slightly less affected by the battle. His calm demeanor and unwavering expression indicated mastery in conserving energy. However, even he did not escape unscathed. His usually serene eyes now revealed a hint of fatigue, and the electricity surrounding him pulsed less intensely. Luffy, on the other hand, showed more evident signs of exhaustion. His body bore various cuts and bruises, and the purple flames surrounding him flickered irregularly. Labored breaths indicated he was on the brink of exhaustion. Even with the tenacity characteristic of the Monkey D lineage, the intensity of the battle was beginning to take its toll. "I won't last much longer," Luffy murmured, his voice escaping between panting breaths. He recognized the disparity between his grandfather and himself. Even with his father's presence, the confrontation seemed like a draw, and the Straw Hat's endurance was fading. He had used a significant portion of his healing energy to treat the damage caused by Garp, consuming a considerable amount of his vitality. "You don't look well, Luffy. It would be better if you stepped back," Dragon said, concerned, as he approached his son. "I guess so. Can you hold him off for a bit?" Luffy asked his father, seeking a temporary solution. "Yes, go to the sea. Find your crew. We'll meet again under better circumstances." Dragon's voice sounded calm, revealing a paternal emotion behind the revolutionary leader facade. "What are you whispering over there, you brats? Your grandfather and father are still right here." Garp intervened, advancing through the destroyed area. "Sorry, Grandpa, but I'm leaving. I need to go to the Grand Line, where I intend to become the Emperor of the Seas," Luffy announced defiantly, earning a vein on Garp's forehead with his grandson's boldness. Garp frowned at Luffy's bold words. "You talk as if you can escape my punches." Luffy smiled at his grandfather, ignoring him, and began to bid farewell right there. "Goodbye, Grandpa. It was good to see you. I hope to meet you again soon. I guarantee the next fight won't be so easy," Luffy announced, preparing to depart with his wings flapping forcefully. Luffy's defiant and determined look showed that, despite the apparent disadvantage, he was not willing to bow his head. "Do you think you can escape from me, brat?" Garp jumped with Soru, but a lightning materialized in front of him, blocking his advance. It was Dragon, intervening to allow his son to leave.
"Sorry, Dad.
"But you can't stop a man from going to the sea in search of his freedom," Dragon declared, facing Garp while Luffy took the opportunity to escape. The square remained the battleground for father and grandfather, while Luffy ran from the battle still being fought by father and son. With his wings vibrating powerfully, Luffy began his ascent into the skies, leaving behind the tumultuous square of Logtown while explosions continued between Garp and Dragon. The cutting wind blew on his face as he gained altitude, and the city became a mere dot on the horizon. The physical effort was evident on his face, but the determination did not waver. As he flew, the sight of his ship, the Black Pearl, emerging on the horizon, brought palpable relief. It was a vivid contrast between the chaos of the battle and the serenity that awaited him at sea. Luffy adjusted his course, diving towards the ship's deck, his wings gradually slowing down. The crew, eagerly waiting, noticed Luffy's figure approaching rapidly. The concern that had marked their faces during the fight now gave way to relief as the captain approached. Nami, Nojiko, Yamato, Shirahoshi, and Alvida were among the first to run to the deck, watching with relief as Luffy landed with a controlled thud. "Husband," Alvida exclaimed, running to check on Luffy with the other girls, expressing relief with a smile. Luffy, still panting, returned the tired smile to his crew. "I'm fine, everyone. Just a little banged up. Grandpa and my dad are still busy back there." On the Black Pearl, the crew awaited eagerly. Luffy arrived, but a boom echoed as he fell directly from the ship, barely able to stand. His friends rushed to help him, expressing concern on their faces. "I guess we can finally head to the Grand Line," Luffy said with a weak smile, despite the evident exhaustion. His friends surrounded him, offering support and encouragement. "Luffy, that fight. What happened?" Nami asked, her eyes showing concern. Luffy straightened up, looking at the horizon. "The grandfather is strong and my dad who appeared there too. But one day, I'll surpass them. Let's set sail, everyone. There are adventures waiting for us." Enthusiasm returned to his face as the crew prepared for the next journey, leaving behind the traces of the battle that echoed in the square of Logtown on the horizon. Chapter 99, Journey to Reverse Mountain 01. Chapter size, 2,835 words. Third-person POV somewhere on sea, East Blue. After the Battle of Logtown, Luffy had to admit that he was exhausted. "Wait, Luffy, did you say your father? Your father showed up? Who is he?" Nojiko asked curiously, as it was the first time she had heard about Luffy having a father. "He's Monkey D. Dragon. He's the leader of the Revolutionary Army and the world's worst criminal," Luffy replied honestly, seeing no reason to hide this information from his group. After all, everyone would soon know. Dragon? What? Leader of the Revolutionary Army? The world's worst criminal? Sharky. I don't know either, Megalo. Woof woof, hey. What a troublesome human family. That's amazing. I'm sorry. Your father is a big shot. Your grandfather is a big shot. What's up with this family? Luffy didn't care about the reactions and turned to go to his cabin to rest.
For a while.
He was exhausted like never before. He may not have used his final transformation, but he was certainly as tired as the end of Nami's fight. His sleep was deep, despite some girls trying to keep him company. He decided to rest alone. It was only after 4 hours at sea that he returned to the group to give orders, as they had already left the East Blue. The group seemed to have overcome the fact that Monkey D. Dragon was his biological father. He gathered everyone to discuss some plans. "Let's go to the Grand Line." Luffy yawned, still not having rested well. "Luffy, don't we have anything else to do in the East Blue?" Usopp asked curiously. "I might have a few more things to do here, but I'll leave that for later. For now, let's venture into the Grand Line," Luffy said, looking at the horizon with determination. "I can't wait to face opponents from the most powerful waters. I need to get stronger. In the Grand Line, only the strong survive," Zoro asserted as he held his sword at his waist. It was no surprise that he would find true challenges in the Grand Line. "Let's see what the Grand Line has in store for us," Reiju commented, smoking her cigarette calmly. "Maybe you'll improve your techniques, they need it," Lami mocked next to her colleague. "HM? What did you say?" "I hope you're not talking about my cooking techniques, as they are superior to yours as a medic." Reiju spoke arrogantly. "My medical techniques are far superior to yours as a cook." Lami growled. "How can you compare cooking to medicine?" Bippo shouted, scaring both women. What did you say?" The women turned to the mink bear, startling him. "I'm sorry," he shouted and ran away. "Woof, woof." Chao Chu is jumping excitedly, expressing his joy at leaving the East Blue for the first time. "You're right, Chaochu." Yamato laughed after hearing the group's dog. As she has a mythical wolf Zoan, the canine language was not strange to her. "I want to see the unimaginable islands and treasures I've heard about in the Grand Line," Kuna said. "We need to be prepared for the abrupt changes in climate and see that this sea holds for us. They say the weather is stormy and treacherous, classified as the worst in the world." Nami spoke thoughtfully. "You're right. Take this. They're log poses from all the islands in the first half of the Grand Line. Here are climate manuals and navigation instructions for the first half of the Grand Line, also known as Paradise." Luffy handed a large chest to Nami the next moment. She was surprised. It contained log poses from all the islands in the first half of the Grand Line. Even the 3 major government structures were inside the boxes. Luffy was sure Nami would have a lot of fun with it. Navigation was an area he wouldn't skimp on for this woman. "That's it." Nami quickly opened the box and began to read, opening up a new world for her. "Thank you. Thank you." She laughed and kissed Luffy, as that was one of the few things worth more than gold to the navigator. "The climate of the Grand Line is a challenge, but our true test will be against the enemies we encounter." Hugo remained in a corner, serious and thoughtful. "I'm excited to see this new world." Nojiko smiled at Luffy. "I'm looking forward to seeing Daddy again." Shirahoshi spoke with a nostalgic expression. "Sharky," Megalo affirmed as well.
Hey.
"I also hope to see the island of the fishmen again. The Grand Line is just the tip of the iceberg, and in the new world, we'll face real dangers." Yamato spoke with a surprisingly serious tone, her gaze fixed on the horizon, full of expectation. She was happy to have finally left Wano and visited the East Blue. Now she would see the first half of the Grand Line and soon return to that sea. Nevertheless, Luffy displayed a mysterious and confident smile. "Still, I'm sure we'll find quite interesting things when we cross into this weaker part of the Grand Line. And don't underestimate our enemies. There are powerful people on this side of the sea too," Luffy warned. Next to Luffy, Alvida looked at him with admiration. "Let's conquer the Grand Line together, my love. Nothing will stop us," she declared with determination. Her statement drew many strange looks, as they were still getting used to Alvida's bold personality. "Yes, let's conquer the sea, but first, we need to get stronger. So let's make the most of the rest of the day and use it as training, everyone," Luffy announced, now earning some horrified looks, but he was radiant with determination and wouldn't let anyone escape training when they were about to leave the East Blue. "Don't stare at me like that. Many of you have mastered the first technique. Let's move on to the second and strengthen those who haven't learned it yet. We're getting stronger every day. Your bodies are becoming strong enough to learn hockey. This will strengthen the crew for a top-tier crew," Luffy proclaimed, his satisfied smile inspiring confidence in the crew. Already mastering the sword technique, Luffy and his first group were in the training area to learn Jeppo now, where he guided those who needed more attention in their techniques. Alvida, as a newcomer to the sword technique, was instructed to undergo the same training as Yamato and Reiju, while Shirahoshi still had some difficulty learning Jeppo, something understandable to Luffy. "Luffy, what about hockey? Shouldn't they learn it along with your techniques?" Yamato appeared next to Luffy, questioning about the next stage of training. Luffy calmly replied, "As I said before, we will, of course, learn hockey. However, usually it takes a few years to master, even if you're talented. With the techniques of the 6 styles, the body develops better to learn hockey. So, I have a plan for us to learn it even before we reach the new world. Don't worry." Yamato nodded, returning her attention to the training, determined to reach new levels of power alongside Luffy and the crew. Luffy gathered the group designated to enhance the Jeppo technique, composed of himself, Zoro, Kuina, Nami, Lami, Usopp, and Shirahoshi. Next to them, Alvida, Yamato, and Reiju prepared to begin the intensive Sora training after Luffy instructed them. "Let's start with Jeppo. The idea is to gain elevation in the air and maneuver with agility. Remember, this technique will be essential in combat and exploration situations," Luffy instructed, displaying a confident smile. the group positioned themselves, focused on improving their skills. Luffy asked Reiju to demonstrate the technique she had learned most easily, and she did so gracefully, leaping into the air with lightness before landing smoothly on the ground. That's how it's done. Now, each of you one at a time will try. Don't worry. The girls took a bit to learn, but they were quick. The important thing is to progress. Let's go. Luffy encouraged, watching as his comrades began to practice. Meanwhile, Yamato, Alvida, and Reiju were concentrated on perfecting Soru. Luffy approached them, sharing tips and techniques to improve movement speed, as he had mastered the technique. Soru is about swift movement. The secret lies in the synchronization between legs and mind. You can feel the difference when you execute it. Let's try again one more time, Luffy instructed, demonstrating the pure technique with surprising speed for them. Yamato, Alvida, and Reiju followed his steps, attempting to replicate the agility and speed of Soru. Luffy watched closely, offering guidance and encouraging their improvements. Bippo, Chaochu, Nojuko, and Hachi were learning Tekai this time. With mastery of Tekai, Hugo and Megalo were learning Shirgan. The training field was filled with energy, with each crew member dedicated to enhancing their skills. The sound of jumps, movements, and quick strikes filled the air, marking the beginning of a crucial stage in the Straw Hat's journey to the Grand Line. During the 2 days of sailing towards Reverse Mountain, the Straw Hat's crew devoted themselves intensely to training. Luffy led the sessions, focusing on enhancing Jeppo and Sora techniques for one group, while another dedicated themselves to strengthening defensive and offensive skills with Tekai and Shirgan. Luffy finally increased the potency of his devil fruit from 30 times to 40, using 10% of that on his team to enhance their learning, and with the additional 100% bonus from the system, Luffy boosted the group's development rate by 8 times. The brief training period was well utilized, as 2 days became equivalent to 16 with the increased talent and learning. Everyone showed remarkable progress in their respective techniques. Shirahoshi finally mastered Jeppo. She could now leap into the sky while swaying her tail as if swimming and began training with Soru. The crew's determination was palpable, and Luffy's confidence in his companions' potential only grew. The atmosphere was optimistic as they strengthened themselves for even greater challenges in the Grand Line. Elsewhere in the same sea, a meeting was being premeditated as the scene shifted to a certain ship some distance from the Black Pearl. Not far away, a giant shadow slid silently over the waves. The ship was an engineering marvel, with elegant lines and a dark silhouette that cut through the ocean's surface, like a sharp blade. Black sails fluttered with a specific flag that would intimidate 99% of the people in this world. On board this mysterious ship, lanterns were dim, casting dancing shadows on polished wood. In a large cabin, a group was gathered with many agents dressed in a type of dark suit, except for a single figure, a world noble adorned in luxurious clothes with sparkling jewels and an astronaut helmet. His face seemed joyful, and his eyes gleamed with anticipation. The Tenryubito, Octavian Delacourt, known for his power, influence, and wealth, kept his gaze fixed on a map spread over a table while all the agents remained silent in front of him. The map marked the course of the route that would lead them to encounter a certain mermaid, a beauty he would make a point to showcase to his friends in Mary Geos, who, according to reports, was part of the Straw Hat Pirates, a pirate group that this noble treated with disdain behind his cheerful eyes. So they're coming in our direction? The man with the astronaut helmet maintained the gleam in his eyes. Next to the map, there was a newspaper from the day reporting on the battle in Logtown, created by Monkey D. Luffy, Monkey D. Dragon, and Monkey D. Garp, destroying the entire square where Gold D. Roger was executed. Everything indicates so. The sublime magnanimous, most excellent and undoubtedly your excellency, noble and imposing Tenryubito, Saint Octavian Delacourt, whose nobility illuminates and blesses all the seas and beyond, exclaimed an agent dressed in black like the others. They were accustomed to speaking so formally with such titles in all situations because the world noble in front of them made a point of instructing them this way. Each Tenryubito has their own peculiarities, and this one likes the lengthy name with titles that feed his ego. Perfect. I want that mermaid. I can't wait to see St. Charles's expression when he witnesses my newest acquisition. The excitement in Lord Octavian's eyes revealed his anticipation for triumph. Octavian Delacourt is a world noble shrouded in arrogance, fervently believing in his supremacy over his peers in the noble earth and wanting once again to prove that he can acquire a better slave than his colleagues and rivals. Yes, and I humbly bow before the sublime magnanimous, most excellent and undoubtedly your excellency, noble and imposing Tenrybeto, Saint Octavian Delacourt, whose nobility illuminates and blesses all the seas and beyond. But we must act with caution. These individuals do not seem as malleable as the common pirates of the Grand Line. The agent expressed, aware that all of Luffy's exploits had been meticulously examined. I won't call for reinforcements, as you've said. I don't want anyone to be informed. I'll capture the mermaid and surprise everyone in the end, Octavian proclaimed. His excitement was evident. He imagined surprising everyone with his mermaid and boasting that he obtained it from a group of inferiors in the East Blue. As soon as I get the mermaid, I'll head to that insolent kingdom that dared to defy my will. Especially now that they have a new queen, I'll personally go and execute all the nobles of that country for such an affront to my presence. Octavian continued, ignoring the agent's concerns. Sublime magnanimous, most excellent and undoubtedly your excellency, noble and imposing Tenrybeto, Saint Octavian Delacourt, whose nobility illuminates and blesses all the seas and beyond. The command was clear. We shouldn't act, especially because this is related to an emperor of the New World. The agent tried to warn with caution. No matter. I am a world noble, and everyone must obey my orders as if they were divine decrees. No one below my status will dare to challenge my demands. Lord Octavian snarled, confident that his will would be imposed on everyone. After capturing this mermaid, the sublime magnanimous, most excellent and undoubtedly your excellency, noble and imposing Tenrybeto, Saint Octavian Delacourt, whose nobility illuminates and blesses all the seas and beyond. Just imagine the fame you'll have among the world nobles in Mary Geos. It will be even greater, suggested one of the other agents, trying to further inflate his lord's ego. Oh, yes, I'll be the center of attention. No world noble will have anything as extraordinary as this mermaid. She rivals the pirate empress in terms of appearance. Octavian replied with a malicious smile. But remember, the sublime magnanimous, most excellent and undoubtedly your excellency, noble and imposing Tenrybeto, Saint Octavian Delacourt, whose nobility illuminates and blesses all the seas and beyond. We must be careful with the consequences. These pirates can be unpredictable, especially considering their captain. He has already challenged even the hero of the Navy, Garp, in Logetown and killed that king you contacted. Warn the agent, trying to calm Lord Octavian's impulsive tendencies and at least ask for help to deal with this group. Bang! A bang echoed through the environment when Octavian brandished his weapon, firing a shot that reverberated near the agent's face. Although the intention was not to kill, the implicit threat was undeniable. Octavian's once radiant countenance transformed into a dark and cruel expression, his cutting speech echoing with the typical arrogance of a world noble. If you dare utter one more word of challenge, or dare to contradict me, know that the punishment will be instant and relentless. As a world noble, I hold the power to shape destiny at my will. Do not underestimate what I am capable of. Lord Octavian, now devoid of his previous joviality, exuded an aura of malice that sent shivers down the spines of the present agents. They were well acquainted with the sinister side of this world noble when he expressed his anger, having witnessed slaves being punished in more brutal ways by those malevolent eyes. Suddenly, the cabin door swung open with an agent wearing a rather urgent expression. The sublime magnanimous, most excellent and undoubtedly your excellency, noble and imposing Tenrybeto, Saint Octavian Delacourt, whose nobility illuminates and blesses all the seas and beyond. The Straw Hat pirate ship has been spotted on the horizon. An agent conveyed the news urgently. Saint Octavian's dark countenance instantly transformed back into a cheerful and excited expression. Finally, the moment to capture my mermaid has arrived, he exclaimed with enthusiasm, a trail of mucus running down his nose amid his unbridled joy. The world noble, oblivious to what awaited him, could barely conceive the unusual situation he was about to face. His minutes were numbered, but Octavian's unrestrained excitement overshadowed any foresight of the imminent challenges. Comment your favorite part and subscribe for next part. Thanks for giving me like, and don't forget to comment your next audiobook, not ever you want to listening.